Chapter 442. At this moment, Yang Ming didn't rush to the side of the reservoir. Instead, he quietly watched the movement over there. Anyway, there were still more than 40 minutes. Yang Ming could reach 1 kilometer by walking. The environment near the reservoir was very simple. In addition to the endless pool, there were woods not far from the shore. There were no special buildings. Occasionally, there were a few small shops selling tourist supplies, but they were closed. Such an environment was very conducive for Yang Ming to explore. Yang Ming looked around and found nothing unusual. The stone monument on the side of the reservoir was empty. It was either that the other party hadn't come yet, or they had come long ago and were hiding somewhere. However, it didn't seem easy to escape Yang Ming's X-ray vision. Yang Ming looked in the small shops around, behind the big trees, and even above the tree branches. There was no one. Yang Ming could be sure. Time passed by minute. It was finally 11:40. Yang Ming sighed and walked in the direction of the reservoir stone monument. Thinking about what the mysterious man said just now, Yang Ming's heart was relieved. He wouldn't deal with me, so there was no need to be so careful. Yang Ming came to the stone monument and looked around. There was still no one else. Could it be that I was fooled? Yang Ming looked at the time. It was 11:58. The other party didn't appear. Yang Ming simply found a clean place on the steps of the stone monument and sat down, quietly waiting for the other party to appear. At this time, since he was idle anyway, Yang Ming casually looked at the introduction of the West Star Mountain Reservoir on the stone monument. The West Star Mountain Reservoir was built in 1986 by Yunnan businessman Lan Hai. Yang Ming was suddenly shocked. If he saw this name in other places, Yang Ming might not be too surprised. Although there weren't many people with the surname Lan, there were so many people in the country. It wasn't strange to have a few people with the surname Lan. However, at this moment, Yang Ming was here for Lan Ling. Seeing another person with the surname Lan here, it was impossible for him not to feel strange. Furthermore, it was clearly written on the stone tablet that the merchants of Yunnan, not many businessmen from Yunnan, came to invest in the north, especially those with this surname. Just as Yang Ming was engrossed in watching, a large hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. "What are you looking at? Who is it?" Yang Ming turned his body and saw a face with a mask. On the mask was a painted face. It wasn't very scary, so Yang Ming judged that the person was just trying to hide his true face. However, this was not a problem for Yang Ming at all. Yang Ming smiled secretly and looked directly behind the mask with his special ability. It was the face of an old woman, a very unfamiliar face. Yang Ming was sure that he had never seen it before. Yang Ming couldn't say that his memory was very good, but at least he wasn't forgetful to the extent that he couldn't remember people he had seen before. Therefore, Yang Ming was very sure that the person behind the mask was a stranger. Since she was a stranger, why did she cover her face? Was she afraid that Yang Ming would recognize her in the future? It seemed that this was the only possibility left. "Is it you?" Although Yang Ming knew that the person in front of him had unfathomable martial arts, he wasn't afraid. "Very good, you really came." The person looked at Yang Ming and said faintly, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." "Where is Lan Ling?" asked Yang Ming. "Are you looking at what is written on this stone tablet?" The person didn't answer Yang Ming's question, but continued, "Did you see a name called Lan Hai?" "Why?" Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this name is really related to Lan Ling? "This person is Lan Ling's grandfather," said the person. "What? Lan Ling's grandfather?" Yang Ming opened his eyes wide. "It can't be. Is it really like this?" "All right, I've told you what you want to know." The person interrupted Yang Ming impatiently. "You're dead and Lan Ling is alive. Or Lan Ling dies, you leave. Choose one." "What did you say?" Yang Ming was confused. "Why did you say something about death?" "I don't have the patience. In a word, either you die or Lan Ling dies." The person explained, "Right? I heard that you were poisoned with a voodoo. Don't worry. Once Lan Ling dies, the voodoo will be automatically removed." "How do you know about the voodoo? And how do I know if what you said is true or not?" Yang Ming frowned and asked, "I am also from Yaojiang." "Of course I know." The person said calmly, "If you want to get rid of the voodoo, this is a good opportunity. Don't miss it. Is there something wrong with you? Yang Ming opened his eyes wide and scolded. If I want Lan Ling to die, why would I meet you? I wouldn't have come. That's because you don't know about the voodoo. The person added. Fuck off. I know you're good. Yang Ming said disdainfully. If you let me see Lan Ling in your hands, you let her go in front of me. Swear that you won't trouble her again. I will do whatever you want me to do. Yang Ming's heart was now extremely strange. Is this person crazy? Why did he come to me and say so many inexplicable things? However, Yang Ming was very sure about this person's skill. So, Yang Ming planned that if Lan Ling was really in his hands, he would let Lan Ling out of danger first. Then, he would deal with her. At most, he would fight to the death. So, Yang Ming quickly made a decision. He couldn't let Lan Ling die. Yang Ming didn't hesitate at all. So, Yang Ming said it very quickly. Really? You said it so straightforwardly. Are you lying to me? Yang Ming's straightforwardness made the other party somewhat suspicious. Fuck, do I have to lie to you? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. You said it yourself. It's easy for you to catch me. What's the benefit of lying to you? But you have to let me see Lan Ling first, right? That's true, but there's no way to see Lan Ling. If you die first, I will definitely let Lan Ling go. The person said unreasonably. Do you think I'm an idiot? Yang Ming snorted and said, You want me to die first because you can't see her? I'm not mentally ill. Then what do you want? The person seemed to nod slightly and continued to ask. Nothing. You let me see that Lan Ling is fine first, then let her go. Yang Ming said, You swear that you won't find trouble with Lan Ling in the future. Otherwise, your daughter will call me XX. No, your daughter is definitely not young. Then, your granddaughter. You swear that if you violate the test, your granddaughter will be XX by me. I won't let her go even if I become a ghost. Cough, cough. The person heard Yang Ming's words and suddenly coughed. He coughed until tears came out. I'm dying of laughter. Yang Ming, you really can say anything. What do you mean? Yang Ming was a little confused. I say, don't tell me you have asthma? I can't be so lucky. We haven't fought yet, and you died of asthma first. Don't worry, I won't send you to the hospital. You can cough as much as you want. Cough, cough. You little bastard, you really piss me off. The person continued to cough out of breath. Right, wait. Before you die of asthma, can you tell me where Lan Ling is? Yang Ming asked suddenly. Cough, cough. The person continued to cough and ignored Yang Ming's question. Yang Ming had no choice but to continue to sit next to the stone tablet. He was depressed as he waited for the person to stop coughing and talk to him again. Is it necessary? I just said that I was going to XX her granddaughter. Why are you so happy? Are you crazy? Is it so funny? Your granddaughter is going to be XX by me, and you're still so happy? Yang Ming directly categorized her as an abnormal human. She still can't stop laughing? When Yang Ming looked at the phone, the old woman had been coughing for almost 10 minutes, and she still continued to laugh. After a long time, the person stopped laughing and stopped coughing. I haven't laughed so happily in a long time. Is it very funny? Yang Ming said helplessly with a bitter face. If other people said it, it wouldn't be funny. But when it comes from you, it's very funny. The person held back her laughter and said word by word. Why? Yang Ming scratched his head and asked strangely. So you think that what you said just now was like you took advantage of me? The person laughed and asked, Isn't that so? Don't tell me you don't have a granddaughter. Yang Ming asked, I have a granddaughter, but I don't think you took advantage of me. The person said word by word. Chapter 443. What? Yang Ming felt that his IQ didn't seem to be enough. Otherwise, the old woman in front of him was a psychopath. Otherwise, a normal person wouldn't be able to say such shocking words. What? The other party asked. I said, what did you say? Yang Ming felt that his mind was a little numb. Nothing. I have a granddaughter. The other party said, If you have a granddaughter, then so be it. I'm too lazy to waste time with you. Just tell me what you did to Lan Ling. I want to see her. Yang Ming was really helpless. It seemed that this person in front of him was really a little crazy. Lan Ling is my granddaughter. What can I do to her? The other party seemed to be very normal. She is in Miaojiang practicing well. You can't see her for the time being. Ah. Yang Ming was completely dumbfounded this time. After listening to the other party's words, he was suddenly petrified. He looked at the person in front of him in a daze. After a while, he said, "What did you say? Lan Ling is your granddaughter?" "That's right. Are you surprised?" The other party slowly took off the mask on her face. She played within her hand, and it disappeared. Even Yang Ming's eyes couldn't see where the mask went. It was like it disappeared into thin air. Yang Ming suddenly took 2 steps back and stared coldly at the old woman in front of him. "What evidence do you have to prove that you are Lan Ling's granddaughter? In other words, to prove that you are Lan Ling's grandmother? What do you want me to believe you? Why would I lie to you?" The old woman was also stunned. "Why? You don't believe me? How can I believe you? How do I know if this is your trick?" Yang Ming asked coldly. "Look at this yourself." The old woman took out an envelope from nowhere and threw it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming reached out and took it. He quickly opened the envelope. It was Lan Ling's handwriting. Yang Ming was excited. For Lan Ling's handwriting, Yang Ming could still see it. "Yang Ming, Grandma is going to Songjiang to do something. Originally, I want to go, but now is an important stage of cultivation. Grandma won't let me go. I have no choice but to write you a few words to tell you how much I miss you. I miss you so much. Almost every night when I sleep, I dream of you. I dream of the days we spent together. I will learn the Gu technique as soon as possible. Then, I will come to your side, and we will never be separated again. My grandmother is very nice and easy to get along with. Don't make her angry. Your Ling Ling." After reading Lan Ling's handwritten letter, Yang Ming raised his head and asked, "Are you really Lan Ling's grandmother?" "Yes." The old woman nodded. "Do you believe me now?" "I still don't believe it." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It was written in the letter that his grandmother had a good temper and was easy to get along with. Why couldn't he see it at all? The first thing she did was to threaten me, saying that Lan Ling was in her hands. Then, she would force me to die. You call this easy to get along with? Good temper? Are you angry because of what happened just now? The old woman asked with a smile. "I'm not angry, but I feel a little inexplicable." Yang Ming said truthfully, "So, I don't believe that you are Lan Ling's grandmother. You are so smart. How can you not think of it?" The old woman shook her head. "Well, don't be inexplicable. I will explain it to you. I hope you are not lying to me." Yang Ming nodded. In fact, after seeing Lan Ling's letter, Yang Ming also believed that the person in front of him was Lan Ling's grandmother. However, the previous things were too weird, so he couldn't accept it for a while. "Ling Ling, this child is too young. I am afraid that she will be deceived, so I want to take this opportunity to test your character," the old woman said with a smile. "I want to see if you love Ling Ling and to what extent. So, I made up such a method to test you. If you didn't come at all today, then I would be very disappointed because you don't care about Ling Ling. Then, I won't watch Ling Ling be sad in the future." "What do you mean? If I didn't come, are you going to break us up?" asked Yang Ming. "Let me finish, but you asked a good question." The old woman continued. "Why would I break you up? Why don't I just make it look like an accidental death? With my voodoo, the hospital can't see the cause of death." Yang Ming had goosebumps all over his body. "Fortunately, my feelings for Lan Ling are real. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how I died. So, I'm very happy that you can come. It proves that you still have Ling Ling in your heart." The old woman paused and then said, "Secondly, after you came, I wanted to see how much you were willing to sacrifice for Ling Ling, even though you love Ling Ling. So, I was going to let you make a decision between you and Ling Ling. Only one of you can live. But even if you choose to let Ling Ling die, I won't hurt you. I will let you leave safely, but you will never see Ling Ling again. I will also get rid of the letter Ling Ling wrote to you. But your answer made me very satisfied, especially when you chose to let Ling Ling live without thinking. This made me very happy. Since you have done this, then I won't interfere with the matter between you and Ling Ling. However, this doesn't make me feel very relieved to hand Ling Ling over to you. Because although I hope that Ling Ling's man is a person who is affectionate and righteous, I don't want a reckless man. Fortunately, when I asked you to die immediately, you didn't agree. Instead, you insisted on seeing Ling Ling. After she is out of danger, then you will be relieved. Don't think that I didn't know what you were thinking at that time. You wanted to wait for Ling Ling to be out of danger, then fight with me to the death, right? Yang Ming broke into a sweat. It turned out that the previous matter was a test. Moreover, it was done step by step. If I am not careful, I may let Lan Ling's grandmother have a bad impression of me. I did think so before, but I didn't think so later. Yang Ming scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Then, what did you think later? The old woman asked curiously. Later, I thought that you were a crazy person. Don't be angry. Your tone and expression at that time were a bit, said Yang Ming. The old woman was silent for a while. You dare to say that I am crazy? Just kidding. This time, Yang Ming didn't dare to be so arrogant. He didn't want to continue to be entangled with this issue, so he changed the topic. Right. How did you know that I would go to the house that Lan Ling and I lived in before? I would go and see every day for a few days. The old woman explained. I wanted to see if you are a person who is affectionate. If you don't even go there, it means that you have forgotten Ling Ling. I won't come to you again. Yang Ming thought in his heart that he was lucky. He had almost missed his chance with Lan Ling. All right, I believe you. You are Lan Ling's grandmother. Hello, grandmother. Yang Ming bowed to the old woman respectfully. Even the way he addressed her changed from you to you. And that's more like it. Lan Ling's grandmother smiled. Come with me. I have something to tell you. After that, Lan Ling's grandmother touched the stone tablet beside Yang Ming a few times. Suddenly, the stone tablet silently turned to one side and revealed a square underground passage. Secret passage. Yang Ming looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. That's right. This is Lan Ling's grandfather. However, Lan Ling followed her mother's surname. Therefore, in our clan, Lan Ling should call him grandfather. He was the one who built this secret passage, Lan Ling's grandmother explained. Then why didn't Lan Ling call you grandmother? Asked Yang Ming curiously. She called me that when she was young. She was used to it and couldn't change it. But since Lan Ling was born, she had never seen her grandfather. Lan Ling's grandmother explained. Yang Ming nodded and didn't pursue this issue. He followed behind Lan Ling's grandmother and walked down the secret passage. When Yang Ming entered the secret passage, Lan Ling's grandmother did something and the stone tablet above Yang Ming's head quickly closed. Then, the light in the secret passage slowly lit up. Why isn't a candle? Is there electricity here? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. Aren't the secret passages in the TV lit candles? Strictly speaking, this isn't a secret passage. It's just a stronghold of our Lan family in Songjiang. It was built in 1986. How can there be no electricity? Lan Ling's grandmother said while walking. I heard that you graduated from Red Flag High School. Chapter 444. Red Flag High School. Yang Ming muttered and repeated, Grandmother, I graduated from there. What's wrong? And I remember Lan Ling told me that you graduated from Red Flag High School. Lan Ling's grandmother nodded and then pointed to two chairs behind a small table. Sit down and talk. I have something to ask you. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and sat on a chair respectfully. Since he knew that the person in front of him was Lan Ling's grandmother, Yang Ming's attitude had become humble. Yang Ming had to be humble. The person in front of him was his elder. I heard that the person who guarded the door of Red Flag High School was surnamed Ma. He was called Ma Xiaoyao, right? Lan Ling's grandmother hesitated and asked, Are you talking about Uncle Ma? Yang Ming nodded and asked, But grandmother, why are you asking about this person? Do you know him? That's great. Lan Ling's grandmother nodded and said, Do you know when he became the gatekeeper there? I don't know about this. When I went to school, he was there. Yang Ming said, When I went to Red Flag High School a few days ago, Uncle Ma was still there. It should have been many years, right? In our Miaojiang, all the voodoo masters have a special breath. In fact, it is the smell of voodoo. When Old Manzwa came to Songjiang to find you last time, he accidentally found a very special thing. That is, Ma Xiaoyao's body actually had this kind of breath fluctuation. Lan Ling's grandmother said seriously, What? You mean Uncle Ma? Yang Ming opened his mouth wide in amazement. Isn't he just an ordinary old man? There's nothing special about him. Grandpa Zwa, Could you be mistaken? No. Old Manzwa is also a person of our Miaojiang. His research on voodoo is not below mine. Moreover, Ma Xiaoyao seemed to have discovered the whereabouts of Old Manzwa. If Old Manzwa didn't run fast, he might not be able to escape. Ma Xiaoyao is a master, an absolute master. Lan Ling's grandmother said, so, Old Manzwa is right. Ma Xiaoyao is definitely problematic. Grandmother, even if Ma Xiaoyao is a person of your Miaojiang, what's the problem? Yang Ming still didn't understand what Lan Ling's grandmother wanted to say. In the past, the murderer who harmed me and Lan Ling's grandfather was also a master. Speaking of this, Lan Ling's grandmother's face immediately showed an expression of grief and indignation. I've been severely injured. Lan Ling's grandfather is missing. There hasn't been any news of him for so many years. Obviously, he's done for. Yes, I know. It's been so many years. I don't have much to miss. Lan Ling's grandmother suddenly changed the topic and said, but I will never let go of the enemy who harmed us. Even if it's not him, maybe it's inextricably linked. Lan Ling's grandmother nodded. Our Miaojiang's voodoo master can't be an old gatekeeper. His identity in itself was worthy of suspicion, unless he has some ulterior motive. Listening to what you said, it does seem suspicious. Yang Ming nodded. Then what do you mean? Do you know him? Have you talked to him before? If you don't know him, can you get close to him? Lan Ling's grandmother asked. I know him. I talked to him a few days ago, but I'm not very familiar with him. Yang Ming said. After all, I haven't seen him for so many years. Well, that's enough. I want to ask you for a favor. I don't know if you can do it. Lan Ling's grandmother asked. What is it? Yang Ming asked. Is it, you want me to secretly observe this Uncle Ma? Yang Ming frowned as if he had thought of something. This mission is really difficult. But, yes, this is very dangerous. But you're the most suitable person because you don't know our Miaojiang's voodoo. Ma Xiaoyao won't be suspicious of you. Lan Ling's grandmother said. But this matter still needs your consent. You can rest assured that your final decision won't affect the matter between you and Lan Ling. Grandmother, you are Lan Ling's grandmother, which means you are my grandmother. We're a family, so there's no need to be so formal. The hatred between you and Grandpa is my hatred, so I am duty-bound to do this. Yang Ming said passionately. Yes, this matter was really difficult for others, but for Yang Ming, it was easy and happy. Why? Because Yang Ming didn't have to take the risk to actually track and observe Uncle Ma. He could use his telescopic vision and X-ray vision to monitor Uncle Ma at home or at school. Yang Ming didn't believe that Uncle Ma was so powerful that he could discover his special ability monitoring. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't have any worries at all. Yes, I really didn't misjudge you. Lan Ling's grandmother nodded and said, but you have to be careful. Don't put yourself in danger. You don't need to take any action. Just observe his whereabouts and what he does every day. Then record these. I will contact you every once in a while. You just need to tell me these things. No problem. Yang Ming patted his chest and promised. I promise to monitor him thoroughly. This is what I want to talk to you about. Lan Ling's grandmother said, we practice every day so that we can fight our enemies to the death one day. But my current strength is not enough. I need a year before I can achieve great success, so I can't alert the enemy now. Otherwise, I'll go find him myself. Yang Ming nodded. Lan Ling's grandmother was right. She couldn't go. As she said, Ma Xiaoyao would definitely feel her breath. Then the two sides would inevitably fight. I understand. I will do what I should do. Yang Ming nodded and said, how is Lan Ling now? Ling Ling is very good. You also read her letter. This girl is very infatuated with you. Lan Ling's grandmother smiled and said, you can't let her down. I won't. It's just that you know the side effects of this voodoo. Yang Ming scratched his head embarrassedly. You won't mind if I have other women. This is between you and Ling Ling. I can't control it. Lan Ling's grandmother glared and said, however, if I know that Ling Ling has been wronged, I can't guarantee that the voodoo in your body won't increase. Ugh. Grandma, are you kidding me? Yang Ming was shocked. He He was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat. Do I look like I'm kidding? Lan Ling's grandmother said coldly. Not really, Yang Ming said carefully. That's it. You're on your own now. Lan Ling's grandmother said. Uncle Fu, come out. Yang Ming said, ugh. He was a little confused. Who is Lan Ling's grandmother talking to? What Uncle Fu? Are there only the two of us here? Just as Yang Ming was surprised, an old black shadow came over. Miss, why are you looking for me? Yang Ming, this is Uncle Fu. If you have any news, you can contact me through Uncle Fu. We have a special contact method. Otherwise, there won't be any signal in the mountains. Lan Ling's grandmother said, come to the stone tablet in the middle of the night and gently tap a few times. Uncle Fu will know that you are here. Right, I call him Uncle Fu. What do you call him? Miss, let him call me Xiao Fu. It's just a name, Uncle Fu said in a loud voice. How can that be? Yang Ming, you can call him Grandpa Fu. Lan Ling's grandmother said. Okay, I got it, Grandma. Yang Ming nodded and then turned to Uncle Fu. Grandpa Fu, my name is Yang Ming. Well, I know. You are Miss Xiao Xiao's boyfriend. That is Miss Xiao Xiao's son-in-law. Although Uncle Fu looked very old, his mind wasn't confused at all. However, this name made Yang Ming feel a little funny. So many words. This Uncle Fu can really live. Okay, Yang Ming, you go back first. I have something to discuss with Uncle Fu. Lan Ling's grandmother said. Okay, then I will go first. Grandma, Grandpa Fu, goodbye. Yang Ming said politely. When he went up, Yang Ming didn't do anything. The stone tablet opened naturally. When Yang Ming stepped out, the stone tablet closed automatically. Yang Ming didn't understand the principle of this thing, but it seemed to be some secret mechanism of Miaojiang. It was so late, and there were no cars near West Star Mountain. Yang Ming simply walked back. Today, he was in a good mood. Yang Ming's pace was light. Nothing was more exciting than getting the approval of Lan Ling's grandmother. Chapter 445. However, Yang Ming didn't expect that Uncle Ma of Red Flag High School was actually a hidden master. Moreover, he had actually hidden for so many years. Just what Yang Ming knew, it had been almost 8 years. 8 years. How long is this period of time? Uncle Ma actually didn't reveal a trace of flaw. However, he didn't walk far. Yang Ming found that his decision was very wrong. Wouldn't it be dawn if he walked from here to home? Yang Ming couldn't be helped. He could only call Ho Zhenhan and ask him to come and pick him up. At this time, Yang Ming could only trouble Ho Zhenhan. Zhang Bin must have already rested. It was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Ho Zhenhan didn't ask anything. He just said that he would come right away and hung up the phone. About 20 minutes later, Yang Ming saw Ho Zhenhan's broken Jetta, which was quickly coming to this side. Yang Ming quickly stood on the side of the road and waved. Ho Zhenhan stopped beside Yang Ming with a creak. Brother Yang, get in the car. Ho Zhenhan opened the door of the front passenger seat. You've worked hard, Big Ho. I still have to trouble you so late at night. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. He just made a phone call, and Ho Zhenhan rushed over in a hurry. What's the trouble? I haven't slept yet. I'm watching TV at home. Ho Zhenhan smiled. I just sent off a group of guests with Bao Sanli. How was the company? Yang Ming asked, do you need funds? Not for the time being. With the current fame, we basically don't need to risk anything. Some entrepreneurs are competing to cooperate with us. Bao Sanli is now very grateful to the boss for giving him a chance to rise. He has always wanted the boss to summon him, so that he can personally show his loyalty to the boss. Ho Zhenhan smiled. Let's talk about this later. Now is not the time. Yang Ming said, I think your current development is very good. I am very satisfied. Don't do that kind of fighting and killing anymore. I understand what Brother Yang means, and I don't like that kind of life of fighting and killing. Ho Zhenhan nodded and said, I will stick to it. Now, I basically have the final say in the company. Bao Sanli doesn't like management. He just enjoys the feeling of being in a superior position. But he is also working hard. He is afraid that one day you will say that he is not working hard and take him down. Hee, it's good to work harder. He also needs to learn. Yang Ming smiled and said, right? The naming Yang company, was it you who came up with it? Brother Yang, are you unhappy? Ho Zhenhan quickly asked, This is the result of my discussion with Bao Sanli. In the beginning, I did have that intention, but then Bao Sanli said that the name Ming Yang is not bad. Ming Yang is famous all over the world, and it is very famous. It's fine. Just do whatever you want. Yang Ming said indifferently. Just don't exaggerate it too much. Luckily, my name is Yang Ming. If I were to call you by your name, it would be bad. Ho Jinhan, Hansen Hao? Sweat. It sounds like the scientific name of a monkey. Ho Jinhan smiled bitterly. Sitting in the car, it was naturally much faster. Yang Ming soon returned home. His parents were already asleep. Yang Ming did not disturb them and went into his room. Zhou Jijia had insomnia again. Tomorrow, she would go out to eat with Yang Ming's friends. This was similar to the treatment of a girlfriend. Zhou Jijia was very excited. She was afraid that after going tomorrow, she would say something inappropriate that would ruin the atmosphere. Therefore, Zhou Jijia spent the whole night on Baidu and Google, searching for some things to pay attention to when eating with friends, as well as some small jokes to adjust the atmosphere. She was busy until very late before she went to bed. After going to bed, she couldn't sleep. Thinking about what would happen tomorrow, she smirked. Until the second half of the night, Zhou Jijia felt that she couldn't take it anymore. She had to force herself to sleep. Otherwise, there would be dark circles under her eyes tomorrow. Then, she wouldn't be pretty. However, how could she fall asleep just because she said so? If she had the final say, then there wouldn't be so many people in the world who had insomnia. The more Zhou Jijia wanted to sleep as soon as possible, the more she couldn't sleep. In desperation, she had to start counting. I like Yang Ming for 1 day. I like Yang Ming for 2 days. I like Yang Ming for 3 days. I like Yang Ming for 9,999 days. When Yang Ming woke up, it was already afternoon. It couldn't be helped. After returning home last night, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning by the time he took a shower. Yang Ming walked out of the room sleepily and saw his parents watching TV in the living room. Dad, Mom, good morning. Well, good morning. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Dahai smiled. Where did you play yesterday? What time did you come back? After 3 o'clock. I have to go out tonight. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. You still want to go out? You're not allowed to go tonight. You came back so late, and your sleep was reversed. Your biological clock is in chaos. It's not good for your body. Mother Yang objected. No, we have an appointment. Dad, I will have dinner with Sun Kuan tonight. You have also seen it. When we buy computers together, we take a taxi. Yang Ming said. Oh, I remember. Yang Dahai nodded and said, then you go. Don't come back too late. Mother Yang saw that Yang Dahai agreed, so she couldn't object anymore. After a few words, she went to the kitchen to cook. Your dad and I woke up late. We had breakfast after 10 o'clock. I was just preparing lunch when you woke up. Right, Big Ming, your elder sister called you in the morning. I said that you were sleeping. She asked you to call her back after you wake up. Yang Dahai suddenly thought of something and pointed to the memo on the side of the phone. Yang Li? Yang Ming frowned and asked, What Yang Li? That's your elder sister. Speak politely. Yang Dahai scolded Yang Ming. You have no respect for your elders. Okay, Dad, I got it. Elder sister is elder sister. Yang Ming nodded. Then you should call her back quickly. Yang Dahai saw that Yang Ming was indifferent. He sat on the sofa and watched TV, so he urged him. Okay, I will call in a while. Yang Ming said indifferently. To be honest, he really didn't want to have more contact with Yang Li, so he didn't take it seriously. Call now. What do you mean a while? You're already up. What are you going to do in a while? Yang Dahai said impatiently. I will watch you call. All right, I'll go and make the call. Yang Ming couldn't help it. He stood up and came to the phone. He looked up the caller ID and pressed the call back button. The phone was connected after 2 rings. Uncle's voice came from the other side. Hello. Who are you looking for? Uncle, I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming said, I heard from my dad that elder sister just called me. I'm looking for her. Oh, yes. Lily just said that you were coming. I will call her now. After Uncle finished, he shouted, Yang Li, come and answer the phone. It's Yang Ming. After a while, Yang Li's voice came from the phone. Yang Ming, elder sister, why did you call me? Because his dad was looking at him. Yang Ming had to be polite. Oh, you are up. Yang Li couldn't help but tease. It's already afternoon. You can really sleep. I slept late yesterday. Yang Ming smiled. Although Yang Li's tone was a bit sarcastic, Yang Ming could hear that it was the kind of joke. It wasn't the kind of sarcasm and contempt, so Yang Ming wasn't angry. Well, I want to ask you out for a meal tomorrow. Are you free? Yang Li asked. Tomorrow? Just the two of us? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Yang Li's asking me out for a meal? This was something that had never happened before. I also asked Sun Jie out. Are you coming? Yang Li said. Sun Jie? Yang Ming was stunned and said, Didn't Sun Jie go home? Is she back? Yo. Yang Li snorted. You know quite a lot. I say, Yang Ming, are you really interested in Sun Jie? Elder sister, why are you so talkative today? I wanted to ask her for something 2 days ago. Don't think about it. Yang Ming frowned and said. He is it? Yang Li smiled incredulously. Sun Jie is returning to Songjiang tomorrow. I will give her a welcome dinner. Well, what time tomorrow? Since Sun Jie was going, Yang Ming had no reason to refuse. It just so happened that he was looking for Sun Jie for something important. Tomorrow afternoon, I will drive to your house to pick you up. Yang Li said. Okay, then I will wait for your call. Yang Ming nodded. After hanging up the phone, Yang Dehai asked, Big Ming, why is your sister looking for you? Chapter 446. Yang Li, Big Sister is looking for me for a meal. Yang Ming almost said the wrong thing again. He quickly changed his words so that his dad wouldn't be unhappy. I just heard you talking about Sun Jie. Yang Dehai said, Is it the girl who was at your uncle's house? Yeah, it's her. Dad, your memory is quite good. Yang Ming nodded and said, What memory? Don't mess around. Your relationship with her seems to be quite good. Yang Dehai continued to ask. Ugh, it's still okay, right? Yang Ming looked at his father, who had a serious face. He was somewhat inexplicable. He didn't dare to speak too confidently. He could only be ambiguous. Yang Ming, Yang Dehai said earnestly, You can't let Qin Mingyan down. To be honest, it's your blessing that Qin Mingyan likes you. Think about it. What were you like in the 3 years of high school? What was Qin Mingyan like? She was the study committee member. You were just a bad student at the bottom. Qin Mingyan helped you with your homework so that you could be admitted to university. Now you can't do some dirty things behind her back. If you dare to do anything with other women, I, Yang Dehai, will break your legs. Ugh, Dad, what are you talking about? Yang Ming was a little guilty. After all, he really did have something with Sun Jie. You know what I'm talking about. I won't say more. You can do as you see fit. Yang Dehai snorted and turned his head. Dad, you can rest assured. I won't let Qin Mingyan down. Yang Ming had to say so. However, he didn't say too much because not letting Qin Mingyan down didn't mean that he wouldn't do anything with other girls. At noon, Mother Yang cooked some noodles. The family of 3 enjoyed it. Yang Ming never got tired of his mother's cooking. His mother also said that she would find time to give Qin Mingyan special training. Qin Mingyan was also very happy about it. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Ming received a call from Sun Kuan. Brother, where are you? Brother Sun, I'm at home. What about you? Yang Ming asked. I just got the car. I'm going to your house in my car. I'll let my night shift take us to the restaurant first. Otherwise, it's not easy to stop a taxi at this time. Sun Kuan said. Ah, you are quite thoughtful. Yang Ming thought. Want to stop a taxi at this time? It's really difficult. You should also call your little lover and ask her to get ready. Sun Kuan instructed. I'll pick you up. Let's pick her up. Little lover? Yang Ming was stunned. Brother Sun, isn't she my lover? Isn't it about the same? You little brat, still pretending in front of your big brother. Today, I will drink you to death. Sun Kuan laughed. Hee, I guess you won't be my opponent when it comes to drinking. Yang Ming also laughed. Little lover? Yang Ming was a little dizzy. Zhou Jiejie is my own little lover? Oh my God, if I bring her to my house, it's not enough for me to be worried about. I should thank the gods if she doesn't want to ruin me. In order not to ruin the atmosphere, Yang Ming still called Zhou Jiejie. According to Yang Ming's original idea, he wasn't going to bring her. Hello, Zhou Jiejie. I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming said straightforwardly. Are you ready? Brother Sun just called me. He's coming to pick me up now. Then, we'll pick you up together. I'm at home. I'm ready. Zhou Jie received a call from Yang Ming. She was very excited. She had been waiting for a day. Zhou Jie was the kind of girl who didn't like to dress up. She usually appeared in school without makeup. However, today for Yang Ming, Zhou Jie dressed up carefully in front of the mirror for the whole afternoon. She was looking forward to this meal in the evening. If she knew that Yang Ming didn't plan to bring her, what would she think? However, although Zhou Jie, one of our female protagonists, didn't get Yang Ming's love, she was too infatuated. So, sometimes she couldn't help but get the favor of the god of luck. That was how the story between her and Yang Ming began. Where is your home? Tell me the address. Yang Ming wasn't as excited as she was. He just asked calmly. My home is in Ruisi New City. Brother Sun is a driver. He should know this place. Zhou Jie said. Okay, I will call you when he and I are almost there. You can just go downstairs. Yang Ming said. After more than 10 minutes, Yang Ming received a call from Sun Kuan again. Sun Kuan had arrived at the entrance of Yang Ming's home. Yang Ming had already put on his shoes. He opened the door and went downstairs directly. Brother Sun, Yang Ming ran to Sun Kuan's car. Sun Kuan waved to Yang Ming from the front passenger seat. Slow down. Don't worry. Hee, I can't delay your night shift business. In the car, Yang Ming said with a smile. That's not a big deal. The night shift driver turned his head. He was also a young man in his 30s. My name is Wang Qi. Nice to meet you. I heard Brother Sun mention you. If I didn't drive, I would have gone to drink with you. Hello, Brother Wang. I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming reached out and shook hand with Wang Qi. Let's go. Where are we going? Wang Qi asked as he started the car. Ruisi New Town. Do you know, Brother Wang? Asked Yang Ming. How can I not know? I drive all day long. I have covered the map of Songjiang City. Wang Qi said with a smile. It's not too far from here. We will be there in 10 minutes. Then I will call her now and ask her to come out. As Yang Ming said this, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Zhou Jie's number. Yang Ming, have you arrived? Zhou Jie picked up the phone and asked, I will go down now. We will be there in 10 minutes. You should get ready. Yang Ming said. Okay, I will get dressed. Zhou Jie said. Wang Qi drove the car to Ruisi New Town with ease. Zhou Jie was already waiting there. Get in the car. Yang Ming opened the door on his other side and shouted to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie saw Yang Ming and nodded. She walked over quickly and got in the car. Can you introduce us? Wang Qi smiled. Brother Wang, this is Zhou Jie. She's my college classmate and also my junior high school classmate. Yang Ming introduced. Hello, my name is Wang Qi. I am Brother Sun's night shift. Wang Qi nodded and introduced himself. Hello, Brother Wang. Zhou Jie also nodded with a smile. Junior high school classmate, college classmate, childhood sweethearts. Wang Qi said with a smile. Both of you look very compatible. A perfect match. Ugh, Brother Wang, you misunderstood. Yang Ming looked at the blushing Zhou Jie and thought she was shy. He quickly explained, she and I are just classmates. Well, classmate is classmate. Wang Qi shook his head. Let's go. Brother Sun, let's go to the Biaoji pork sauce bone sauce downstairs. Yes, it is his home. The taste is good and the price is fair. Sun Kuan nodded. However, little Wang, you don't have the luck. Cough. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. One more day won't matter. Wang Qi shook his head, but everyone could see the regret in his eyes. Because Wang Qi still had to do business after sending Yang Ming and the others to the door of Biao's Bone Sauce restaurant. He drove away. Needless to say, the restaurant that Sun Kuan recommended was really popular. It hadn't even started yet, but more than half of the seats were already taken. Yang Ming and the others picked a clean table and sat down. Then they began to order. What do you want to eat? It's my treat today. Let's get drunk. Sun Kuan took the menu from the waiter and handed it to Yang Ming. Brother Sun, didn't we agree that I would treat yesterday? How can I let you spend money? Zhou Jie said quickly. I was just joking yesterday. How could I really let you spend money? Yang Ming wouldn't be willing. Sun Kuan smiled and said, Isn't that so, brother? That is. Yang Ming had to say, Zhou Jiejia. Since brother Sun wants to treat, then let him treat. At most, we will treat him next time. Next time? Us. Zhou Jiejia was delighted. There's a next time? Moreover, Yang Ming said us. That means that she and Yang Ming are in the same group. How could Zhou Jiejia not be excited? What's wrong with you? Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jiejia, who was grinning and was somewhat inexplicable. Why are you in a daze? No, nothing. Zhou Jiejia recovered and shook her head quickly. She said happily, well, brother Sun, next time you don't have to fight with me. Sure. Sun Kuan smiled and said, this time, we came to the place that I recommended. Naturally, I have to treat. Next time, you guys tell me the place. That's a promise. Zhou Jiejia quickly settled it. In this way, she had another opportunity to get along with Yang Ming. Moreover, when facing Sun Kuan, she and Yang Ming were in the same group. Chapter 447. Let's see what you want to eat. Ladies first. Sun Kuan pushed the menu to Zhou Jiejia. I haven't been here before. Brother Sun, you should order. Zhou Jiejia didn't know what was good here. Well, then I won't be polite. Sun Kuan said, give me a plate of soy sauce bones, a plate of soy sauce bones, a plate of dried tofu, a plate of braised pork skin, and a plate of home-style cold dish. Okay, brother Sun, there are 3 of us. These dishes are enough. Yang Ming saw that Sun Kuan still wanted to order, so he quickly stopped him. How could 3 people eat 5 dishes? How could they finish it all? Moreover, Zhou Jiejia was still a girl. She couldn't eat much, so the main force at the table was Yang Ming and Sun Kuan. It's not enough, right? We are 2 big men. Can we eat this? Sun Kuan said, if it's not enough, we'll order more. It will be cold by then. Yang Ming said, that's right. Then we'll order these first. Waiter, give us 10 bottles of beer. Sun Kuan ordered. Okay, do you have drinks? Asked the waiter. Zhou Jiejia, what do you want to drink? Asked Sun Kuan. Sprite, said Zhou Jiejia. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter remembered what Yang Ming wanted and left. This restaurant looks quite popular. Yang Ming said as he looked at the guests who came in. Yeah, the food is delicious. There must be a lot of people eating. Sun Kuan said with some sadness. I used to come here often. Used to? What do you mean? That you didn't come anymore? Zhou Jiejia asked curiously. I came here with my ex-wife. Sun Kuan sighed. Then we divorced. It had to be said that sometimes things were coincidental. Just when Sun Kuan talked about his ex-wife, a woman walked quickly to Yang Ming's table. Sun Kuan, when will you give me the money? As soon as the woman came over, she asked impolitely. Lu Ping? Sun Kuan was stunned. Why are you here? If you knew I was here, you wouldn't have planned to come, right? Hurry up. When are you going to give me this year's child support? Lu Ping snorted and asked. I won't give it to you. Just leave. Sun Kuan's face immediately darkened. Well, I gave you before. I'll just treat it as feeding a dog. What are you talking about? The court ruled that you should pay for your son's upkeep until he reaches adulthood. Are you going to deny it? Lu Ping said anxiously. He's not my son. Why should I raise him? Sun Kuan sneered. You. Lu Ping was at a loss for words. However, she immediately said, how do you know? The household register states that his son's surname is Sun. A DNA test. I will pay for it. Do you dare to go? Sun Kuan said indifferently. Why aren't you talking? You don't dare? There's no need. Cut the crap. Hurry up and give me the child support. Otherwise, I'll sue you in court. Lu Ping threatened. Do as you wish. Sun Kuan said impatiently. Then you wait. Lu Ping turned around and left. The atmosphere at Yang Ming's side was also silent. Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia stared at each other. They didn't know what was going on. What's wrong, brother Sun? Who is she? After a while, Yang Ming asked. My ex-wife. Sun Kuan sighed and smiled bitterly. He didn't have a momentum he had just now. What's going on? What child support does she want? Asked Yang Ming. Asking for child support for a bastard. Sun Kuan sighed. She ran away with someone else. Moreover, she had an affair with that person before. The child wasn't mine at all. It was her and that man's child. Now, that man had played enough and didn't want her anymore. She started to ask me for money and child support. What did she do in the beginning? Why is this person so hateful? Zhou Jiajia sighed after listening. Brother Sun, don't give her money. AI. Sun Kuan shook his head. I thought so every time, but I couldn't stand her begging. I gave her money the last few times. Forget it, Zhou Jiajia. This is Brother Sun's own family matter. We can't intervene. Yang Ming shook his head. However, Brother Sun, I still suggest that you re-sue and verify the child's identity. Then, your heart will be at ease. That makes sense. I will consider it. Sun Kuan shook his head. Come, cheers. When Lu Ping and Sun Kuan were quarreling, the waiter had already served the wine and dishes. However, looking at the two people's tit for tat, he didn't dare to speak much. He left after putting the wine and dishes down. Well, Brother Sun, I will accompany you. Yang Ming sighed. It was a good dinner, but the atmosphere was ruined. Zhou Jiajia didn't care. She was already very satisfied to be able to sit next to Yang Ming. Because Sun Kuan's mood was low, the atmosphere of the banquet was not very good. However, there was no lack of alcohol. They drank one cup after another. In the blink of an eye, all the bottles of beer were gone. Yang Ming had no choice but to ask the waiter for 10 more bottles. Although Zhou Jiajia wanted to persuade Yang Ming to drink less, she also knew that Yang Ming was drinking with Sun Kuan, so she couldn't say anything. She just ate by the side and looked at Yang Ming silently. Just like that, 10 bottles were ordered. Not long after, the two people were surrounded by beer bottles. Until the restaurant was about to close, Sun Kuan was so drunk that he couldn't speak properly. Only then did the two people end the battle. Yang Ming wasn't any better. Although his alcohol tolerance was good, he couldn't stand drinking like that. Dozens of bottles went in. Even the wine god had to lie down. He had to go to the toilet more than 10 times. As a result, Zhou Jiajia was the one who paid for the meal because Sun Kuan and Yang Ming's thoughts had begun to be incoherent. They couldn't remember to pay the bill. Sister, we're going to close. You quickly take your friend and leave. After paying the bill, the restaurant owner instructed, Boss, can you send a waiter to help me? There are 2 of them. I can't move them alone, Zhou Jiajia said with some difficulty. Oh, okay. Sun Kuan? I know him. He used to come here to eat. His house is above us. I even delivered takeout to him. The boss smiled and said, You wait. I will find someone to help you. Little Jing, come over here. Boss, what's the matter? A 17 or 18-year-old young man heard the boss's words and quickly ran over. Do you know Sun Kuan's family? Asked the boss. I know. I was the one who delivered the takeout. What's wrong? Asked little Jing. You help this sister send Sun Kuan back. Instructed the boss. Okay, no problem. Little Jing nodded and went over to help Sun Kuan up. Zhou Jiajia helped Yang Ming up. The 4 of them went out of the restaurant together. Sister, you don't have to worry about me. I will send Brother Sun home. You guys go first, said little Jing. Then I will trouble you. Zhou Jiajia thanked him. Although Yang Ming wasn't very heavy, she was a girl. It was a bit strenuous for her to support Yang Ming. It's okay. It's a piece of cake. Little Jing nodded and supported Sun Kuan upstairs. Yang Ming, wake up. I will send you back. Zhou Jiajia asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming was completely confused. He didn't know north, south, east, west, and couldn't hear what Zhou Jiajia said. Where is your house? I will send you back. Zhou Jiajia was a little anxious. Yang Ming still didn't respond. AI. Zhou Jiajia sighed and helped Yang Ming to a bench by the roadside. She could only let him rest first and see if he could wake up in a while. In fact, Zhou Jiajia could call Yang Ming's house to ask, but Zhou Jiajia didn't dare to. She didn't know how to tell Yang Ming's parents. It was so late. She was a girl, and she came out with Yang Ming. Moreover, Yang Ming was drunk. If Zhou Jiajia's parents questioned her, Zhou Jiajia didn't know how to deal with it. She didn't want Yang Ming's parents to have any prejudice against her. If she called, would Yang Ming's parents think that she wasn't a good girl? Zhou Jiajia cared too much about Yang Ming, so she thought a lot. Sister, what are you doing here? Just as Zhou Jiajia was contemplating, a disgusted voice came. Zhou Jiajia looked up. It was 2 young men in their 20s. They were holding cigarettes and looking at her lecherously. "Accompany my boyfriend. Didn't you see?" Zhou Jia also knew that these two people weren't good people, so she brought up Yang Ming next to her to let them back off. "Your boyfriend? Yo, is it this dead pig?" One of the young men squinted his eyes and looked at the drunk Yang Ming. He said disdainfully, in his eyes, this person was the same as not having him. There was no threat to him at all. Chapter 448. You're not allowed to talk about him. Zhou Jia heard the young man calling Yang Ming a dead pig, so she said unhappily with a cold face, "Huh, you're not allowed to talk about it? Why do you love this pretty boy so much?" The young man said as he walked over and wanted to slap Yang Ming's face with his hand. Although Yang Ming was drunk and not very sober, as a strictly trained assassin, Yang Ming still maintained a trace of vigilance deep in his heart. If someone wanted to harm him, Yang Ming could still react quickly. Yang Ming was really drunk now, but he could still instinctively perceive the danger. When Yang Ming felt the wind on his face, he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped the young man's face. With a crisp paw sound, the young man's left face was swollen. Yang Ming also slightly sobered up. A person's potential was unlimited. In an instant, Yang Ming's reason overcame the paralysis of the alcohol in his body. Yang Ming tried to open his eyes, but he found that he couldn't do it. Yang Ming could still control the large muscles, but for the small nerves on the face like the eyelids, Yang Ming couldn't control them. However, what made Yang Ming feel strange was that although his eyes were closed, everything in front of him was clear. It was like when he opened his eyes, right? Yang Ming suddenly remembered that his eyes had the ability to see through things. In other words, he could see things outside through the eyelids. This was also a use of his special ability, being able to see the young man in front of him clearly. Yang Ming was more skilled in fighting people. "Motherfucker, you want to sneak attack me when I'm drunk? I'll slap you to death." The young man didn't think that Yang Ming, who was like a dead pig just now, could suddenly explode. Moreover, when he was unprepared, he was caught off guard and embarrassed. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was knocked to the ground by Yang Ming's uppercut. He couldn't get up. Another young man saw that his companion was beaten and suddenly became anxious. He picked up a board on the side of the road and wanted to hit Yang Ming's head. Although Yang Ming's eyes were closed as if he was drunk, he could see it clearly. Moreover, what surprised Yang Ming was that after he closed his eyes, not only could he see the things in front of him, but he could also see the things behind him clearly. In other words, Yang Ming's eyes now had a 360-degree wide angle, and he could see every corner in front and behind him. This was a situation that had never happened before, or he had never tried it before. After all, Yang Ming couldn't close his eyes unless he was sleeping at night. However, when he was sleeping, Yang Ming didn't think about using his special ability at all. This discovery immediately surprised Yang Ming. It seems that it is as I expected. This pair of glasses not only has the three functions of X-ray vision, telescopic vision, and night vision. It also has other functions, but I haven't found them yet. For example, I haven't figured out the ability to see other people's thoughts. But today, because of a strange combination of circumstances, Yang Ming discovered another awesome function of the glasses. 360-degree wide angle. This is quite useful, especially when I'm an assassin. When I close my eyes, I don't have to be afraid that someone will sneak an attack. In other words, when I was in the college entrance examination, I was worried about whether I would be assigned to the first table in the exam, which would affect my cheating. If I knew about this function of the glasses, I would be able to see in all directions when I close my eyes. However, sometimes, the saying that extreme joy begets sorrow was very reasonable. Yang Ming was shocked because he discovered an important new function of his special ability, so it caused a pause in his action. This pause wasn't good. The back of Yang Ming's head was hit by the board in the hands of the young man, who came up from behind. When he went out to mingle in the underworld, Yang Ming had also been hit on the head with something like a brick. His head was very hard, but he drank today. His head was a little muddled, and he was even more dizzy when he was hit by the board. However, Yang Ming's willpower was much stronger than ordinary people. Before he fell, he still struggled to resist. He kicked the person's lower abdomen and kicked him 4 or 5 meters away. He hit a Santana car, parked on the side of the road, not far away. The young man's head directly hit the windshield of the Santana, breaking the windshield. As for Yang Ming, after knowing that the danger alarm was activated, he continued to fall dizzily. In fact, the board wasn't very heavy. The reason why Yang Ming fell was mostly because of the alcohol in his body. But Zhou Jie didn't know. She thought that Yang Ming was hit by the young man, so she was immediately scared out of her wits. She subconsciously hugged Yang Ming. Yang Ming, what happened to you? Wake up. Yang Ming didn't wake up this time. Perhaps, in the depths of Yang Ming's heart, his hostility to Zhou Jie had slowly disappeared, but he still didn't know it. At least this time, he didn't beat Zhou Jie up reflexively. Looking at Yang Ming's expressionless face without any reaction, Zhou Jie was a little overwhelmed. She didn't know where she got the strength. She gritted her teeth and carried Yang Ming from the ground. She hurriedly ran to the side of the road and reached out to stop a taxi that passed by here. Seeing that Zhou Jie, a girl, was struggling to carry a man, the taxi driver quickly got off and helped her open the back door. When she got in the car, he asked, "Did you drink too much?" "No. I was hit by 2 bad guys with a board." "Mister, go to the nearest hospital." Zhou Jie shook her head anxiously and said, You were hit. Do we need to call the police?" The taxi driver asked subconsciously, "What police? Let's go to the hospital first." "Hurry up," Zhou Jie said anxiously. "Okay." The taxi driver looked at Zhou Jie's pitiful appearance and sympathized with her. He quickly started the car. "Go to the People's Hospital?" "In. The sooner the better," said Zhou Jie. "Okay, got it. We'll be there soon. Sit tight. I'm going to race." As the taxi driver said this, the car jumped out like a rocket. Fortunately, there weren't many cars at night. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the First People's Hospital of Songjiang City. Zhou Jie paid the taxi fare and carried Yang Ming to the emergency room. She ran and said to herself, "Yang Ming, you can't have anything happen to you." Her voice had a sobbing tone. The taxi driver looked at Zhou Jie's back. He couldn't help but be stunned. This little girl looks weak, but she can actually carry a man, and she runs so fast. It's incredible. Zhou Jie didn't consider the problem of whether she could carry Yang Ming. So what if she couldn't carry him? Wasn't she carrying him now? What Zhou Jie was thinking now was to find someone to treat Yang Ming. Doctor, please help me take a look. How is he?" When they entered the hospital, Zhou Jie saw a man in a white coat. She quickly stopped in front of him and said, "Little girl, don't worry. I'm not a doctor. I'm from the pharmacy. If you want to see a doctor, you have to go there to register first." The white coat kindly explained. Registration. "Yes, I have to register. I'll go now. Thank you." Zhou Jie just remembered that she had to register to see a doctor in the hospital. She quickly thanked him and carried Yang Ming to register. "Little girl, aren't you tired? You put him on the chair on the side first. You just have to register." The white coat was a little dumbfounded. "No, I have to look at him at all times." Zhou Jie shook her head firmly. "You're so good to your boyfriend." The white coat didn't force it. He sighed and said, "Ugh." Zhou Jie's face blushed, but then it was filled with endless worry. Someone said that Yang Ming was her boyfriend. She should be happy, but she didn't have the mood to be happy. Fortunately, there was no one to register at night. Zhou Jie directly paid the money and got an emergency number. She carried Yang Ming and quickly ran to the emergency room. "Doctor, you save him." Zhou Jie rushed into the emergency room and shouted to the doctor inside, "Don't be nervous. Tell me what happened to the patient first." The doctor in the emergency room stood up and greeted them. He began to look at Yang Ming. "He fainted," Zhou Jie said. "Such a strong smell of alcohol. Did he drink too much?" The doctor frowned and said, "Little girl, are you too nervous? The patient just drank too much, right?" No, he was hit on the head with a board." Zhou Jie said in a hurry. "Doctor, take a closer look." "What? Hit by a board? Where was it hit?" The doctor asked quickly. Chapter 449. Here, Zhou Jieji quickly gestured to the back of Yang Ming's head. The doctor's expression also became dignified. He carefully looked at Yang Ming's eyelids, then touched the back of Yang Ming's head and said, "There is nothing abnormal on the surface. How about this? You take him to do a CT scan, and then I will see if there is any blood congestion. Okay, I will go now." Zhou Jieji nodded and said, "I will give you a bill. You take it and pay first." The doctor said, "The CT room is just ahead on the left. After you pay, you can go directly to the CT scan." Although Zhou Jieji wanted the doctor to take the CT scan for Yang Ming first, she also knew the rules of the hospital. If you don't pay, it was impossible to see the doctor first. The doctor had no right to change it. She quickly ran to pay the money. Zhou Jieji took Yang Ming to the CT room to take the CT scan. While waiting for the scan to be developed and printed, Zhou Jieji asked about Yang Ming's situation in the emergency room. "Doctor, is he okay? I can't say for sure. I didn't take the CT scan. I can't see the inside. It looks fine from the outside." The doctor said, "But if it is an internal injury, it will be more serious." Is there any danger to his life?" Zhou Jieji was shocked and asked quickly. Looking at his current appearance, his life should not be in danger. The doctor said, "But if he is really injured, it is possible to leave some sequelae." "What? There are sequelae?" Zhou Jieji was shocked and asked, "What sequelae?" "For example, a vegetative state, hemiplegia, and so on. The brain is the most mysterious part of our human beings. If it is injured, it may cause many kinds of diseases." The doctor shook his head and said, "But you can rest assured. The patient's age is not old. There should be no big problem." "Thank you," Zhou Jieji said with some sadness. Yang Ming was injured in order to protect her. At least, Zhou Jieji thought so. Yang Ming was already drunk to the point of being unconscious. When he saw that she was being bullied by the hooligans, he was actually able to resist and protect her. This was really too precious. Therefore, when Zhou Jieji heard the doctor say that Yang Ming might have sequelae, she made a decision. No matter what happened to Yang Ming in the future, she would take care of Yang Ming for a lifetime. Even if Yang Ming was in a vegetative state, Zhou Jieji would never leave him. Moreover, Zhou Jieji didn't think that she did this because of guilt. She was really willing from the bottom of her heart. In her opinion, no matter what, it was enough to be with Yang Ming. She was already very happy and satisfied. He was afraid that Yang Ming's current girlfriend would not even give him this opportunity. Because Zhou Jieji felt that Yang Ming was a very good man, his girlfriend would not give up on Yang Ming because of this. At least, Zhou Jieji thought that she would never. After waiting anxiously for 20 minutes, the radiographic films came out. The doctor took the radiographic films and looked at them for a long time. Zhou Jieji was also nervous for a long time. She didn't even dare to breathe. "There is no problem. There is no congestion. Everything is normal." The doctor put down the radiographic films and said with a smile, "Don't worry." Really?" Zhou Jieji was somewhat skeptical, but there was excitement in her tone. "Really?" The doctor nodded affirmatively. "Then why is he still not awake?" Zhou Jieji was still a little worried. "Because he drank too much." The doctor smiled. "Doctor, I'm still a little worried." "Is he really okay?" asked Zhou Jieji. "He is really fine. If you're still worried, then I will give you a shot of hangover medicine. Give it to him, and he will wake up in a while." The doctor saw that Zhou Jieji was still worried, so he said, "Okay, then let's do it. Now." Zhou Jieji nodded and agreed. "What should I do?" "I will give you a receipt. You go and pay, right? Do you want to do it here or in a temporary ward?" asked the doctor. "Let's open a temporary ward." Zhou Jieji didn't care about the money. Her family conditions were very good, so the concept of money wasn't very heavy. However, she never went out to show off like some rich young masters and young ladies. Zhou Jieji only cared about two things. One was Yang Ming, and the other was computer technology. A temporary ward is very expensive. It costs 300 yuan a night. It is almost the same as staying in a hotel. If you're in the emergency room, you don't have to spend money. It is just a little noisy. The doctor saw that Zhou Jiejie and Yang Ming were both dressed as students, so he kindly reminded them. Thank you, but let's open a temporary ward. I don't want him to be disturbed. Zhou Jiejie nodded to the doctor. The doctor didn't say much. He wrote a receipt and handed it to Zhou Jiejie. After Zhou Jiejie paid the bill, she came to a ward on the second floor under the guidance of a nurse. The conditions of the ward were good. There were 2 single beds, a TV, air conditioning, and a separate bathroom. However, Zhou Jiejie didn't come here to play. She was here to take care of Yang Ming, so she didn't have the mood to study the conditions here. After giving Yang Ming the medicine, the nurse put Yang Ming on an intravenous drip and said to Zhou Jiejie, the timing of the medicine is relatively slow. It will take about 3 hours. I will come over when it's almost time. If you have anything, you can also call me through the emergency nurse contact station button on the bed. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Zhou Jiejie nodded to the nurse. After sending her out, she closed the door of the ward. Poor Yang Ming. He was just drunk, but he was brought to the hospital by the anxious Zhou Jiejie. There was a CT scan and an 4 drip. I don't know how Yang Ming will feel when he wakes up. Zhou Jiejie sat quietly at Yang Ming's bed and looked at Yang Ming. Her eyes showed deep affection. I actually spent a night alone with Yang Ming. It's a wonderful feeling. Zhou Jiejie looked at Yang Ming's handsome face. She couldn't help but kiss him gently on his face. Then, she immediately raised her head. She was afraid that she would be noticed by Yang Ming. She was like a child who had done something wrong. She didn't dare to breathe. After waiting for a long time, she didn't see any other reaction from Yang Ming. Zhou Jiejie was relieved. She lowered her head again and hesitated. This time, she kissed Yang Ming's mouth. Anyway, the 2 people had kissed. Zhou Jiejie didn't care. Moreover, in her heart, she could only like Yang Ming in this life. So, she didn't feel frivolous about what she was doing now. Yang Ming didn't move, but Zhou Jiejie liked the feeling of stealing food. It was very comfortable and very exciting. It made Zhou Jiejie unable to extricate herself. Finally, she couldn't hold back her impulse. She kissed Yang Ming's face 3 times. Then, she raised her head and continued to look at Yang Ming. Then, she continued to kiss him. The nurse who passed by here for ward rounds saw the 2 people kissing together. She didn't want to disturb them. She left quietly after a glance. If Zhou Jiejie wasn't afraid that Yang Ming would suddenly wake up, she might have kept kissing, but she was also rational. She knew that now wasn't the time to do this kind of thing. After a few kisses, Zhou Jiejie quietly stayed by Yang Ming's side. Although Yang Ming was drunk, he still had some consciousness outside. He was half awake. Yang Ming felt that he seemed to have done something with a girl, but he didn't know the specifics. After a while, probably the antidote worked. Yang Ming's expressionless face suddenly frowned. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him. When he saw Zhou Jiejie beside him, he couldn't help but ask, "Where is this?" "Yang Ming, you woke up?" Zhou Jiejie looked at Yang Ming in surprise. "That's great. Are you okay?" "What? Am I okay? What the hell is going on?" "Of course I'm okay," Yang Ming asked, baffled. "Yang Ming, do you have a headache?" Zhou Jiejie continued to ask. "Head? A little. What's wrong?" Yang Ming thought, what's wrong with this Zhou Jiejie? Why is she asking these inexplicable questions? It still hurts. That won't do. I have to call the doctor. Zhou Jiejie was shocked. She quickly stood up and wanted to go out. "Wait," Yang Ming suddenly shouted. "What did you say? What do you mean by a doctor? Don't you have a headache? So I will call the doctor." Zhou Jiejie thought, Yang Ming's brain can't be damaged, right? Why can't you understand such a simple logic? If I have a headache, why are you looking for a doctor? If you drink too much, you'll have a headache. What's so strange? Yang Ming said helplessly, "But where am I?" Chapter 450. Weren't you hit on the head by the board? Zhou Jiejie asked carefully. "What board?" Yang Ming was stunned. "You mean the 2 punks?" "Yeah. Weren't you hit on the head by the board and then fainted?" Zhou Jiejie nodded and said. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. "That board. I was often hit when I was fighting in junior high school. I fainted because I was drunk. Zhou Jiejia, is this the hospital? And Zhou Jiejia saw that Yang Ming was fine, so she was relieved. However, she said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, Yang Ming. I thought you were hit by the board and fainted, so I sent you to the hospital. You sent me? Yang Ming only remembered that he fainted at the time, and then his consciousness wasn't clear. Yeah, I was too anxious, Zhou Jiejia whispered. How did you get me to the hospital? Yang Ming frowned and asked. I took a taxi, Zhou Jiejia said. I'm not asking about this. I mean, how did I get on the taxi? How did I move in the hospital? Yang Ming stared at Zhou Jiejia and asked. I carried you. Zhou Jiejia's face suddenly turned red. You could carry me? Although Yang Ming had already faintly felt that this was the case, when he heard Zhou Jiejia say it, he was still shocked. Zhou Jiejia's weak body could actually carry me? I don't know. I was anxious, so I didn't think so much. Zhou Jiejia looked at Yang Ming. She didn't know if he was angry or something else, so she stuttered a little. Thank you, Zhou Jiejia. Yang Ming was really moved. Regardless of what Zhou Jiejia had done in the past, at this moment, Yang Ming really forgave her from the bottom of his heart. Not for anything else, but for the fact that she could be so enthusiastic about him and send him to the hospital. This affection was not ordinary. At this moment, Yang Ming also accepted Zhou Jiejia as a friend in his heart. Thank me? When Zhou Jiejia heard Yang Ming's words, she was a little dumbfounded. You don't blame me for taking the initiative to send you to the hospital? You're just being nice. Why would I blame you? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhou Jiejia, to be honest, no matter what, I have to thank you this time. Your starting point is right. Zhou Jiejia smiled shyly. This was the first time that Yang Ming had praised her. Zhou Jiejia was very happy. However, I want to know now, what is this thing in my hand? Yang Ming pointed to the drip on his hand and asked. This is an antidote. The doctor said that you were in a coma because you drank too much wine. I was a little worried. I was afraid that there was still a problem with your head. I wanted to see if there were any other problems after you woke up. Zhou Jiejia said embarrassedly. I see. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. He couldn't blame Zhou Jiejia. After all, Zhou Jiejia was doing it for his own good. But I have to go to the toilet now. Can you call the nurse to come over and pull out this bottle first? Zhou Jiejia was stunned and said quickly, Okay, I will call the nurse. As she said this, she pressed the button of the emergency nurse contact station on the bed and called the nurse on duty. It didn't take long for the nurse on duty to arrive. When she entered the room, she asked, What's the matter? Nurse, I want to go to the toilet. Yang Ming said, Oh, you're awake? The nurse on duty asked, Since you're awake, you can go to the toilet if you want to. Isn't there a toilet in your ward? Why did you call me here? I mean, can you pull out the needle of this drip first? When I come back, can you put in for me? Yang Ming pointed to the infusion device in his hand and asked, Why is it so troublesome? The nurse on duty frowned. Just take the infusion bottle to the toilet. But my hands aren't enough. I'm not an octopus. I have a needle in one hand and an infusion bottle in the other. How can I undo my pants? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Let your girlfriend help you. The nurse on duty rolled her eyes and thought, Why is this person so stupid? My girlfriend? Yang Ming was stunned and then looked at Zhou Jiejia. Her? Yeah. Why don't you just let her help you? Don't tell me you're shy. The nurse on duty snorted and thought, I just saw you two hugging each other and whispering sweet nothings to each other. She's not my girlfriend. Yang Ming shook his head and said helplessly, Not? How can it not be? The nurse on duty was also stunned. I just saw her. The nurse on duty was only halfway through her sentence when Zhou Jiejia was shocked. She jumped up from Yang Ming's bed as if a spring was installed on her, but she ran to the nurse on duty in 3 steps. Nurse, I'll help him. You can go ahead. Then, she pushed the nurse on duty out of the door without any explanation. Although the nurse on duty was somewhat inexplicable, she didn't think much about it. She shook her head and left. Zhou Jiejia's forehead was full of cold sweat. God, she actually saw me kissing Yang Ming secretly. Moreover, it It was just a little bit more, and the matter would have been exposed. Although Zhou Jiejie liked Yang Ming, for a girl, kissing a boy secretly was a shameful thing. If it was exposed, then she wouldn't be able to meet anyone in the future. Wouldn't it be too shameful? Therefore, Zhou Jiejie was so anxious to push the nurse on duty out. But Yang Ming wondered, what is this Zhou Jiejie doing? Zhou Jiejie, why did you let her go? What should I do? I'm suffocating, Yang Ming said with a bitter face. I drank so much beer and was on the drip for so long. Let me help you hold the drip bottle. Zhou Jiejie clenched her teeth and said with a red face. You. Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jiejie. Are you kidding? Aya, what's wrong with you? I said I'll help you, so I'll help you. You're a man, yet you're so wishy-washy. Zhou Jiejie listened to Yang Ming's words and knew that he was suffocating. She was afraid that Yang Ming would really suffocate, so she simply used the method of provocation. Why? Are you afraid that I'll see? Ugh. Yang Ming sighed. Zhou Jiejie was a girl. She didn't care, so why should he care? It was just that he and Zhou Jiejie weren't in a relationship. Yang Ming still felt a bit awkward. I was seen by you last time, but I didn't say anything. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Zhou Jiejie was really afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't comply. She was determined and said with shyness. Okay. Yang Ming listened to Zhou Jiejie and couldn't refuse anymore, so he carefully sat up from the bed. Zhou Jiejie took Yang Ming's drip bottle and went to the bathroom with Yang Ming. You turn around. Yang Ming glanced at Zhou Jiejie and said. And Zhou Jiejie nodded. She wasn't a perverted woman. Although she loved Yang Ming, she wouldn't want to peek at Yang Ming. After all, the psychology of girls and boys was different. Seeing that Zhou Jiejie turned around, Yang Ming quickly unbuttoned his pants and peed. I almost peed my pants just now, listening to the sound of the water behind her. Zhou Jiejie was very shy, but she was very happy in her heart. After all, after experiencing the incident tonight, her relationship with Yang Ming must have taken another step forward. Yang Ming didn't expect that he actually peed so much. No wonder he felt like he was about to explode. After peeing, Yang Ming took a long sigh of relief. Zhou Jiejie heard that the sound of the water behind her stopped, but she didn't see Yang Ming speak for a long time, so she curiously turned around. Yang Ming, what are you doing? As soon as she spoke, Zhou Jiejie's face was red again. She got up. Although Yang Ming finished peeing, his pants hadn't been pulled up yet. Zhou Jiejie inevitably saw something that she shouldn't have seen. Yang Ming saw Zhou Jiejie turn around and quickly pulled up his pants. He said with some embarrassment, You really want to look back? Go away. How would I know what you're doing? I saw that you didn't move for a long time, so Zhou Jiejie complained. Halfway through, Yang Ming went to the bathroom last time. It seemed that there was still a lot of water in the body. Plus, the drip bottle continued to inject water into the body, which was normal. However, after a few times, Zhou Jiejie didn't dare to look back again. In her mind, there were still fragments of the picture at that time. When she thought about it, her face burned. It wasn't until 5 o'clock in the morning that Yang Ming's drip was completed. After the infusion set was removed, Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejie left the hospital together. Chapter 451. How much did you spend? Although Yang Ming wasn't sick, Yang Ming also knew that he had to spend a lot of money to go to the hospital. Not much. You don't have to give it to me. Zhou Jiejie smiled. How can that be? This trip must have cost a few hundred, right? Asked Yang Ming. And more than 600, but it's okay. Aren't we good friends? Zhou Jiejie smiled. Yang Ming also smiled and no longer insisted. At this moment, he even had an illusion. If Zhou Jiejie hadn't done that, how good would it have been? In that case, his relationship with Zhou Jiejie should be closer than now. Although they couldn't be boyfriend and girlfriend, they should be confidants, right? After stopping a taxi, Yang Ming sent Zhou Jiejie home first. The car stopped at the entrance of Zhou Jiejie's community in Ruishi New City. Zhou Jiejie looked at Yang Ming with some reluctance. She couldn't help but whisper, Can you hug me? Man's desires are the most difficult to satisfy. Although Zhou Jiejie felt that this was inappropriate, she still had some extravagant hopes that she could go further with Yang Ming. Yang Ming was thinking about the 360-degree wide-angle special ability when he beat up the little punk, so he didn't hear what Zhou Jiejie said. "En? What did you say?" asked Yang Ming. "No, nothing. I said, I will see you at school the day after tomorrow." How could Zhou Jiejie have the courage to say it again? "Okay, see you the day after tomorrow." Yang Ming nodded. "Send me a text message when you go back. Let me know that you're safe." Although it was already dawn, there were still very few people in the community. Zhou Jiejie came home so late because of him, so Yang Ming felt that it was necessary to care about her. "Okay," Zhou Jiejie replied with some excitement. "Yang Ming, is he caring about me?" Zhou Jiejie felt so happy. "Be careful on the road." Yang Ming nodded to Zhou Jiejie. Zhou Jiejie didn't feel sleepy at all. She returned home happily. She picked up the phone and prepared to send a text message to Yang Ming, but she was unexpectedly tapped from behind. "Jiejie, where did you go? Why are you only back now?" Zhou Jiejie was shocked. She quickly put down her phone and turned around. "Mom, I'm going out to eat with my classmates. I know you went out to eat with your classmates, but how can you eat until 5 in the morning?" Mother Zhou asked with a sullen face. "Jiejie, did you do something you shouldn't have done?" "Mom, what did I do?" Zhou Jiejie frowned and said with some grievance. "My classmate drank too much. I took him to the hospital. Is it a boy or a girl?" Mrs. Zhou asked seriously. Male. Zhou Jiejie didn't dare to hide it from her mother. "A man? Just you and him?" Mrs. Zhou's expression became serious. Yes. Zhou Jiejie nodded. "Jiejie, are you dating a friend?" Mrs. Zhou glanced at Zhou Jiejie and asked. I. "Mom, don't ask. I don't want to say," Zhou Jiejie said in a hurry. "Jiejie, you tell Mom the truth. Yes or no?" Mrs. Zhou asked. Mom, what are you doing? So what if I am? So what if I'm not?" Zhou Jiejie stood there with a bitter face. "Who is that boy? What does his family do?" Mrs. Zhou asked. "I don't know. Why are you asking this?" Zhou Jiejie's good mood began to be depressed. "Why am I asking this? Isn't it because of you? Jiejie, think about your own identity. Of course, you have to find someone of the same social status to date a friend. I must investigate the boy's family background." Mrs. Zhou said. "Mom, why are you investigating this?" Zhou Jiejie frowned and said carefully, "Besides, I haven't confirmed my relationship with him yet, no." Mrs. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Tell Mom who the boy is. I will find someone to investigate. If he is really a match for you, then Mom won't object to it. But if he isn't worthy of you, then you don't have to deal with him." Zhou Jiejie naturally knew what Yang Ming's family was like. When she heard her mother's words, she couldn't help but look gloomy. She said stubbornly, "Mom, can you not worry about this matter? I will handle it myself." "No, my son-in-law must be a match. Otherwise, your father will lose face," Mrs. Zhou said firmly. "Mom, I'm tired. I want to rest." Zhou Jiejie was very helpless, but there was no other way. At this time, Zhou Jiejie's cell phone rang. Zhou Jiejie glanced at the caller ID on the cell phone. It was actually Yang Ming calling. Her heart was excited. She just wanted to answer it, but unexpectedly, the cell phone was snatched by her mother. It didn't take long for Yang Ming to get home. He took a hot shower and washed away the smell of disinfectant on his body. Yang Ming was ready to go to bed, but he suddenly remembered that Zhou Jiejie hadn't sent him a text message yet. Yang Ming frowned. Did something happen to this chick? In the past, Yang Ming was too lazy to care about her, but now it was different. Yang Ming could not worry about her. He quickly pulled up Zhou Jiejie's number and dialed it. After the call was connected, Yang Ming quickly asked, "Zhou Jiejie, are you home? Why didn't you send me a text message to tell me that you were safe?" Mother Zhou just saw the caller ID on the phone. At this moment, when she heard Yang Ming's tone, she immediately understood. It turned out that the boy who went out with her daughter was called Yang Ming. This time, it was easier to handle when she knew the name. "Oh, you are Yang Ming, right?" asked Mother Zhou. Yang Ming was shocked. "Motherfucker, am I so unlucky? This Zhou Jiejie was also kidnapped by others?" Thinking of this, Yang Ming immediately asked, "Who are you?" Where's Zhou Jejia? I am Zhou Jejia's mother. Zhou Jejia is already resting. Why are you looking for her? Said Mother Zhou. So that's it. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Most likely, Zhou Jejia might be too tired and fell asleep when she got home. Yang Ming was relieved. I just want to confirm that Zhou Jejia is home, so I am relieved. Oh, you are quite concerned about my Jejia. Mother Zhou said. Just now, did you go out with Jejia? Yes, Auntie. Yang Ming said. I heard that you were hospitalized? Mother Zhou asked. Is this the case? Yes, I have to thank Zhou Jejia for this. As Yang Ming said this, a cloud of doubt rose in his heart. Wasn't Zhou Jejia asleep? How could her mother know that I was hospitalized? What the hell is going on? It's okay. That's all for now, student Yang Ming. Mother Zhou said and hung up the phone. Yang Ming shook his head, threw the phone aside, and went to bed. Zhou Jejia looked at her mother with anger. Mom, how can you just pick up my phone call? What's wrong with that? Aren't you my child? Mother Zhou said disapprovingly. I know. Isn't his name Yang Ming? I will investigate him another day. Mom, I hate you. Zhou Jejia grabbed her phone, and tears couldn't stop flowing. Zhou Jejia felt wronged and sad. It was not easy to get closer to Yang Ming. It was not easy for Yang Ming to call for the first time to care about her, but she didn't pick up. Yang Ming's family background, it was impossible to hide it from her mother. If her mother knew about it, she would definitely stop it. What should I do? Zhou Jejia went to bed, covered her head with a quilt, and cried with grievance. Mother Zhou sighed and said, Jejia, Mom is doing this for your own good. You will understand in the future. I don't want to listen. Zhou Jejia said painfully. Forget it. You think about it yourself. After that, Mother Zhou left Zhou Jejia's room. Yang Ming was woken up by Yang Li's phone call. Yang Ming complained and picked up the phone. Yang Li was smart this time. She didn't call the landline at home, but directly harassed him through the phone. Hello. Yang Ming picked up the phone weakly. Yang Ming, why haven't you woken up yet? Are you still going to eat? Yang Li asked. How do you know I haven't woken up? Asked Yang Ming. Listening to your voice, I know you haven't woken up yet. I will pick you up at your door at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Li said, I set the time, so I won't call you. Okay, what time is it now? Asked Yang Ming. It's not even 10 o'clock. Yang Li chuckled. Damn. Yang Ming almost went berserk. He yelled at the other end of the phone, Yang Li, I said you would come at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but you called me before 10 o'clock? Chapter 452. Yang Li smiled and hung up the phone. Yang Ming was so angry that he turned off the phone directly to prevent Yang Li from harassing him again. However, the phone was set as an alarm clock. He still couldn't miss the appointment because he did have something to do with Sun Jia. In a small hotel in Songjiang City, the two little hooligans who harassed Yang Ming and were beaten up by Yang Ming yesterday were being reprimanded by a young master. Are you two fucking pigheads? You are here to cause trouble? Don't you know that I have something important to do with you? The young master yelled angrily. Ugh, I'm sorry, young Master Sunday. We didn't expect this to happen. The face of the little hooligan was still swollen. It was smeared with medicinal wine. Yesterday, he was slapped by Yang Ming. Obviously, it wasn't light. Humph, you affect the appearance of the city. I'm upset when I see you. The young master scolded. This young master was the young master of the Sun family, student Sun Jiwei. Yesterday, he transferred 2 thugs from Donghai to teach Yang Ming a lesson. Why? Originally, Sun Jiwei didn't like to play the tricks of the underworld. His character was still relatively childish. Therefore, the main means of attacking Yang Ming had always been the school method. He used the identity of the class cadre to trip up Yang Ming and complain about him. The reason why Sun Jiwei also played the underworld method was, of course, instigated by others. Who was this person? Who was the most willing to use this method to mess with others? The answer was obvious. Our first antagonist, Wang Jitao, was a master of this method. Last time, after Wang Jitao learned about Sun Jiwei's background from his father, Wang Shifan, he began to consciously approach Sun Jiwei. Although the two people had some friction before, Wang Jitao himself was a member of the underworld. His communication skills weren't ordinary. With a few compliments, he flattered Sun Jiwei. This was why recently, Wang Jitao could enter and leave Yang Ming's class at any time without being stopped by Sun Jiwei. Under the deliberate management of Wang Jitao, the two people quickly became good friends. Sun Jiwei, a rich child, naturally liked to make friends with a second generation like Wang Jitao. The two people had similar tastes and interests. After drinking a few times, they became good friends who talked about everything. After 30 minutes of drinking, Wang Jitao pretended to be drunk and began to complain. "Brother Sun, don't you think that I am sullen? What's wrong, Brother Wang?" Sun Jiwei narrowed his eyes. "In the land of Songjiang, your Wang family is more ruthless than our Sun family. Who dares to provoke younger Brother Wang? Isn't it Yang Ming, that kid? He goes against me everywhere." Wang Jitao said coldly. That's not right. Brother Wang, isn't your relationship with Yang Ming very good? Aren't you two high school classmates? Sun Jiwei was stunned. He remembered that Wang Jitao seemed to have stood up for Yang Ming. Good? What's good about it? That's just on the surface. In fact, we have reached the point where we can't tolerate each other. Wang Jitao said coldly. Motherfucker, I'm really a coward. I'm actually bullied by Yang Ming. Brother Wang, what do you mean? Sun Jiwei slapped the table heroically and said, You tell your brother and see if there is anything I can help with. AI, it's useless to talk about it. Wang Jitao shook his head with a bitter smile. Yang Ming is very popular in Songjiang's underworld. I have troubled him a few times before. Guess what the result was? What's wrong? Could it be that he can fight? Sun Jiwei said disdainfully. I don't know if he can fight, but the gangsters that I found saw that the person they were going to teach was Yang Ming. They were so scared that they ran away without saying anything. Wang Jitao said exaggeratedly. Yang Ming, he mingled in the underworld when he was in junior high school. He has a lot of connections. Underworld? Sun Jiwei sneered disdainfully. When it comes to playing underworld, then he can't do it. He's just a little gangster. He's not good enough. Oh. Wang Jitao pretended to be stunned, and then he slapped his thigh. All right, how can I forget? Brother Sun, your family is from the underworld. When it comes to playing underworld, who can play with your Sun family? Hee, you can't say that. Our Sun family is only badass in Donghai. Sun Jiwei couldn't help but say proudly. The underworld is not divided by territory. Whoever is ruthless is the badass. Wang Jitao said casually. That's true. Sun Jiwei nodded stupidly. AI, hold your breath. You said that Yang Ming has a girlfriend, and he is so close to Zhou Jiejia. Wang Jitao sighed. Why am I so unlucky? It's not easy to like a girl, but Yang Ming still interferes. Damn. Brother Wang, it turns out that you like Zhou Jiejia. Sun Jiwei suddenly said. Sun Jiwei didn't care much about the relationship between men and women. He was a little lacking in this aspect. To put it bluntly, Sun Jiwei was like a child who hadn't grown up. Yeah, didn't you see it? Wang Jitao also smiled bitterly. This Sun Jiwei's EQ is too low. I see. Damn, I think that Yang Ming is also very annoying. He goes against me everywhere and challenges my authority. I can't wait to beat him up. Sun Jiwei said angrily. Yes, during high school, when I was the class monitor, Yang Ming also went against me everywhere. Damn, my lungs were about to explode. Wang Jitao echoed. Therefore, the two people had a common topic. They criticized Yang Ming's various crimes together. He didn't respect the class committee, he was self-righteous, and he didn't obey. In the end, Sun Jiwei slammed the table. Brother Wang, you can rest assured. Leave this to me. I will teach him a lesson. Brother Sun, you have to be careful. Yang Ming is a punk. Wang Jitao pretended to remind him out of kindness, but in fact, he was provoking him. Damn, do you think I'm afraid of him? No matter how badass he is in Songjiang, it's useless. I will transfer a few paratroopers from Donghai. They can't beat him to death. Sun Jiwei said disdainfully. I want to see what tricks he has this time. Brother Sun, you are really talented. You can come up with such a badass idea. You are really a dragon among men. You'll be a ruthless person in the future. Wang Jitao complimented. Haha, you are too kind. Sun Jiwei nodded and smiled very happily. Therefore, Sun Jiwei transferred a few men from his family in Donghai. Of course, they definitely didn't get the consent of his uncle. They were just found in private. But since the young master of the Sun family spoke, the people in front of him would give him face. So they sent 2 thugs to Songjiang. They were the 2 punks who had a conflict with Yang Ming yesterday. It was a pity that they didn't even see Yang Ming's appearance clearly, and they were beaten to the ground. However, this matter made Sun Jiwei very annoyed. You came to Songjiang to help me do things. You actually didn't do anything, but you ran out to fight with people? These 2 people didn't dare to tell the truth of the matter. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing in front of the young master. So, they made up a reason. They said that they were provoked by a group of Songjiang's punks, so they were angry. Because there were too many people on the other side, they were injured. We are also fighting for the face of Donghai's underworld. We can't be looked down upon by Songjiang's punks. Little Gangster B said, we didn't want to bother with them at first, but they were insatiable. They said that our Donghai's punks were good-for-nothings. We thought Donghai's underworld represents young Master Sun's family. So we were angry and fought with them. Damn good fight. Both of you are honorable, even though you lost. Sun Jiwei listened to their explanation, and his anger was reduced. After all, they fought for the face of Donghai's family, so he forgave them. Well, since this is the case, I will treat you to a big meal at a restaurant in the evening as a welcome dinner for you. Let's forget about yesterday's matter. Thank you, young Master Sun. The 2 people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Since you are working for me, I naturally won't treat you badly. Sun Jiwei said, don't worry. I will remember you after this. There will be good things for both of you in the future. Thank you very much. The 2 people said excitedly at the same time. Wang Jitao was very proud. He successfully transferred the conflict to Sun Jiwei. According to his father, Sun Jiwei's family background was much more powerful than his own family. In this case, let him fight with Yang Ming, and he would reap the benefits. Isn't there a good saying? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Wang Jitao felt that he was the oriole. In the novel, he was the big black hand behind the scenes, the most ruthless and most powerful existence. Thinking of this, Wang Jitao couldn't help but be proud. Haha, Wang Jitao, you are really a knife that kills without spilling blood. Chapter 453. Wang Jitao was now used to communicating with his father. Wang Shifan, seeing that his son was so sensible, was very pleased. He began to slowly teach his son about the group. Dad, I have successfully transferred Yang Ming's conflict to Sun Jiwei according to your instructions. Now, I will watch the 2 of them fight. Wang Jitao said, as if he wanted to take credit. And well done. Sun Jiwei didn't suspect anything, right? Wang Shifan nodded and asked, that kid is just like an idiot. It's fine. Wang Jitao smiled and said, he also has a conflict with Yang Ming. Even if I didn't do this, he would definitely fight with Yang Ming. That's good. Just don't get into trouble. Wang Shifan nodded. You also know that the Sun family is not so easy to provoke. Hee, Dad, you can rest assured. The young master of the Sun family is like a fool. My relationship with him is very close now. He won't suspect anything. Wang Jitao smiled. I didn't see it. You have some ability. You can understand the young master of the Sun family so well. Wang Shifan smiled and said, not bad. I am very optimistic about your communication skills. I am very relieved to hand over the business to you in the future. Wang Jitao smiled very happily. Getting his father's affirmation meant that he could master the company's affairs as soon as possible. His pocket would also become rich. Although Wang Shifan had now begun to deliberately cultivate Wang Jitao, he still didn't want to tell him about the family's smuggling business because it wasn't the time. This kind of thing had to be done slowly. At 12:30, Yang Ming's mobile phone alarm rang. Yang Ming stretched, turned off the mobile phone alarm, and then turned on the mobile phone. He got up and washed his face. His head was still dizzy. It was estimated that there were some ingredients in the hangover medicine that made people excited. Yang Ming didn't fall asleep immediately after going to bed. He tossed and turned for a long time before he fell asleep. Big Ming, do you remember what I said yesterday? Yang Ming just came out of the bathroom and suddenly bumped into Yang Dahai. Dad, are you talking about Sun Jie? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I remember. You can rest assured. And I will tell you. I will call your elder sister to verify it. Yang Dahai said. Okay, Yang Ming said helplessly. Dad's thoughts were more conservative and at 12:50, okay, I'll go down right away. After Yang Ming finished, he picked up the gift he bought for Sun Jie in Hong Kong and went downstairs. Today, Yang Li actually drove Sun Jie's Audi R8. Yang Ming was a little surprised. Isn't this car Sun Jie's? How did it come to your place? Recently, I have been driving her car. When she returned to Donghai, she took the car at home. She threw this car to me, Yang Li said proudly. The performance of this car is good. Nonsense. Don't you know how much it costs? Yang Ming rolled his eyes and got in the car. Yang Li closed the door and started the car. Come with me to Sun Jie's company to pick her up. She's back, asked Yang Ming. She said that she would arrive at the company at 1:30. We should be almost there when we get there, Yang Li said. Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything. He was now a little worried about Yang Li's driving skills. However, Yang Li's skills were obviously good. The Audi R8 was controlled very well in her hands. When they were about to arrive at Sun Jie's company, Yang Ming's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was actually Sun Jie calling. Yang Ming didn't think much about it. He picked up the phone and said, Hello, we will be there soon. Wait. What? Sun Jie was somewhat inexplicable. Did you make a mistake? I am Sun Jie. And Yang Ming was also somewhat inexplicable. Yeah, you're Sun Jie. Yeah. Then why did you say that we will be there soon? Sun Jie said curiously, I am back in Songjiang. Aren't you looking for me for something? When are you looking for me? In a while. Yang Ming said, I will be there soon. Now, it seems that you can't do it today. Today, Yang Li said that she would welcome me. How about another day? Sun Jie said. Sweat. Yang Li and I are on the way to your company. Yang Ming sweated. Do you want me to jump out of the car and go home now? What? You came with Yang Li? Sun Jie was surprised. So, you already knew that I would come back today? Yeah. Do you still want to give me a surprise and make me excited? Yang Ming joked. And I do have this plan, but since you are here, then come. I have already arrived at the company. You and Yang Li can go directly to the office to find me. I won't call her alone. Help me tell her. Sun Jie said. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming looked at Yang Li strangely. You didn't tell Sun Jie about me coming? Was it Sun Jie who called you just now? Yang Li didn't answer Yang Ming's question, but asked suspiciously. Yeah, Sun Jie said that she has arrived at the company, so she won't call you. She asked me to tell you that we will go directly to her office to find her. Yang Li said, There is a problem. Sure enough, there is a problem. Yang Li suddenly sighed. Yang Ming, you and Sun Jie didn't make the act real, right? What do you mean by making the act real? Yang Ming was stunned. His heart was faintly nervous. Yang Li's eyesight can't be so sharp, right? How can she see through everything? With Sun Jie, Yang Li said, I think the relationship between you two isn't as simple as an ordinary friend. Of course, it's not an ordinary friend. It's a good friend. Yang Ming pretended to be stupid. I didn't talk to you about this. I'm now going to Sun Jie's company to pick her up. You said that after she arrived at the company, the person who called the phone wasn't me, but you. Doesn't this explain anything? Yang Li said with a snort. Yang Ming listened to Yang Li's analysis and was a little stunned. He didn't think about this before, but now his heart was slightly moved. It seems that Sun Jie still takes my matters seriously. However, Yang Li's analysis. Only Yang Ming's heart was clear. Although something happened between him and Sun Jie, Sun Jie's current attitude was just that of a good friend. The two of them didn't have similar contact. What's wrong? Not talking? Did I get right? Yang Li's mouth slightly tilted. Come on, don't think so much. It's just that my matter is more urgent. Yang Ming shook his head and explained. and I have a girlfriend. Don't you know? Men are fickle. Don't think that I don't know. My boyfriend sometimes steals behind my back. Yang Li snorted. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Don't guess blindly. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sun Jie later. I have the same idea. Yang Li nodded. Yang Ming wasn't afraid that she would ask. Yang Ming believed that with Sun Jie's character, she wouldn't say anything. Moreover, some things really couldn't be said. Yang Li observed Yang Ming for a long time. When the signal turned green, she turned her head to drive. It seems that there is no flaw. Am I wrong? You were wrong, Yang Ming said. How long have I known Sun Jie? Besides, would Sun Jie like me? This is also true. Yang Li listened to Yang Ming's words and immediately nodded. Sun Jie's background is much better than yours. Are you belittling your own family? Yang Ming listened and said unhappily. Although Yang Li was grateful to Yang Ming in her heart, she still couldn't help but bicker with him. However, Yang Ming didn't mind. The relationship between siblings should be like this. At least Yang Li had changed her previous arrogance. Because they were driving Sun Jie's car, they went directly into the underground parking lot under Sun Jie's company. The security guards there knew the car and didn't stop them. Yang Li went to the elevator with Yang Li and came to the floor where Sun Jie's company was located. Yang Li was familiar with this place. Because of Yang Li's previous misunderstanding, Yang Ming pretended that he wasn't very familiar with this place and followed behind Yang Li. Otherwise, Yang Li would think that she had been here many times. Entering Sun Jie's office and seeing Sun Jie in plain clothes, Yang Ming couldn't help but brighten up. Sun Jie was originally dressed in a mature and sexy outfit. Today, she was wearing a cute outfit. She wore a beige cotton-padded jacket with golden buttons, dark brown woolen pants, and a pair of cute cotton-padded shoes. It was exactly the outfit of a young girl. Chapter 454. Sun Jie, you look very special today. Even Yang Li was surprised. She wondered if Sun Jie had changed her personality. Don't mention it. My dad thinks that I'm old and urged me to get married quickly. I can only dress up younger. Sun Jie smiled bitterly. Aren't you going to school? What marriage? Yang Li asked, baffled. Graduate students can get married. Sun Jie shook her head. AI, let's not talk about this. Right? Yang Li, why didn't you tell me that you brought Yang Ming here? I wanted to give you a surprise. Yang Li pretended to say casually, but her eyes were staring at Sun Jie. She wanted to see if she had any special reaction. However, Sun Jie smiled naturally and said, What surprise can I have? Didn't this kid ask me to do something for him? Oh, he really asked you to do something. Yang Li listened to Sun Jie and dispelled her doubts. Maybe Yang Ming really didn't have anything to do with her. Yang Li didn't know that Sun Jie's heart was slightly surprised. Did Yang Li see something? However, Sun Jie's ability to adapt wasn't comparable to ordinary people. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was a little fox. Didn't you ask me to do something? Give me the gift. Sun Jie didn't avoid anything. The more she avoided it, the more Yang Li would think that there was a problem. It was better to be generous. How can you be like this? You ask for a gift when you meet. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded as he handed over the gift prepared for Sun Jie. Hee, I will accept it first. Thank you. Sun Jie took Yang Ming's gift with both hands and put it on the desk. Don't you want to open it? Asked Yang Ming. Hee, you must have brought a gift for Yang Li, right? If mine is better than hers, she will be jealous, so I will peek when no one is around. Sun Jie smiled. Yang Ming was speechless. This Sun Jie is actually like a child. Could it be that I have met a ruthless person with multiple personalities? Sister Sun Jie, open it and let me see. Yang Li couldn't hold back her curiosity, especially when Sun Jie said so. She was even more curious. No, you should be jealous of me. Sun Jie shook her head. Just look, it's not like I'm going to steal it from you. Yang Li suddenly had an idea and said, I know. You must be afraid that it won't be as good as my gift, so you don't dare to open it. Hee, you're trying to goad me. Sun Jie smiled. But since you want to open it so strongly, then I will satisfy your curiosity. Yang Ming, you won't disappoint me, right? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really couldn't understand what this girl was thinking. That noble and shrewd Sun Jie also had a naughty side. The gift was opened. It was a set of jewelry. This was specially bought by Yang Ming for Sun Jie. He put in a lot of effort, unlike Yang Li's handbag, which was bought casually in the mall. Wow, so pretty, Yang Li exclaimed. Women had a natural fondness for jewelry. Yang Li was no exception. I say, Yang Ming, are you trying to fool our Sun Jie with a counterfeit? Sun Jie, on the other hand, could see at a glance that these jewelry were genuine and expensive. Moreover, it was very similar to her style. It seemed that Yang Ming had spent a lot of effort to prepare. The brooch inside was very similar to the brooch that she wore when she first met Yang Ming. Yang Ming could actually remember such a small detail and choose a gift according to this. She was very touched. Moreover, the rose brooch was only worn once, but Yang Ming actually remembered it very clearly. This showed that Yang Ming didn't simply treat her as a one-night stand object at that time. Is the bag that I gave you a fake? Yang Ming tilted his head and looked at Yang Li as he asked. Right, Sister Sun Jie. Can you help me see if this bag is real or fake? Is it a counterfeit from the street stalls? After being reminded by Yang Ming, Yang Li remembered that she brought the bag that Yang Ming gave her today just to let Sun Jie distinguish whether it was real or fake. Oh, what bag? Sun Jie took the handbag that Yang Li handed to her. This was an LV handbag. Sun Jie looked at it. Yang Ming discovered that the handbag that Yang Li brought today was actually given to her by him. Maybe it was because he didn't care much, so Yang Ming didn't pay attention to it at all. It's real. It must be genuine. Sun Jie returned the handbag to Yang Li. This is a limited edition. We don't have it here. It seems that Yang Ming is really your younger brother. The thing that he gave me is a popular model. It's not as good as yours. Really? Who asked me to be his elder sister? Yang Li immediately said after listening. Yang Ming, thank you. You're welcome. Yang Ming was a little depressed. This Sun Jie, what is wrong with her? Her words are really sad. Yang Li's limited edition bag was bought casually. Let's go. Let's go eat. I'm a little hungry. Sun Jie put the things that Yang Ming gave her into the handbag and said, what do you want to eat? Today, we are welcoming you. Yang Ming is treating, Yang Li said very generously. Huh? Yang Ming looked at Yang Li in amazement. Younger brother, you seem to be very rich. You have an LV bag and jewelry. I remember that the salary of second uncle and second aunt isn't much. Yang Li smiled. Forget it. I'm afraid of you. I'll treat then. Just don't go out and talk nonsense. Yang Ming was really afraid that she would talk nonsense to his parents. Since you've taken advantage of me, I'll see how you perform. Yang Li smiled. Let's go. What do you want to eat? My treat. Yang Ming shrugged, but he wasn't unhappy. He still liked the current Yang Li. This was like a family. Although Yang Li left a bad impression on him before, relatives were relatives after all. This was decided at birth and couldn't be changed. Therefore, if he could repair the relationship between them, Yang Ming was still very happy. He believed that his parents would be willing to see him and Yang Li like this now. I heard my brother say that Songjiang has a good restaurant called Lin's Boiled Fish. Why don't we try it? Sun Jie suggested. I'll listen to you today. Yang Ming hadn't said anything yet, but Yang Li said it first. The three people went downstairs together and came to the parking lot downstairs. Yang Li looked at the Audi R8 key in her hand and said with some reluctance, let me drive for a while on the way to eat. Okay. Sun Jie nodded funnily. Then I'll drive the company's car. Okay, Yang Ming, whose car are you going to take? Yang Li asked. I'll take Sun Jie's car. I have something to talk to her about. Yang Ming said. Well, then I won't bother you. I'll see you at the entrance of Lin's Boiled Fish. Yang Li said. You know how to get there? Sun Jie asked. Of course I know. It's on the way to the college. It's new and very popular. Yang Li said. That's fine. I guess we can't catch up with your car. Sun Jie smiled. Yang Li took the first step. Yang Ming and Sun Jie got on a BMW X5, which was used by Sun Jie's company to show off. Thank you. Sun Jie started the car and said to Yang Ming, I like the gift. Really? Yang Ming was stunned. I just listened to your tone. I thought you didn't like it. Hee, why? Are you depressed? Sun Jie smiled. Isn't it? I just took Yang Li's bag from the mall. I spent a lot of effort on your set of jewelry. Yang Ming didn't know why, but his left hand couldn't help but touch Sun Jie's thigh. Take it away. Sun Jie snorted. Don't do this in the future. I said that it was an accident. Now Yang Li saw something. Now she can't see it. Yang Ming smiled, but his hand didn't mean to take it away. I'm driving. If you don't want to die, just leave it there. Sun Jie said helplessly. I believe in your driving skills. Yang Ming smiled. Did you miss me? Why would I miss you? Sun Jie asked. Yang Ming, your current approach makes me feel disgusted. I said that it was an accident. Do you want to have a second time? What first time and second time? What are you talking about? Yang Ming said knowingly. I think it's good for both of us now. Yang Ming saw that Sun Jie didn't really hate him in her words. Otherwise, with Sun Jie's character, she wouldn't let him take advantage of her. In other words, Sun Jie was now immune to him. Sun Jie was speechless. She freed a hand from the steering wheel and slapped Yang Ming's hand. Pa. Sun Jie slapped her thigh, and she grimaced in pain. Yang Ming's eyesight wasn't good. When he saw that Sun Jie wanted to slap him, he quickly pulled back his hand. So, Sun Jie slapped herself. Yang Ming. Sun Jie shouted angrily. Chapter 455. What's wrong? Yang Ming looked at Sun Jie innocently. What do you think? Who asked you to take it off? Sun Jie glared and looked at Yang Ming angrily. Put it back. Huh? Yang Ming was stunned. Put it back. Looking at Sun Jie's thigh, Yang Ming put his hand back with a bitter smile. Don't take it away. Sun Jie said immediately. Okay, then I will keep it like this. Yang Ming thought, this is what you said. Don't say that I took advantage of you. Pa. Sun Jie slapped the back of Yang Ming's hand, and then she couldn't help but frown. Why is it so hard? Iron hand? It hurts so much. Yang Ming was speechless. It turned out that Sun Jie was doing this for this. The effect of force is relative, but it is often the vulnerable side that suffers more pain. My hand is used to hit a big tree, so naturally, I don't feel any pain. But Sun Jie had delicate skin and tender flesh, so it was different. Why don't you feel pain? Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming's expressionless face and couldn't help but ask. Pain, it hurts so much. Yang Ming frowned and pretended to be in pain. Annoying. Sun Jie naturally knew that Yang Ming was pretending. She couldn't help but scold. Okay, stop fooling around. Quickly take it away. You asked me to put it on top and not take it away. Yang Ming pretended not to understand. Why weren't you so obedient when I asked you to take it away? Sun Jie asked. Yang Ming actually touched enough. If he touched it again, he should have a physiological reaction. If he couldn't solve it, it would be even more uncomfortable. Isn't that playing with fire? Yang Ming took his hand away and laughed twice. Didn't you look for me for something? Can you say it now? Sun Jie rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Then, she put away the playful charm and replaced it with a serious expression. Yang Ming saw Sun Jie change her expression immediately. He was suddenly not used to it. She was faster than a face-changing master. He hesitated for a while and said, I want you to help me inquire about someone in Donghai. Inquire about who? Asked Sun Jie. My junior high school class teacher. He seems to be doing business in Donghai. Yang Ming said, Inquire about your junior high school class teacher? Sun Jie was a bit baffled. Why are you inquiring about him? Was he very good to you? Humph. Are you kidding me? I just found out about some things not long ago. Something that I absolutely can't forgive him for. Yang Ming said with a sneer, I won't feel comfortable if I don't let him suffer some pain. What are you so worried about? Asked Sun Jie. Yang Ming sighed and hesitated for a long time before saying, My first love. Yang Ming told Sun Jie about himself and Suya. Yang Ming didn't intend to hide anything. Now, he was asking Sun Jie to help him find someone. If he didn't tell the truth, Sun Jie would definitely hold a grudge against him. It turned out to be like this. Sun Jie felt a little emotional after listening. A very pure and ambiguous first love. It was countless times better than my failed relationship. Sun Jie couldn't help but be a little envious. I want to find him and ask where the letter that Suyar wrote to me is. Yang Ming shook his head. Although I know that the probability of him keeping it is almost non-existent, I still don't want to give up. I must personally confirm it. I didn't see that you were quite infatuated. Sun Jie adjusted the atmosphere and changed the topic. You haven't had a girlfriend in these years? Sweat. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Whether I have a girlfriend or not doesn't seem to have anything to do with this, right? You're such a playboy. Sun Jie glared at Yang Ming. I asked this question because I remembered your performance in the bathroom. It's impossible that you haven't had a girlfriend before. It was the first time for me and you. Yang Ming smiled. It was also for you and me. Sun Jie was telling the truth. She didn't lie to Yang Ming, but Sun Jie also heard the meaning in Yang Ming's words. He said that it was the first time for you and me. Isn't this nonsense? Do you want to have a second or third time? Same here. Yang Ming naturally didn't believe that it was Sun Jie's first time. So he also thought that Sun Jie's meaning was the same as his, specifically referring to himself and her. I can help you inquire about this person, but you have to provide me with a photo of him. Even if there is no photo, you have to give me his physical characteristics. Otherwise, where can I find the person for you? Sun Jie said, I have the photo here. Yang Ming took out the photo he prepared in advance and handed it to Sun Jie. It's easy to do with the photo, but the premise is that this person is really in Donghai. I will ask others to try their best to find him for you. But if they can't find him, don't blame me. Sun Jie nodded and put the photo in her bag. How can it be? If you can't find him, then forget it. I will think of other ways. Yang Ming said, Okay, I will contact you if there's news. Sun Jie said, Thank you. Yang Ming said sincerely, Forget it. Thank me when you find the person. Sun Jie smiled. Sun Jie's car had electronic navigation, so they soon came to the door of Lin's Boiled Fish on the college road. Although it was a newly opened shop, it had obviously been recorded on the electronic map. It showed the popularity of this shop. Yang Ming saw that the Audi R8 driven by Yang Li had been parked in the parking lot in front of the door. Sun Jie also parked the car in an empty space. Then she took out her mobile phone and called Yang Li. Where are you? We are here, too. Sun Jie said, I am on the second floor, room 208. You can come up. Yang Li said, it was incredible that Yang Li could book a private room in such a popular restaurant without a reservation. Looking at the diners in the hall, Yang Ming couldn't help but think strangely. In fact, when Yang Li asked about the standard room, the waiter told Yang Li that there was no room. However, Yang Li asked for their lobby manager. After the lobby manager came, Yang Li directly said that her uncle was Bao San Li. When the lobby manager heard it, he quickly found someone to arrange a private room. This method was tried and tested by Yang Li. She had successfully used it many times. When they came to the private room upstairs, Yang Li was looking at the menu. When she saw Yang Ming and the others come in, she handed the menu to Sun Jie. Today, I am treating you to a meal. You can order. It's my first time here. What are the specialties? Sun Jie said to the waiter. Okay. The waiter nodded and reported a few signature dishes of the restaurant. Then he asked, Do you want a drink? We don't drink. We drove here. Sun Jie waved her hand. Give me some juice. Freshly squeezed orange juice, pineapple juice, peach juice, and bottled Huiyuan. Which one do you want? Asked the waiter. Orange juice. Sun Jie said, What about you, Yang Li? I want peach juice. Yang Li said, What about this gentleman? The waiter asked Yang Ming. Tea, said Yang Ming. Huh? Yang Li couldn't help but laugh. Are you not willing to spend money? Damn, what's wrong with your eyes? Didn't you see on the menu that the chrysanthemum tea with rock sugar is 12 yuan per cup? Yang Ming also knew that Yang Li was joking, so he didn't get angry, because there was no trace of ridicule in Yang Li's tone. It was just a kind of joking feeling. Yang Ming could also see it from her eyes. Feeling the change in Yang Li, Yang Ming felt incredible. In just one day, she could actually change a person's character. Even the waiter couldn't help but laugh. He wrote down what they wanted and then left the private room. Yang Ming, Why are you drinking tea? Eating boiled fish and drinking tea is not the right thing to do. Sun Jie was also a little puzzled. I drank too much last night and didn't sleep well. I drank some tea to refresh myself. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Song Jiang has the best boiled fish. Today, I will bring you two to taste it. Sun Jiwei said to the two men from Donghai. Thank you, young master Sun. The two men said quickly. My car can't seat so many people. Let's walk. Sun Jiwei's Porsche was a two-seater. It's on a college road in front. It's newly opened. It's called Lin's Boiled Fish. You two will have a good meal. Yes, following young master Sun, of course, we will eat and drink well. The two men said respectfully. So Sun Jiwei took the two men and set off to Lin's Boiled Fish. Chapter 456. Give us a private room. As soon as they entered the door, Sun Jiwei's underling said to the waiter of Lin's Boiled Fish, Sorry, sir, there are no private rooms now. Is there a booth upstairs okay? The waiter said apologetically, No. If there isn't one, why don't you go and find one? Do you know who I am? Underling B was immediately unwilling, but when he finished this, he remembered that Sun Jiwei was still around, so he quickly changed his words. Don't you see our young master here? Hurry up and find a private room. Sir, there's really no private room. The waiter didn't know who Sun Jiwei was, so he said with some embarrassment, Damn, do you not want to open this restaurant anymore? Underling A saw that the waiter didn't give him face, and he was very unhappy. We are from the Sun family. Do you know that? Sun family? What's Sun family? In Donghai, when the Sun family or the Tian family were mentioned, basically all the entertainment venues would give face, but this was Songjiang. No one knew what the Sun family was, let alone giving face. Damn, are you looking for death? Underling B glared at the waitress and grabbed her collar. What's wrong? The lobby manager saw that there was a conflict here, so he quickly came over and asked, What happened? Manager, they want a private room. I said no, and they want to beat me up. The waitress said with grievance. You guys, we really don't have a private room here. The lobby manager said. How about you go to the booth on the second floor? I can give you a 10% discount. Damn, do I look like I'm short of money? Underling yelled, Hurry up and don't waste time. Our young master is giving you face by coming here to eat today. If you say these useless things to me again, do you believe that I will tear down your restaurant? The lobby manager could only smile bitterly. Why are all the people I encountered today asking for a private room? Just now, it was someone who knew Bao Sanli. Although these people didn't mention him, they didn't look like good people at first glance. After all, there were a lot of customers in the restaurant right now, and it wouldn't be good if this matter affected the other customers' meal. Thus, he said helplessly, Well, since you guys have said so, I can't be too disrespectful. Our restaurant's internal reserved room will be yours. Upstairs, room 209, Xiao Gao. Go and lead the way for them. The lobby manager said to the waiter, who nodded his head. Not bad. You know what to do. Underling B nodded and said to Sun Jiwei, Young master Sun, please. Sun Jiwei nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with what his subordinate had done just now. He felt very proud. After going upstairs to private room 209, Sun Jiwei picked up the menu and began to order. Naturally, he wouldn't ask the two underlings what they wanted to eat. As for the two underlings, it was already a great honor to accompany young master Sun to eat. How could they care about these things? When Sun Jiwei finished ordering, he returned the menu to the waiter. Okay, that's it. 3 servings of each. Sun Jiwei didn't care about the feelings of the two underlings. Anyway, he directly ordered 3 servings of whatever he wanted to eat. The two underlings felt very honored. Sun Jiwei didn't treat them as outsiders. They ate the same food. It seemed that if they did a good job for the young master, they would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Private room 208. Soon, the boiled fish was served. After eating for a while, Yang Ming got up and went to the bathroom. In such a big restaurant, the bathroom wasn't very big. There were no men's urinals here. They were all independent partition toilets. Yang Ming waited for a long time before he got his number. When he just untied his pants, he heard someone knocking on the door outside. The person inside, "Can't you hurry up? Why are you so slow? What are you knocking on?" "I just came in." Yang Ming was scared. His hands trembled, and he almost peed on his pants. He replied with some displeasure. "Hurry up. I'm going to suffocate," Sun Jiwei said in a hurry. When he went out, he drank a bottle of drink and didn't go to the bathroom. Not long after he ordered, he had an urge to pee. Sun Jiwei quickly ran to the bathroom, but he didn't expect that there were people everywhere. So, Sun Jiwei quickly began to call the door. Otherwise, he would pee in his pants pocket. Yang Ming impatiently looked at the person outside with his X-ray vision. He couldn't help but be stunned. It's actually the annoying guy, Sun Jiwei. He also came here to eat? What a coincidence. Yang Ming fastened his pants and thought about teaching this guy a lesson. He almost scared himself. Yang Ming didn't want to let him go. Looking at Sun Jiwei standing by the door, Yang Ming quietly turned on the switch on the door. Then, he slammed the door outward. Ha! The door slammed on Sun Jiwei's face. It directly smashed his nostrils, making him dizzy and disoriented. "Hey, isn't this the class monitor?" Yang Ming pretended to be puzzled and said, "Why are you here?" "Yang Ming." Sun Jiwei was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. When he was hit by Yang Ming, Sun Jiwei couldn't control himself and peed in his pants. "Didn't you want to go to the bathroom?" Yang Ming pretended not to see and said, "Then you go quickly. I'm leaving first." As Yang Ming said, he turned and left the bathroom. Sun Jiwei was so angry that he rushed to the bathroom door. He watched Yang Ming return to room 208. Sun Jiwei's veins were exposed, and he said fiercely, "Yang Ming, we are really enemies on a narrow road. Today, I won't let you leave this restaurant door." Sun Jiwei peed on his pants, so there was no need to go to the bathroom. Fortunately, it was winter. Sun Jiwei shook off the pee stains on his pants. It couldn't be seen from the outside that he made a fool of himself. It was just that his pants were wet and it was very uncomfortable. Sun Jiwei returned to the private room with a frown. When the two underlings saw him like this, they were immediately shocked and quickly asked, "Young Master Sun, what happened to you? Who made you unhappy?" "Motherfucker, Yang Ming, I will kill you," Sun Jiwei said. "Didn't I ask you to do something? Now is the time for you to perform. Go and help me beat a person. Beat him until he doesn't even recognize himself." "Beat who?" The underlings were somewhat inexplicable. Why does young Master Sun want to beat someone after going to the bathroom? "Just next door, room 208. Sun Jiwei said, "Just follow me." "Motherfucker, I will kill him." "Yes, kill him. Young Master Sun, you can do whatever you want." The two underlings quickly showed their loyalty. With the two underlings by his side, Sun Jiwei wasn't afraid of Yang Ming. In fact, Sun Jiwei wanted to pick a fight when he was in the bathroom, but he was also afraid that he wasn't Yang Ming's opponent. He would be beaten for nothing, so he came back to ask for help. The three of them swaggered out of the private room and came to room 208 next door. "Do we need to knock on the door?" asked the underling. "Knock your head." Sun Jiwei glared. "Kick the door open for me." "Okay." Underling B heard it and kicked open the door of room 208 directly. "Beat him for me." "It's him." Sun Jiwei entered the private room and pointed at Yang Ming arrogantly. Yang Ming was eating fish there. He had a piece of fish bone in his mouth. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise from the door of the room, and then Sun Jiwei rushed in. "Is he sick?" Yang Ming was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He glared at Sun Jiwei and said, "You stay away from me. You peed in your pants and still stand so close to me. I'm eating. Eat your big head." When Sun Jiwei heard Yang Ming exposed his shortcomings in public, his face turned purple with anger. He slashed his hand, and the plates and bowls on the table were all over the floor. When Sun Jiwei rushed in, he only paid attention to Yang Ming. He didn't see Sun Jie and Yang Li at the side. "Pa!" Yang Ming stood up and slapped Sun Jiwei directly. "Do you want to die? You dare to hit me? Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Sun family in Donghai." Sun Jiwei didn't expect Yang Ming to actually hit him directly. He was so angry that he threatened, "Do you believe that I can kill you? Why are you acting like a big shot in front of me?" Yang Ming glared. "This is Song Jiang, not Dong Hai. If you continue to be cocky with me, I will kill you first." Yang Ming wasn't the same as before. He didn't care who you were. In Song Jiang, Yang Ming, had the final say. "You were good in Dong Hai, but you were nothing here. You two, what are you looking at? Hurry up and beat him." Sun Jiwei saw that his two underlings were standing there in a daze. They didn't have any intention to come and help him. He was immediately anxious. Chapter 457. Sun Jiwei, are you done? A sharp voice was like a basin of cold water splashed on Sun Jiwei's head. Ah! Sun Jiwei was shocked. He was shocked and looked up. When he saw Sun Jie with an angry face, he was immediately scared. "Sister, why are you here?" When the two underlings entered the door, they saw Sun Jie. They were so scared that they didn't dare to do it again, but they didn't dare to speak to remind Sun Jiwei. They could only stand aside. Only Sun Jiwei, who was blind, didn't see his sister. "Why am I here? Look at yourself. What do you look like? You rushed into someone else's private room and beat them up? Do you think you were a gangster?" Sun Jie frowned and reprimanded. "What the hell is going on? Sister, I just wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson. It wasn't directed at you." Sun Jiwei explained. "Yang Ming is my friend. If you are directed at him, you are directed at me." Sun Jie scolded with some resentment. "What is the conflict between you and Yang Ming?" Sun Jiwei was most afraid of Sun Jie and his uncle at home. So when he heard Sun Jie's reprimand at the moment, he didn't even dare to breathe. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look directly at Sun Jie. "Speak. Why aren't you talking?" Sun Jie said coldly. "You are quite capable. You still claim to be a member of the Sun family. You are really making the Sun family lose face. Others think that our Sun family is a bunch of ruffians." "Sister, I was wrong," Sun Jiwei whispered. "Now you know that you are wrong?" Sun Jie glared at Sun Jiwei. "What were you doing earlier? Tell me clearly, what's going on with you today? And you too, aren't you from Songjiang's side? Did you come from home?" When the underlings heard Sun Jie's question of the moment, they didn't dare to hide. They quickly replied, "Miss, we came from Dong Hai. The young master asked us to help." "Right. You too, I remember you." Without waiting for Sun Jie to speak, Yang Ming suddenly pointed to the underlings. "Do you know me?" "Ah." The underlings were stunned and looked at Yang Ming in confusion. They thought, "How can we know you? If it weren't for little child Sun bringing us here to teach you a lesson, how can we know who you are?" However, the eldest miss was right in front of him. Who knew what the relationship between this person and the eldest miss was? Thus, he could only reply, "We don't know each other." "Think again." Yang Ming reminded him with a faint smile. "Last night? Have you forgotten? Show off in front of me while I'm drunk." "What? Was that person yesterday you?" A and B were stunned at the same time. They carefully recalled the person who beat them up last night. Sure enough, he looked similar to Yang Ming. "With your skills, you dare to follow me?" Yang Ming laughed. "If Sun Jie didn't know you, you too would have been lying in the hospital. I was so drunk that I couldn't tell north from south. Both of you weren't my opponent. Today, you dared to come over when I was sober. I really admire your courage." No matter how stupid Sun Jiwei was, he knew what happened yesterday after listening to Yang Ming's words. Were these two people beaten up by Yang Ming? Moreover, it was Yang Ming who beat them up when he was drunk? Isn't this too bad? These two guys actually dared to lie to me. What fight with a group of people? It was obviously the two of them ganging up on one person, and they were beaten up badly. However, now that Sun Jie was in front of him, Sun Jiwei couldn't talk about them anymore. He just had some resentment in his heart. However, Sun Jiwei was now a little scared. If Sun Jie wasn't here, would the one who got beaten up be me? Sun Jiwei was indeed impulsive and had some childish temper, but it didn't mean that he was a pure idiot. Yang Ming could beat up his two men when he wasn't sober yesterday, let alone when he was sober today. "Okay, you don't get involved first." Sun Jie glared at Yang Ming. "Let me do it. I'll give you face, but is this guy your brother?" Yang Ming naturally heard the relationship between Sun Jie and Sun Jiwei from the conversation between the two. These two people were actually siblings. After all the trouble, Sun Jie and the seemingly badass Donghai Sun family were actually the same Sun family. He is the child of my second uncle's family. Sun Jie shook her head helplessly. He is the only boy in my family. He was spoiled since he was a child. Kid, I'm giving face to your sister. I won't kill you. Yang Ming patted Sun Jiwei's shoulder to scare him. Okay, you think it's fun to scare a child, right? Sun Jie said to Yang Ming with dissatisfaction. Him? Child? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It seems that Sun Jie regards me as the same age as her. But this is also good. Then, isn't Sun Jiwei a level lower in front of me? Sun Jiwei was also very depressed. What is the relationship between my sister and Yang Ming? But it seems that they are very familiar. My brain, why am I so unlucky? It seems that if I don't explain it clearly today, my sister won't give up. He had to stand there and say, Sister, I just wanted to scare him. You scared him? Sun Jie was a little amused. Luckily, I'm here today. Sun Jie was very clear about Yang Ming's temper. Last time, Yin Guangdo sent her the video. Yang Ming beat up his driver violently. It left a deep impression on Sun Jie. This brother of mine is really courageous. He dares to provoke Yang Ming with such a bad temper. It would be strange if he didn't beat him up. Why are you scaring him? What happened between you and Yang Ming? You have to tell me the truth. I'm his class monitor. He didn't listen to the command. Sun Jiwei had to say, I felt embarrassed, so I wanted to teach him a lesson. That's it. Sun Jie stared at Sun Jiwei's eyes and asked, Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Sister, I was also doing it for my brother. Sun Jiwei was afraid of Sun Jie since he was a child. At this moment, he didn't dare to hide anything. He had to tell the story of Wang Jitao. Doing it for your brother? Why do you want to do it for your brother? Sun Jie frowned. It's Wang Jitao, my good buddy. Yang Ming stole his woman. I was angry, so I wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson. Sun Jiwei explained. Sun Jie glanced at Yang Ming. Her eyes made Yang Ming feel creepy. It meant, you were quite flirtatious, right? Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. Wang Jitao was still jealous of Chen Mingyan. Isn't this guy a bit too narrow-minded? Yang Ming didn't know that Wang Jitao was targeting Zhou Jiejie this time. But this Wang Jitao is quite capable, right? I remember that he and Sun Jiwei didn't seem to get along very well. At the beginning of the semester, they had a confrontation. How did they suddenly become good buddies? I have to say that this guy is really sinister. Fortunately, Yang Ming never intended to let him go. Who is Wang Jitao? Sun Jie scolded with some disappointment. What does other people's business have to do with you? Why didn't he look for Yang Ming? Why did he ask you to look for him? He said that he found someone to teach Yang Ming a lesson, but it didn't succeed. Moreover, their Songjiang's Wang family isn't as badass as our Donghai Sun family. Sun Jiwei said shamelessly. Songjiang's Wang family? Sun Jie was stunned. Which Wang family? Is his father Wang Shifan? What Wang Shifan? I know that there is a Feng Shifan in the deer and the cauldron. He was beaten to the ground by Wei Xiaobao. Sun Jiwei shook his head and said, but I know that his company is called Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group. Sure enough, it is this Wang family. Sun Jie said resentfully. Sun Jiwei, brother, what do you want me to say about you? You're being used as a tool. In? What tool? Sun Jiwei didn't understand. Although Wang Shifan isn't as powerful as your uncle, he has been operating in Songjiang for so many years. His foundation is much more stable than our Sun family here. Sun Jie said he asked you to do it. Obviously, he is using you as a tool. Really? It can't be, right? Sun Jiwei asked. Wang Jitao and I have a good relationship. He is very respectful to me. It is impossible for him to harm me. Sun Jiwei, what do you want me to say about you? When can you learn to be smarter? Sun Jie shook her head and said, well, from today onwards, you'll go back to the dormitory and reflect on your mistakes. Don't come out and cause trouble again. Sister, Sun Jiwei still wanted to explain, but he wasn't interrupted by Sun Jie. Don't say anything. Are you going to listen to your sister? Asked Sun Jie. Yes. Sun Jiwei nodded dejectedly, turned and walked out of the private room. You two go back. Go back to Donghai directly. This time I will forget about it. Next time, if you dare to mess around with Sun Jiwei, see how I will deal with you. Sun Jie glanced at the two underlings standing at the door and said coldly. Chapter 458. Yes, miss. The two people breathed a sigh of relief. As the miss of the Sun family, Sun Jie's means were much tougher than Sun Jiwei's. Moreover, over the years, the old man of the Sun family had been forcing Sun Jie to find a partner, and Sun Jie didn't want to do so. She had to constantly improve her ability and turn herself into an image of a strong woman. She had the momentum to take over the Sun family's affairs. Therefore, if Sun Jie wanted to punish them, then the two of them would be miserable. The reason why Sun Jie didn't pursue their responsibility was entirely for Sun Jiwei's consideration. Even if Sun Jiwei was a useless person, he was still a member of the Sun family. Therefore, Sun Jie just attributed the behavior of the two people to fooling around with Sun Jiwei. She also warned them not to do this again in the future. Just now, when Sun Jiwei kicked open the door, the waiter on the second floor went to report to the lobby manager. However, the lobby manager saw that the two groups of people were very fierce, so he didn't dare to go up and stop the fight. One group of people knew Bao Sanli, and the other group of people looked very badass. Until later, he was stunned to find that the two groups of people were relatives. Sun Jiwei left in disgrace. The lobby manager saw it in his eyes and only dared to enter the room. He ordered the waiter to clean up the broken plates on the ground and serve the dishes again. After Sun Jiwei left, Yang Ming asked Sun Jie strangely, "Is that silly guy your brother? Can't you speak nicely?" Although Sun Jiwei is occasionally a little childish, he can't be considered a fool, right? Sun Jie said after listening. "Can you leave me some face? I'm telling the truth. You two, one is a fox spirit and the other is a fool." Yang Ming shook his head. "The gap is too big. You said it clearly. Who is the fox spirit? Who is the fool?" Sun Jie was immediately unwilling after listening. "Aren't you saying that our family is a zoo? Then, are you willing to be a fox spirit or a fool?" Yang Ming smiled. "I don't want to be either. Why are you so mean?" Sun Jie glared at Yang Ming. "How am I derogatory? I'm just saying that you're smart." Yang Ming said disapprovingly. "You must have misunderstood. Vixen doesn't mean what you think it means. What am I thinking? It's as if you can see through my thoughts." Sun Jie snorted. "Huh." Yang Ming laughed and thought to himself, "I really do have this ability, but I haven't studied it too much. All right, both of you stop quarreling. Originally, it was me and Yang Ming who quarreled as soon as we met. Now it's both of you." Yang Li thought that Yang Ming and Sun Jie were really going against each other, so she quickly mediated. She didn't know that there was something else going on between the two of them. Forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. See, before Yang Ming finished speaking, he opened his mouth in pain because his foot was stepped on forcefully. This was not the end of it. The foot that stepped on him kept rubbing on Yang Ming's foot. Yang Ming didn't have to think about it. He knew that it was Sun Jie who stepped on him. There were only 3 people here. It was impossible for Yang Li to do it. From Yang Li's current attitude, she seemed to be afraid of him, so she wouldn't step on him. Moreover, this action of stepping on his foot seemed to require a certain intimate relationship. However, to be on the safe side, Yang Ming still lowered his head and glanced with his special ability. Sure enough, it was Sun Jie who stepped on him. "That's a thick-soled cotton shoe. Does she want to step on me to death?" Yang Ming smiled slightly. His left hand, that wasn't holding the chopsticks, went directly under the table. He placed it between Sun Jie's legs and rubbed it back and forth. Although it was separated by a layer of pants, Yang Ming's bold move was enough to make Sun Jie frown. She quickly retracted the leg that was stepping on Yang Ming's foot and closed her legs tightly. Her face couldn't help but turn red. Yang Ming ignored her and still did his own thing. Sun Jie was anxious and quickly reached out to pull his hand. However, how could Sun Jie's strength be compared to Yang Ming? Therefore, she could only be anxious. While Yang Li wasn't paying attention, she whispered to Yang Ming, "Take it away. This is too much. You're clamping me. How can I take it away?" Yang Ming said very ambiguously. Sun Jie couldn't be helped. She had to let go of her legs. Yang Ming took the opportunity to crack the oil twice before he pulled his hand away. Sun Jie was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she didn't dare to step on Yang Ming again. She had to vent her anger on the boiled fish in front of her. She kept poking it with her chopsticks. This fish is really unlucky. Although Yang Li saw that Yang Ming and Sun Jie's expressions were very strange, she didn't know what happened to them. She thought that they were secretly competing, so she said, "Yang Ming, you're a guy. Can't you give in to Sun Jie?" "Okay, I've been giving in to her." Yang Ming smiled. Sun Jie had also returned to normal at this moment. She was also afraid that Yang Li would notice something. Although she was angry, she could only say calmly, "Yang Ming, Sun Jie was also bewitched by others. I hope you give me face and don't retaliate against him. And I also want to remind you, although we are good friends, if you touch Sun Jie, things are really a bit troublesome." Yang Ming also knew that Sun Jie said this for his own good, but this faint warning made Yang Ming very uncomfortable. Who is Yang Ming? Why would he be afraid of a warning? However, no matter what, he had to give face to Sun Jie. Not to mention anything else, just because of the unclear relationship between the two of them, Yang Ming really couldn't lay a heavy hand on Sun Jie. It seems that Sun Jie is also my cheap brother-in-law, right? I never care about children. Yang Ming smiled. "Don't worry. When I heard him mention Wang Jitao, I knew what was going on. However, your brother really doesn't think before doing things. It's my family's matter. I will educate him. What do you think is going on?" Sun Jie was a little unhappy. Scolding her brother in front of her, it was a bit unethical. "What do you think I'm saying?" Yang Ming looked at Sun Jie with a smile. That expression could easily make people's imagination run wild. "What's going on with Wang Jitao? Is what Sun Jie said true?" Sun Jie changed the topic. Although she also knew that she wouldn't have any intersection with Yang Ming, Sun Jie was also a normal woman. Sometimes she was indeed very rational, but sometimes she would be jealous. For example, just now, when she heard about Yang Ming and other women, Sun Jie was still a little uncomfortable. Although she didn't admit it, the fact was the fact. However, Sun Jie didn't think that she liked Yang Ming. It was just a woman's special feelings for her first man. "What's going on? You said that he said that I stole Wang Jitao's woman?" Yang Ming was stunned, and then said shamelessly, "He's bullshitting. Why? Do you mean that there is no such thing?" Sun Jie didn't know why, but she felt a little relieved in her heart. "What Wang Jitao's woman? That's my girlfriend." Wang Jitao failed to pursue her, so he fucking thought of some dirty tricks to trick me. You don't know that some people are like that. They don't have the ability to pick up girls, but they push the blame to others. Yang Ming smiled and said, "Right, isn't that Gui Jianxiao the last time? He didn't manage to get you, and he kept showing off his badass face to me." Sun Jie listened to Yang Ming's words and was a little dumbfounded. "How did it involve me again? Then you mean that you have no conflict with Sun Jie?" asked Sun Jie. "I don't know if that's a conflict. Anyway, I haven't bothered to argue with him. It's just that he kept trying to exercise his power as the class monitor." "Sun Jie, this is university. How can there be a class monitor like a primary school monitor?" Yang Ming said sarcastically. "Why do I feel that Sun Jie is like a class monitor in primary school?" Yang Ming's words really touched Sun Jie's heart. She was very clear about what her brother was like. "Well, Yang Ming, just give me face. If Sun Jie finds trouble with you again, you tell me, damn, so it seems like I'm living off a woman." Yang Ming heard it and felt awkward. "Yang Ming, didn't you ask Sister Sun Jie for help? Is this the attitude of asking for help?" Yang Li couldn't stand it and couldn't help but interrupt. How would she know that Yang Ming was taking the opportunity to flirt with Sun Jie? His words had a double meaning. "Okay, I got it. I will avoid him when I see him. Okay?" Yang Ming sighed and said with some sadness, "Even if I can't provoke him, can't I avoid him? Your Sun family is badass." "I didn't say that." Sun Jie smiled and said, "Doesn't Yang Li know you're Song Jiang's boss?" Yang Li still didn't know the relationship between Yang Ming and Bao Songli. Her uncle didn't tell her, so Sun Jie didn't know that Yang Ming knew Bao Songli. Chapter 459. He's my dad's business friend. Yang Li was a little embarrassed. Her background couldn't be compared to Sun Jie. Although her family could be said to be doing well in Songjiang, the foundation of Sun Jie's family wasn't in Songjiang, but in Donghai. "Yang Li, my father asked me to contact Bao Songli. Can you help me introduce him?" Sun Jie hesitated and said. For Yang Ming, Sun Jie didn't want to deliberately hide anything. She and Yang Ming were very strange. They weren't on the same side, but they were definitely closer than ordinary friends. "I don't seem to be able to do this. Or you can ask my dad," Yang Li said with some embarrassment. "I actually don't know about Songli. Why do you want to know about Songli?" Yang Ming, who had not spoken, suddenly interjected. "Yang Ming, don't you know that Sister Sun Jie's family is also in the underworld?" Yang Li asked curiously. Oh, Yang Ming really didn't know. Although he secretly controlled the underground forces of Songjiang, he didn't know much about the situation in Donghai. Even if he knew, he wouldn't connect with Sun Jie. Yang Ming controlled the underworld of Songjiang, but he didn't want to develop in this area. This was just a stepping stone to his success. Therefore, when Yang Ming heard that Sun Jie's family was also in the underworld, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Really? So powerful? Don't listen to Yang Li's nonsense. It's just that my dad has some influence in Donghai. In the past few months, Songjiang's underworld forces have suddenly emerged. Bao Songli quickly reached the scale. I heard that he also forced Donghai's Four Snakes gang to retreat. My father is very curious and wants to get to know Bao Songli. Sun Jie explained. Then I will talk to my dad. He should help you. Yang Li said. Why? Is your dad planning to swallow Songjiang's underworld? Yang Ming pretended to ask casually. I don't know. I don't have much contact with this kind of affairs now. Sun Jie shook her head. It didn't seem like she was lying. Yang Ming was the behind-the-scenes boss of Songjiang's underworld forces, so he had to be vigilant. He was going to go back and inform Ho Jinhan about the Sun family in Donghai. Yang Ming, why are you asking so many questions? Aren't you in school now? Do you want to go out and mingle? Yang Li interrupted Yang Ming's words. All right. Let's eat. Let's not talk about this. All right. Yang Ming also smiled. I'm just asking. The three of them then talked about some fashion topics. Yang Ming didn't understand a lot of it and couldn't get a word in. He could only express his opinion occasionally. However, Yang Ming's purpose of seeing Sun Jie had been achieved. If he was too close to Sun Jie, it was bound to arouse Yang Li's suspicion. During the meal, Sun Jie and Yang Li talked a lot. Both of them were very happy. Yang Ming was a guest. After paying the bill, Sun Jie went to Yang Li's house. Yang Ming didn't follow. He just winked at Sun Jie and whispered in her ear, Next time, I will ask you out alone. It depends on whether I'm in the mood. Sun Jie rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Back at home, Yang Ming called Ho Jinhan and asked him about the Sun family in Donghai. Big Ho, do you know about the Sun family in Donghai? Brother Yang, are you asking about the Sun family? Is it Sun Hongjun? Asked Ho Jinhan. It should be. It is the most powerful Sun family in Donghai. Yang Ming naturally didn't know who Sun Hongjun was. That is Sun Hongjun. How should I say it? Sun Hongjun's position in Donghai is very special. Ho Jinhan thought about it and didn't know how to say it. Special? What do you mean? Is he also the leader of the underworld? Asked Yang Ming. You can say that, but in fact he isn't. Sun Hongjun's surface identity is an entrepreneur and a philanthropist. Ho Jinhan said, the real underworld boss in Donghai is the Tian family, but the relationship between the Tian family and the Sun family is a dependent relationship. What do you mean? The Sun family and the Tian family have a close relationship? The Sun family relies on the Tian family to do business? Asked Yang Ming. This made Yang Ming couldn't help but think of his uncle, Yang Dashin. No, the Tian family relies on the Sun family. The Tian family works for the Sun family, said Ho Jinhan. What? Yang Ming was stunned. The Sun family is so powerful? The behind-the-scenes boss? You can say that. Sun Hongjuan's position in Donghai is similar to Brother Yang's position in Songjiang. They are both behind-the-scenes characters. Ho Jinhan explained, it's just that in Donghai, everyone knows the relationship between the Sun family and the Tian family. In Songjiang, your identity is more confidential. It turns out to be like this. In other words, Sun Hongjun is a character who can cover the sky with one hand in Donghai. That's not right. What about the Four Snakes gang a while ago? Asked Yang Ming. Donghai is different from our Songjiang. Donghai is a provincial capital city. The underworld forces are very complicated. Not only is the Tian family a gang, but there are many small gangs that rely on the Tian family to survive. Of course, Sun Hongjun also has a high position in these gangs because Sun Hongjun is the one who could decide their fate. It can also be said that Sun Hongjun is the boss of Donghai. Ho Jinhan analyzed. I understand. Yang Ming nodded. Right, Sun Hongjun wants to contact us. He has asked his daughter to contact Bao Sanli through my elder sister, Yang Li. Oh, why? Does Sun Hongjun have an ulterior motive for our Songjiang's underworld? Ho Jinhan frowned and asked. I don't know about this. You and Bao Sanli have to figure it out, said Yang Ming. I know, but after a month of reorganization, our foundation in Songjiang has been stabilized. I'm not afraid of what Sun Hongjun can do to us. A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake, Ho Jinhan said bluntly. Hee, your tone is not small now. Yang Ming smiled. In this position, there is no other way. Ho Jinhan also smiled. Right, if Sun Hongjun has any ulterior motives, what should we do? Do we need to capture his daughter? No. Yang Ming heard that Ho Jinhan wanted to capture Sun Jie, and he denied it without thinking. What's wrong? Ho Jinhan wondered. Sun Jie can't be touched. Don't trouble her. Yang Ming hesitated. He was afraid that he didn't have enough strength. So he added, she is my person. What? Ho Jinhan was as shocked as his name. Sun Hongjuan's daughter is the boss's woman? I'm going to faint. Isn't this too incredible? However, one of the good things about Ho Jinhan was that he never asked much. He never inquired about things that he shouldn't know. Yang Ming was already a ruthless person in his mind, so now this sounded a bit outrageous, but it was not impossible. I got it, said Ho Jinhan quickly. Don't tell anyone about this. Yang Ming reminded faintly. I understand. Ho Jinhan nodded. Today was the last day of the New Year's Day holiday. Yang Ming recalled the events of the past few days. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was a hurry holiday, but there were so many things. In the evening, Yang Ming sat at home and surfed the internet. He first searched for his 360-degree wide-angle vision ability. In fact, it should be counted as a full-angle vision. There were some relevant introductions on the internet, but many of them were martial arts novels. There was a novel that called this ability infinite perception, which meant that he could perceive things around him without limit. It was said that a blind man had practiced this skill. The others were some nonsense, such as Sky Eye, Ghost Eye. Anyway, there were all kinds of names. At first glance, it was a name that some bored people came up with. Someone even said that it was called Rolling Eyes, which made Yang Ming depressed. Of course, these were all funny things, but Yang Ming's ability actually appeared on his own body. Yang Ming experimented several times, and this ability was not difficult to achieve. Just by closing his eyes and wanting to see things, Yang Ming could clearly see everything around him. This feeling was very strange. It was like a third person's perspective. It was as if he did not exist in this space, but looked at everything in this space from another space. Yang Ming could even see that his eyes were tightly shut. In addition to the excitement, Yang Ming felt a little strange. Why could he quickly master and use some of his special abilities and use them skillfully, but he still couldn't figure out how to use some of them? Moreover, after this ability was discovered, Yang Ming was very sure that there must be some undiscovered abilities in this pair of glasses on his body. Chapter 460. Sun Jiwei was scolded by Sun Jia. He returned to the dormitory dejectedly. He didn't think that Wang Jitao would use him as a tool. Ever since he was young, Sun Jiwei didn't have many real friends. He had a lot of fair-weather friends and followers around him. People like Wang Jitao, who had a similar background as him, and who could accommodate him at all times, were too few. Moreover, Wang Jitao didn't force him to teach Yang Ming a lesson. He was completely willing to do so. Therefore, Sun Jiwei blamed all the mistakes of today's incident on Yang Ming. He thought that if it wasn't because of Yang Ming, his sister wouldn't scold him. Sun Jiwei was very depressed. His current pocket money was completely controlled by Sun Jia. If Sun Jia was angry about this incident, then he was about to usher in an economic crisis. So Sun Jiwei called Wang Jitao. "Brother Wang, I'm Sun Jiwei." "Oh, brother Sun, how is it? Did you have a good time on New Year's Day?" Wang Jitao flattered. "Happy?" Sun Jiwei snorted. "Happy my ass. I'm so depressed." "What's the matter?" Wang Jitao quickly asked. "Is there anything else that can make brother Sun worry?" "Hey, isn't it that Yang Ming? Motherfucker, I don't know how it happened. He actually knows my sister." Sun Jiwei smiled bitterly. "Today I brought 2 people from Donghai to teach Yang Ming a lesson. As a result, I met Yang Ming and my sister together. Yang Ming didn't teach them a lesson. Instead, he was scolded by me." "Oh." Wang Jitao frowned. "Did your sister ask you anything? For example, what is the relationship between us?" "She asked, but I tried my best to protect you. I said that you were my buddy." Sun Jiwei said. Wang Jitao's heart skipped a beat after he heard it. He just asked tentatively, but he didn't expect Sun Jiwei's sister to know about him. So he quickly asked, "How did she know about me?" "Of course, I said it. I said that I wanted to teach you a lesson." Sun Jiwei said very righteously. "Fuck." Wang Jitao slapped his thigh and cursed in his heart. If this were to spread to the Sun family's ears, wouldn't I be the culprit who bewitched their young master? "Brother, how do you think I treat you?" Wang Jitao suddenly asked. "There is nothing to say," Sun Jiwei said. "The relationship between the 2 of us is even stronger than blood brothers." "That's right. Then tell me, would I harm you?" Wang Jitao quickly said. "I think your sister might have misunderstood. She must have thought that you were bewitched by me and stood up for me." "How do you know?" "Yes, my sister thinks so." Sun Jiwei was a little surprised. "But it's okay. I have made it clear to my sister. It was my own idea. How about this, brother Sun? Are you feeling depressed now?" Wang Jitao felt that it was necessary to talk to Sun Jiwei face to face. Otherwise, this matter might really involve him. That wouldn't be good. "Yeah, AI. My pocket money is usually in the hands of my sister. Now it's over. We won't have money to drink when we go out in the future." Sun Jiwei smiled bitterly. "Brother Sun, what are you talking about?" Wang Jitao pretended to be very angry and shouted. "Are you talking like a human? And Wang Jitao, what do you mean?" Sun Jiwei suddenly heard Wang Jitao scolding him and asked with some displeasure, "Brother Sun, are you treating me as an outsider?" Wang Jitao said angrily. "So what if you don't have money? I have it. Let's eat, and I'll pay for it." "Who are we?" "Brother Sun, what you said just now was a bit wrong, right?" Wang Jitao's words were very rude, but Sun Jiwei still liked it. When he heard Wang Jitao was angry with him because of this matter, he was almost moved to tears. "Okay, it's my fault. You're right. We're the 2 of us. We're good brothers." It had to be said that Wang Jitao was very good at analyzing the thoughts of others. As this kid grew older, he became more insidious. "Are you okay now? I'll treat you to a drink." Wang Jitao said, "I just happen to have 10,000 yuan in cash. You can take it and spend it first. My dad just gave it to me yesterday." "Ah." Sun Jiwei was stunned. "What will you do if you give it to me?" "Me? Hee. What's the difference if I keep the money with you?" Wang Jitao smiled generously. "Good. Well said. Brother Wang, you are my good brother for life." Sun Jiwei was so excited that he was about to dance. Wang Jitao was a little amused. 10,000 yuan made you so excited? If I wasn't very clear about your background, I would really wonder if you were the young master of the Sun family. Hee hee. Let's talk while we drink. We won't stop until we're drunk. Wang Jitao said, fuck Yang Ming. I'll think of a way for you. It's okay. I'll definitely ask you to kill him. Okay, Sun Jiwei replied. Where are we going? Let's go to Heavenly Earth. That's your brother's business. Now that I'm in an economic crisis, I'll save as much as I can. Wang Jitao did him a favor again. Brother Wang, you're so kind. You're really thinking about me. Sun Jiwei's mood was now surging to the point of no return. After checking for a while, he didn't find any valuable information. Yang Ming simply closed the webpage. He couldn't help it. He was a special case. There were probably only a few people in the world who had special abilities. Moreover, they might not be from the same era. Moreover, this kind of people would protect themselves well like Yang Ming and not let their abilities be discovered by others. Therefore, it was even more impossible for related information to appear on the internet. The things on the internet, to put it bluntly, were the imagination of some people who had nothing to do all day long. There was no basis for it. If these things were really correct, then there would be many more special ability users in the world. Since he figured this out, Yang Ming didn't intend to check anymore. It didn't make any sense. It was all useless. Yang Ming opened QQ. He hadn't been online for a few days. He was busy with this and that. He didn't have time to go online. With the sound of beep, 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 Yang Ming received a lot of offline messages. Yang Ming clicked on them. The first thing that came into view was Chun Mingyin's message. There's no true love in this world. Are you there? Then there was a smiley face. There's no true love in this world. No? Where are you? Where did you go? There's no true love in this world. Yang Ming, why haven't you been online these days? What are you busy with? There's no true love in this world. Look for me when you're online. Yang Ming smiled and replied to Chun Mingyin's message. Wife, I have a lot of things to do at home these days. I just finished. Are you looking for me? What's the matter? It didn't take long for Chun Mingyin's message to come back. What wife? Don't call me that. I haven't agreed to be your wife yet. There's no true love in this world. Why do you wear the jade pendant my mother gave you all day long? There's no true love in this world. I'm willing. There's no true love in this world. Why are you looking for me? There's no true love in this world. It's okay. My dad is at home today. I wanted to ask you to come over, but you weren't online. I thought you must be very busy, so I didn't look for you. There's no true love in this world. I see. I really don't have time. My elder sister invited me to dinner today. There's no true love in this world. Then another day. There's no hurry. Anyway, you have seen my parents. There's no true love in this world. Yeah, I am closer to your dad than you are to my mom. There's no true love in this world. This situation will change in the future. There's no true love in this world. Right, my mom asked you to come to our house. She wants to train you in cooking. There's no true love in this world. Okay, I will go when I am free. I can watch over you to prevent you from flirting with other women. Yang Ming saw the message sent by Chun Mingyin. He suddenly sweated. AI, this little vinegar jar. It will be a serious problem in the future. If it isn't solved properly, then Lan Ling, Lin Jiyun, Xiao Qing, and even Xia can't coexist peacefully with her. After chatting with Chun Mingyin for a while, Yang Ming suddenly remembered that there were a few offline messages that he hadn't opened yet. So, he quickly opened them. One of them was from Zhang Bin. He sent him a URL. Yang Ming closed it directly. This kid didn't send anything good. Maybe he got hit by a Trojan from some vulgar website at home. Another one was from I Am a Superstar. It told Yang Ming to turn on the TV and watch her interview. Yang Ming looked at the time. Damn, it was actually from noon of the day before yesterday. Yang Ming had to pretend that he didn't see it and turn it off. The last one was from Wild Female Teacher. She asked Yang Ming if he had time to chat with her. Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Generally, Wild Female Teacher looked for him to play do diju. She rarely looked for him to chat. Chapter 461. Yang Ming quickly replied to her and told Wild Female Teacher that he was online. After a while, Wild Female Teacher's message came back. Yang Ming almost went offline. Why did you only reply now? You haven't been online today? asked wild female teacher. Not only today. I haven't been online for 2 days. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Oh, you haven't been online for 2 days? So busy? Said wild female teacher. There are too many things at home. What happened to you? You don't want to play fight the landlord with me? Instead, you want to talk? Asked Yang Ming. And I'm not in a good mood, said wild female teacher. Not in a good mood? What's wrong? Or is it a relationship problem? Without asking, Yang Ming also knew that wild female teacher was most annoyed by her relationship problems. True, feelings. I've been very upset for a while. I don't know how to tell you. Wild female teacher sent a bitter smile emoji. What's there to be unhappy about? Just say it. Yang Ming patiently explained. After all, when he was frustrated, wild female teacher also comforted him. One shouldn't forget one's roots, so Yang Ming was particularly concerned about wild female teacher's matter. I originally thought that as long as I met him, I could restore the feeling in the past. But why do I feel that my heart and his are getting further and further apart? Said wild female teacher faintly. Did you change, or did he change? Yang Ming was keenly aware of the key to the matter. I don't know. It may be me, or it may be him. Although our identities are different when we meet each other, I feel that my heart hasn't changed, said wild female teacher. Then did his heart change? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know. I really don't know, but he has a girlfriend, said wild female teacher. He has a girlfriend? Yang Ming frowned and typed 2 timing. Not really. After all, he and I don't have any substantial relationship. Wild female teacher exculpated. I'll tell you this from a man's perspective. Most men are lustful. They like to eat from the bowl and look at the pot. You can't be so naive to think that he will dump his current girlfriend to be with you. Before he starts to cheat on you, I advise you to forget about him as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Yang Ming looked at the words he typed and felt ashamed. In real life, he was 2 timing. That's already in of them, right? But on the internet, he could teach others righteously. You mean you want me to give up? After a long while, wild female teacher replied. It was obvious that Yang Ming's words took her a long time to digest. Yes, I think your current situation is clearly one-sided love. At first, I thought that you two were interested in each other, but now it seems that since he already has a girlfriend, you have no chance. Yang Ming said. Why? What if he breaks up with his girlfriend? Wild female teacher didn't give up and asked. Break up. Today he can break up with his current girlfriend for you. In other words, tomorrow he can break up with you for someone else. Is it interesting to be with this kind of person? Yang Ming sneered and sent a message. You're right. That's indeed the case. I understand. I will think about it. After a while, Yang Ming sent a few question marks over and wild female teacher replied. I hope you can understand it. The road of life is long. We have to be young people with ideals and beliefs. Don't be blinded by love. Yang Ming continued to boast. I know. Thank you. You can continue with your work. I'm going offline. Wild female teacher said. Okay, 88. I'm going offline too. Yang Ming turned off the computer and almost laughed out loud. I'm so great. I'm at the level of a psychology expert. If I lose my job in the future, I can consider opening a psychology consultation clinic. What's called a man with a human face and a beast heart. I'm a typical example. You say one thing, but you do something completely different. Yang Ming felt that he had more and more potential to be a profiteer. I have to have a good rest tonight. I have to go to school again tomorrow. After dinner, Yang Ming and his parents watched TV for a while. The family was happy and harmonious. Wang Jitao brought Sun Jiwei to earthly paradise. After a round of drinking and flattery, Sun Jiwei once again made up his mind to mess with Yang Ming, but in a different way. But when it came to underhandedness, Sun Jiwei didn't have the nerve. But he didn't. Wang Jitao did. Wang Jitao was a master of underhandedness. Wang Jitao now had a plan, but he didn't dare to implement it. Sun Jiwei didn't have a suitable plan, so the two people hit it off. Chun Fei didn't have a good holiday these days. The day before yesterday, he received a response from the traffic police department. Recently, There were many new Mercedes-Benz S600 cars in Songjiang City, but the procedures were very problematic. The license plates were basically from Shandong and Inner Mongolia. Originally, cars with fake license plates were very common. It was not a big case, and the traffic police department could deal with it. But this time was different. These new Mercedes-Benz cars were brand new, and the owners were also some people who were not to be trifled with. The traffic police department couldn't investigate, so they could only report to the criminal investigation team. Chun Fei's keen sense of professionalism quickly picked up on an unusual scent. There were so many cars with the same model with incomplete procedures around the end of the year. What did this mean? What do you think? Chun Fei roughly finished the information he got, and then asked the others in the room. It's hard to say. A very senior criminal policeman hesitated and said, "This kind of thing is just an ordinary traffic violation. Fake license plates? It's not a big deal." But if it's a big deal, it involves a lot of people. Of course, I understand what you said. Chun Fei smiled bitterly. I want to ask for your opinion, not for you to tell me whether it's a big deal or a small deal. Chun Fei couldn't help it. Just like what the person said just now was equivalent to not saying anything. How could he not understand these principles? Do you still need to say this? Xia Shui suddenly interrupted. It's so obvious. It must be smuggling. When these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Yes, smuggling was a big case. Although Songjiang was a city near the sea, because its own geographical location wasn't very good, and there weren't many cargo ships unloading here at the port by the sea, there were only a few cases of smuggling over the years. Even if there were, it was the kind of private small fishing boat that smuggled in some electronic products. The amount was very small, and it wasn't a big case. But now it involved cars. This was a big problem. However, how could those ordinary small fishing boats afford to smuggle cars? Moreover, it could be seen from the buyers of those cars that the sellers were also very powerful. If this case was investigated, it would definitely involve a lot of people. It was likely that a big shot in Songjiang would be involved. Therefore, Chun Fei was also in a difficult situation. Chun Fei was an upright person. He also knew that once this case was classified as smuggling and investigated, he would definitely ask until the end. He wouldn't give up until he found out the mastermind behind the scenes. And this truth, who didn't understand it. Therefore, everyone couldn't say anything. It wasn't so easy to be the first one to stand out. But Xia Shui, who was a hothead, didn't understand this. She directly put on the table. But Xia Shui was right. Even Chun Fei himself was more inclined to the direction of smuggling. So he nodded and said, "Let's do it this way. Since everyone thinks that this case is relatively big, then I will first consult with Chief Wang before making a decision." Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group. Wang Shifan frowned and looked at Su Daji. His face was a little gloomy. "What's the matter with you? Didn't I ask you to send the cars out to the province? Why are they all in the local area? President Liu and President Liu's company just happened to want to buy cars, and the price was high. I thought that they're all working in state-owned enterprises. They have strong connections. It's not a problem to sell the cars to them. They can handle the procedures themselves. We don't have to worry about anything," said Su Daji. "There are only 2 cars. What about the others? Why are there 6 in Songjiang City?" asked Wang Shifan. "They are all friends introduced by President Liu and President Liu." Su Daji said carefully, "I thought that they have a lot of connections. There shouldn't be any problem, right?" "Bullshit." Wang Shifan was so angry that he slammed the table. "You are really a fucking pighead. For such a small amount of money. How many times have I told you? Don't let the cars out of the city. Did you fucking take it as a passing wind?" Chapter 462. President Wang, I also want the company to make more money, Su Daji said with a bitter face. In fact, his original intention was indeed so. In order to make Wang Shifan value his ability to do things more, he privately decided to sell the car to several powerful big bosses in the city. He also made a lot of friends, but he didn't expect Wang Shifan to be so angry. Su Daji didn't understand. Why is this? How troublesome is it to sell the car to other places? I still have to drive out of the city to deliver the goods at the designated location. Not to mention that it may be stopped by the toll booth, but it is also not safe. What if I am betrayed? It is so safe to deliver the goods in the city. You don't have to worry about anything. When the car is driven, you can just take the money and leave. Later things have nothing to do with you. You don't have to worry about the procedures. Moreover, these buyers were a little famous in the local area. They weren't afraid of being betrayed in the transaction. After all, they knew each other well. No one would do that kind of thing. Give to the company? I think they gave you personal benefits, right? It was no wonder that Wang Shifan would think so. Anyone would think so. Otherwise, why didn't Su Daji do what I asked? I really didn't take any benefits. Su Daji was a little anxious. Brother-in-law, we are all a family. Can I do something that will damage the company's interests? Relatives. Wang Shifan sighed. How many companies have gone bankrupt because their own people took advantage of them? They fattened their own pockets and lost the company's interests. Brother-in-law, you have to speak with a conscience. Since the day I started working in the company, I have always been thinking about the company's interests. Su Daji said. Wang Shifan snorted. Don't say these useless things. When you contacted them, they didn't know your true identity, right? I don't know. They all know that my nickname is Cat. Su Daji said quickly. Didn't they ask where you came from? Asked Wang Shifan. I said that I came from Fujian. Su Daji said. Well, during this time, you should hide first. Don't show up. Wang Shifan said coldly. Su Daji was stunned. It's not that serious, right? If this isn't serious, then what is serious? Wang Shifan said. You are really a fucking pig's head. You will make trouble for me. Is this considered a paid vacation? Su Daji asked carefully. Bullshit. You still want to get a salary? You get out of here and stay at home. The benefits you have gotten these days are enough for you to squander. If it weren't for the fact that you are my brother-in-law, I would have sent you directly to the police station. Wang Shifan waved his hand and said impatiently. I really didn't get any benefits. Su Daji, he said anxiously. All right, stop it. Let's go. I'm annoyed when I see you now. Wang Shifan scolded. Wang Shifan was shocked when he heard Su Daji's 3 okay words. He quickly shouted, Wait. I will write a note for you. You go to the finance room to get 10,000 yuan first. If it's not enough, call me again. Wang Shifan said with a sigh. He thought that now I can only settle this guy first. Okay. Su Daji didn't even say thank you this time. Yes, he was also very angry. During this time, he had done his best for the company, but in the end, he was treated like this. 10,000 yuan. Although it doesn't seem to be a small amount compared with what I did, it is simply to send away a beggar. Although Su Daji didn't know how much the cost of those smuggled cars was, he wasn't stupid. The price was hundreds of thousands, so the profit was definitely not small. It should be said that it was a huge profit. Otherwise, it was impossible for so many people to try and engage in this high-risk industry. Su Daji sneered in his heart. You want to send me to the police station? You will die of exhaustion. Do you dare? I am afraid that once I enter the police station, these things can't be hidden from you. Let's see who has the bigger problem. Don't say that I didn't get any benefits. Even if I did get any benefits, it is at most an economic crime. What about you? Smuggling. That is a job that will cost you your head. Su Daji didn't say much. He picked up Wang Shifan's approval on the table and walked out of the office. He was very disappointed now. In the end, he ended up like this. However, what could he say? The company belongs to the Wang family. What does it have to do with me? What is a relative? Isn't he fired just because he said so? Su Daji went to the finance office to take 10,000 yuan and return home. Wang Shifan's heart was also very irritated. Does this Su Daji not have a brain? Wasn't he looking for trouble by sending all the goods to the city? It seems I have to stop for a while. I originally wanted to find Song Hang to take a batch of goods, but now I can't. I will wait until after the new year. Wang Shifan cursed a few words, then called his friend and asked him to help keep an eye on the news. If there was any news, he would immediately report to him. Early the next morning, Yang Ming received a call from Zhang Bin and went downstairs. They made an appointment yesterday to go to school together today. Zhang Bin drove to pick him up. Yang Ming got into the back seat of the car because Zhao Cece was already sitting in the front passenger seat. "Are we going to pick up Chen Mingyan?" asked Zhang Bin. I'll call her and ask her to come downstairs." Yang Ming nodded. After the three of them picked up Chen Mingyan, they rushed to school. After New Year's Day, the final exam was not far away. Unlike high school, there were monthly exams and midterm exams. Every semester, there was a final exam. These days, it was also the time when the attendance rate in each classroom was the highest, because the teachers of each subject were drawing questions for the students. Anyway, the university curriculum was like this. Even if you didn't study for a semester, as long as you understood the questions drawn by the teachers of each subject before the final exam, the exam results would definitely not be low. Yang Ming didn't care. It would be difficult to get a low score if he continued to use his special ability during the exam. However, Yang Ming still walked into the classroom with a book like everyone else. It was still necessary to put on an act. Otherwise, if you didn't study for a semester and got a high score in the exam, anyone would think that you were cheating. So in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Yang Ming took notes seriously with the textbook. Wang Jitao didn't appear in front of Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejie today. After all, Wang Jitao also had to take the final exam. Although Wang Jitao didn't care about this, if you couldn't pass the exam, you couldn't get a diploma. During the break, Zhou Jiejie whispered to Yang Ming, "Yang Ming, I'm sorry about that day. My mom has been with me since I got home. I couldn't text you. I made you worry. It's okay." Yang Ming was a little puzzled. "You and your mom are together. It doesn't affect texting, right?" It was just that Zhou Jiejie's family matters didn't have much to do with Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't ask much. "Right, if my mom looks for you, don't be angry." Zhou Jiejie hesitated and said with a red face, "Your mom looks for me? Why does she look for me?" Yang Ming was baffled. She thinks that we have that kind of relationship," Zhou Jiejie said while biting her lip. "What kind of relationship?" Yang Ming didn't understand a little, but it wasn't his fault. He didn't think that he could have anything beyond friendship with Zhou Jiejie. "It's boyfriend and girlfriend," Zhou Jiejie said. Your mom thinks so?" Yang Ming was stunned. "Probably. If my mom looks for you, you don't have to care about her," Zhou Jiejie said. "Well, there was no such thing in the first place. What is she suspecting?" Yang Ming smiled indifferently. Zhou Jiejie moved her lips and wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. At noon, Yang Ming was ready to call Chen Mingyan to have lunch with her, but Lin Jiyun's call came in first. "Hello." Yang Ming didn't hesitate to pick up the phone. "Jiyun, what's the matter?" "Yang Ming, I have to trouble you again," Lin Jiyun said with a trembling voice. "What's the matter?" "Jiyun, what's the matter?" Lin Jiyun's words made Yang Ming somewhat inexplicable. However, Yang Ming also felt that it wouldn't be a trivial matter. Otherwise, Lin Jiyun wouldn't be so upset. "Jiyun, what's wrong?" Yang Ming comforted. "Don't worry. You tell me, where are you?" "I'm at school," Lin Jiyun said. "School?" Yang Ming was stunned. "Did someone bully you at school?" Chapter 463. It's not me. It's my father who had an accident. Lin Jiyun's voice had a sobbing tone. "Uncle?" Yang Ming was stunned and asked, "What happened to Uncle?" "I don't know. My mother just called me and said that my father is now hiding in Donghai. He doesn't dare to go out. It seems that someone is going to sue him or something. Anyway, he is going to be sued. My mother said that she is going to Donghai now. She may be gone for a few days before she comes back. She asked me to take care of myself." "Yang Ming, what should I do?" Lin Jiyun said in a hurry. Yang Ming was a little confused. Lin Jiyun didn't say it very clearly, but Yang Ming still understood the general meaning. That is, Lin Jiyun's father got into some trouble in Donghai. As a result, he was going to be sued, and he was still hiding. "Where's your father now?" Yang Ming sorted out his thoughts and asked. "I don't know. My mother didn't tell me." Yang Ming, I want to go to Donghai to find my father now. Lin Jiyun said, I'm worried you. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. Little girl, aren't you adding to the trouble if you go? This isn't something you can solve. What's wrong? Lin Jiyun didn't understand why Yang Ming suddenly said, you, and didn't follow up. Jiyun, the most important thing for you now is to contact your mother and tell her not to act rashly. Yang Ming hesitated and said, there are some things that can't be solved just by her going. Sometimes it's adding to the trouble. Lin Jiyun was shocked. When she heard what Yang Ming said, she also felt that this was the case. She quickly said, okay, I will call my mother and see if she left. As Lin Jiyun said this, she didn't wait for Yang Ming to say anything and hung up the phone. Yang Ming shook his head. It seems that I have to make a trip to the East China Sea. Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and called Ho Jinhan. Then he instructed, Big Ho, do you have your own confidant in the company? Yes, they're my former comrades. They are definitely reliable. Do you have any instructions, Brother Yang? Ho Jinhan replied. Come with me to the East Sea to do something, Yang Ming said. When are we leaving? Ho Jinhan never asked. Wait for my news. Yang Ming hung up and called Sun Jie again. Sun Jie, I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming said. I didn't see the caller ID, but I recognized it. What's the matter? Asked Sun Jie. Lend me the car. It's urgent. Yang Ming and Sun Jie were not polite and said directly. Which one? Audi R8? Sun Jie was also used to the way Yang Ming spoke. Usually, Yang Ming's tone meant that there was something very important. And can I? Asked Yang Ming. If I say no, you won't lend it? Sun Jie smiled. Come to my company to get it. Should I send someone to send it to you? Send it to me. At the entrance of Song Jiang Industry University, Yang Ming said, I'm going now. 15 minutes. Sun Jie said, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? I'm going to Donghai. My friend is in some trouble. Yang Ming said truthfully. He was not going to hide it from Sun Jie. If the matter was really big, he might have to use Sun Jie's hand to solve it. Do you need help? Asked Sun Jie faintly. I will definitely not be polite when I need it. Yang Ming smiled. That's true. When you asked me, you were never polite. It was as if I owed you. Sun Jie smiled bitterly. I don't know who owes who. Things are two-sided. I'm comfortable, and you're refreshed. Yang Ming smiled. Go to hell. Sun Jie hung up the phone directly, but her heart was beating fiercely. Yang Ming's hint gave her a special feeling. Sun Jie knocked on her head. Sun Jie, do you want to have a relationship with a younger man? Sun Jie, don't tell me you want to have a relationship with a younger man. It's impossible, Sun Jie sighed. She picked up the car key and handed it to one of the company's men. She asked him to send the car to Yang Ming. When Sun Jie's phone call was just disconnected, Lin Jiyun's phone call came in. Moreover, there were several missed calls. It seemed that Lin Jiyun had called many times. How's it going, Jiyun? Yang Ming picked up the phone and asked. Yang Ming, I can't contact my mother. She doesn't have a mobile phone. No one is answering the phone at home. She must have set off. Lin Jiyun said anxiously. What should I do? Don't worry. I will think of a way. Where are you now? Yang Ming comforted her. I am in the dormitory. Lin Jiyun replied. You are now waiting for me at the main entrance of the school. I will go there too. We will think of a way when we meet. Yang Ming instructed calmly. It was useless to be anxious now. The most important thing was to be calm. Okay, I will go there now. Lin Jiyun said immediately. Yang Ming shook his head. As he walked, he called the bus station and asked about the departure time of the next bus to Donghai. Xin Yueping didn't have a car, so the only way to get to Donghai was to take a bus at the bus station. Although she could buy a train ticket, it was more troublesome than a bus ticket. When he got the news that the bus would depart at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Ming was relieved. It was now 11:30. There was still an hour and a half. He should be able to intercept Xin Yueping. The reason why Yang Ming didn't want Xin Yueping to participate was that women were sometimes more impulsive. Now, the more impulsive Lin Jiyun's father was, the easier it was to ruin things. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun almost rushed to the school gate at the same time. From the sadness between Lin Jiyun's eyebrows, Yang Ming could see her inner anxiety. AI. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Why is fate so unfair? Lin Jiyun is such a good girl, but she has suffered so many hardships. Don't worry. I have called the bus station. The bus to Donghai will depart at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We can still make it if we go now. Yang Ming was afraid that Lin Jiyun would be anxious, so he quickly told her the news he got when they met. Lin Jiyun nodded absent-mindedly. The sudden change made Lin Jiyun a little overwhelmed. On New Year's Day, her father called and said that the business in Donghai was very good. He had earned more than 10,000 yuan, so he wouldn't come back for the holiday. The mother and daughter were very happy at the time. They went to Ani Hong's small restaurant to celebrate. Who would have thought that such a troublesome thing would happen in just a few days? And Lin Jiyun nodded numbly. She didn't know why, but after seeing Yang Ming, her upset heart slowly calmed down. It was a feeling of finding support and sustenance. It was very comfortable. Wait a minute. My friend will send the car, and then we will go to the Songjiang bus station together. Yang Ming said. Lin Jiyun didn't make a sound. She just looked at Yang Ming. Now, she wanted to lean on Yang Ming's arms to find a familiar sense of security, but reason told Lin Jiyun that she couldn't. Not to mention that Yang Ming wasn't her real boyfriend. Even if they were secretly acting for real sometimes, it was impossible to do it at the school gate. This was causing trouble for Yang Ming. What if his girlfriend saw it? What should I do? Lin Jiyun's heart was struggling and tumbling, until Sun Jiesmin sent the car, and Yang Ming let her get in the car. Lin Jiyun regained her senses. Yang Ming wasn't very used to driving the sports car suddenly. However, Yang Ming had watched a lot of videos about the driving of sports cars before. This was necessary to be a qualified assassin. Gradually, he became familiar with the driving habits and came to the door of the Songjiang bus station. Yang Ming looked at the watch on the mobile phone. There were still 40 minutes before the departure. There was still time. After buying 2 station tickets, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun came to the waiting room together. Over there, Yang Ming opened his eyes and said to Lin Jiyun. After entering the waiting room, Yang Ming closed his eyes and used the all-angle special ability. He quickly found the position of Shun Yueping. Mom! Lin Jiyun threw herself on Shun Yueping, and tears couldn't help but flow down. Yunair, how did you find this place? Shun Yueping opened her mouth in surprise. Don't cry. Be obedient. Auntie, what is the specific situation with Uncle? Yang Ming sat next to Shun Yueping and asked. Yang Ming, you are here too? Shun Yueping just paid attention to Lin Jiyun. She didn't expect Yang Ming to come too. And, Auntie, I heard that Uncle had an accident, so I came over. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming, I actually don't know much about this matter, but I heard from Jiyun's father that his boss ran away after signing the contract. Now, the 2 companies that signed a contract with him are suing Jiyun's father for fraud. Shun Yueping frowned and sighed. I want to go over and take a look. I want to talk to the 2 companies. Chapter 464. When Yang Ming heard Shun Yueping's words, he could only smile bitterly. Sure enough, as he expected, if Shun Yueping went, then things would only be more troublesome. Intercede? Is it useful to intercede? Moreover, it would be better if she didn't intercede. If she interceded and was detained by the other party, Lin Jiyun's father would be agitated and cause some trouble. It would be troublesome if it changed from being reasonable to not being reasonable. Auntie, you don't have to intercede. Will the company listen to you? Yang Ming said helplessly. But this matter is definitely not done by Jiyun's father. It's his boss. What does it have to do with Jiyun's father? Shun Yueping was puzzled. Yang Ming thought, things are definitely not so simple. If the other party was only looking for Lin Jiyun's father to collect the debt, then it was possible to shirk the responsibility. Now, the other party said that they wanted to sue Lin Jiyun's father. Then things were different. There must be evidence to sue. In other words, the other party must have evidence in their hands that pointed to Lin Jiyun's father. It was an unshirkable responsibility. This was also the problem that Yang Ming was most worried about. Ani Shun, don't worry. My opinion is that you don't go to Donghai. I will do it. I have a relatively powerful friend in Donghai. You can ask her for help. Yang Ming pretended to be relaxed and comforted Shen Yueping. Besides, isn't it just about money? At most, we will pay for it. Pay for it? How can we afford it? Shen Yueping was shocked. It's a contract of a few million. What? A few million? Why is it so much? Yang Ming frowned. The amount is so huge. No wonder the other party wants to sue. However, this money was nothing to Yang Ming. He just didn't want to throw away a few million. What kind of business does Yun Air's father do? The contract is huge. Shen Yueping explained. I know, Ani Shun. Do you believe me? Yang Ming asked suddenly. I naturally believe you. You have helped our family so much. Shen Yueping also knew that if she went to Donghai, she would definitely be in the dark. She wouldn't know anyone. How could she not know that the chances of success of interceding with those two companies were almost zero? But what else could she do? He had to at least try, right? Now that Yang Ming took the initiative to offer help, Shen Yueping was naturally very touched. Yang Ming, I don't know what to say. My Yun heir is really lucky to know you. Ani Shun, don't say that. Since you mentioned Ji-Yun, then I won't be polite. With my relationship with Ji-Yun, I should do this now. You don't have to feel burdened. Although a few million isn't a small number, I promise that I will gather the money to compensate others. I will definitely bring Uncle Lin back safely. Yang Ming solemnly said to Shen Yueping. Yang Ming. In fact, Lin Ji-Yun was the most excited at this moment. Only she was clear about the relationship between herself and Yang Ming. These two people were just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. She didn't understand why Yang Ming wanted to help her so much. And it wasn't just once, but again and again. This kind of help and care was definitely not the kind of help from an ordinary friend. Lin Ji-Yun wasn't a fool. Yang Ming's care for her could be said to be meticulous. Although Lin Ji-Yun had never been in love, she had never seen a pig run before. Novels, movies, serials. The care between lovers was just like this, right? Lin Ji-Yun never felt that Yang Ming owed her anything, although there was a mistake before. Now Lin Ji-Yun had regarded the pain as a mistake, but Lin Ji-Yun felt that Yang Ming deserved it, didn't he? He just delayed the time to get it. So now, for everything that Yang Ming did for her, Lin Ji-Yun was touched. Of course, there were some complicated feelings that couldn't be said. Lin Ji-Yun also thought about why. Was Yang Ming pursuing her? It didn't seem like it. She also knew that Yang Ming had a girlfriend, and they seemed to have a good relationship. Then why was it Yang Ming was so natural with her? Lin Ji-Yun once thought that Yang Ming was too immersed in the act, but later she dispelled this idea. Pretending was just pretending no matter what. Actions and words could be faked, but the deep concern in his eyes couldn't be faked. Lin Ji-Yun sighed. She had gradually gotten used to Yang Ming's current behavior. She was used to Yang Ming's care and Yang Ming's care. Even when she encountered trouble, the first person she called was Yang Ming. Just like just now, when she was helpless, she subconsciously called Yang Ming. Lin Ji-Yun also knew that it was wrong to do this, but she just couldn't control herself. Because everything had become a habit, she even had a feeling of fear. She was afraid that her relationship with Yang Ming would be exposed one day. Then, she would lose her current life forever. Lin Ji-Yun shook her swollen head and wiped the tears on her face. When Shen Yueping wasn't paying attention, she whispered to Yang Ming, "Why are you so good to me?" And Yang Ming was stunned and replied casually, "I'm your boyfriend? What's wrong with being good to you?" I mean, Lin Ji-Yun just wanted to say something, but she saw Shen Yueping turn her head, so she quickly closed her mouth. "Yeah, Yunair, why are you saying such strange things?" Shen Yueping heard that Yang Ming promised to bring Lin Chongqing back safely, even if he had to pay for it. She breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Ji-Yun really couldn't say anything. She could only sigh slightly. Forget it. Let's leave it to fate. In this life, I seem to be entangled with Yang Ming. Ani Shun, you give me Uncle Lin's contact information. I will go to Donghai. The sooner the matter is solved, the better. Yang Ming said. Okay, I will write it down for you. The place where he lives is called Dafa Hotel. Xin Yueping said as she took out a pen and paper and wrote down the address for Yangming. Auntie Shun, since you trust me, leave this matter to me. You and Jian go back and wait for my news. Yang Ming said. No, I want to go with you. Lin Jiyun suddenly said. This. Yang Ming hesitated. It was actually fine for Lin Jiyun to go as long as she didn't run around. For Lin Jiyun's request, Yang Ming had always found it difficult to refuse. Okay, Yang Ming said, but you must be obedient. It seems that I am very naughty. Lin Jiyun also smiled through her tears. Yang Ming and Xin Yueping went to refund the ticket. Then they left the bus terminal and said goodbye. Yang Ming called Ho Jinhan. Big Ho, I'm going to Donghai now. You should go too. Meet me at the highway toll booth outside the city. Okay, Brother Yang. Ho Jinhan's answer was always so simple. Lin Jiyun, who got Yang Ming's promise, was relieved at this time. She didn't pay attention to what car Yang Ming was driving. Now she looked at Yang Ming's car with some surprise. Why is this car so strange? By the way, I remember now. In the Iron Man movie that I watched, Iron Man drove this car. Probably. This car does look like Iron Man. Yang Ming nodded. The performance is good, but it is a bit too domineering for a girl to drive. This car could only be driven by a woman like Sun Jie. Her character was quite strong. Is the owner of this car a woman? Lin Jian couldn't help but ask. It's the friend from Donghai that I was talking about. Yang Ming smiled and drove the car. He didn't notice Lin Jiyun's uneasiness. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Lin Jiyun actually had some slight jealousy. This girl must have a close relationship with Yang Ming. Otherwise, why would she lend such a good car to others? What was ridiculous was that Lin Jiyun didn't expect that Yang Ming was willing to pay millions for her. She was still jealous of others. The bus terminal was very close to the highway toll booth outside the city, so Yang Ming arrived a little earlier than Ho Jinhan. The car was parked on the side of the road, which attracted many people's attention. The Audi R8 was still very popular in China, especially Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, a handsome man with a beautiful woman. It was even more enviable. But jealousy was jealousy. Many people still looked at Yang Ming with envy. After waiting for a while, they saw Ho Jinhan's broken Jetta roaring. Needless to say, although this car was broken, it wasn't slow. Behind him was a Jinbei big van. Yang Ming pressed the horn twice. Ho Jinhan was a little surprised when he got off the car. He found out that this was Yang Ming's car, but he didn't ask much. He just said, Brother Yang, I brought 8 people. Is it enough? It should be enough. You follow me in a while. Yang Ming said. Chapter 465. Although Yang Ming's sports car could go faster, because he had to take care of Ho Jinhan, the speed couldn't be increased. Moreover, there was a speed limit on the highway. Yang Ming couldn't go faster even if he wanted to. Lin Changqing's mobile phone was also turned off. There was no way to contact him now. The only way for Yang Ming to find him was to find Dafa Hotel according to the address provided by Xin Yueping. This was a very secluded alley. Yang Ming found such a place after several inquiries. Dilapidated bungalows and garbage stations. Perhaps every city had such a dilapidated and barren side. Even Donghai, the provincial capital city, was the same. Looking at the 3 cars driving into the alley, the people on the side of the road widened their eyes in surprise, especially Yang Ming's sports car that could only be seen on TV. It made these people, who rarely saw cars in the alley, even more surprised. Dafa Hotel, the name was very rich, but it didn't look like it meant to be rich at all. It was a very dilapidated 2-story building with a plaque that had lost its color. The words Dafa Hotel were written on it, and the hotel was changed later. It was painted with paint. The original words were guest house. Maybe the owner of this hotel wanted to keep up with the times, but the environment of this place was like this. It couldn't be changed to be high-end. Excuse me, is there a person named Lin Changqing living here? Yang Ming walked into the hotel and asked a drowsy middle-aged woman sitting at the service desk inside. Lin Changqing. The middle-aged woman glanced at the record registration form beside her. There were only a few guests with this name, so she said, "There is no such person." "Oh, that's not right. That's not right." Yang Ming was stunned. "It is indeed here. Is there only one Dafa hotel here? Do you think that I can afford to open a branch?" The middle-aged woman shook her head and curled her lips. "Do you two want to stay? The hourly room is very cheap. Of course, if you stay for a long time, I can give you a discount. There's a closed-circuit TV in the room, suitable for you couples to flirt with each other." Lin Jiyun was a little shocked when she heard the middle-aged woman's words. She raised her blushing face and looked at Yang Ming embarrassedly. "What should I do? Dad isn't here. I don't know. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be wrong." Yang Ming shook his head and continued to say to the middle-aged woman, "It doesn't matter if we stay in the hotel. We could take a break." "Oh, that's great. 20 for an hour and 50 for a full day. What do you think?" When the middle-aged woman heard that Yang Ming wanted to stay in the hotel, she immediately perked up. "You could get a discount if you stay for more days, and you don't have to register with your ID card." "No need to register with an ID card?" Yang Ming suddenly thought of something. Yes, this was not a big hotel. It was just a small hotel. The management of this kind of hotel was very lax. Since they did not require ID cards, many people who came to stay here registered with fake names. The lady boss of this and also used this to attract young men and women to book a room. Lin Jiyun's father, Lin Chongqing, was now hiding from debt, so it was very likely that he used a fake name. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but open his eyes. The reason why he said that he wanted to stay in the hotel was to get more information from the lady boss. At first glance, this lady boss was the kind of woman who was very mercenary. Before Yang Ming said that he wanted to stay in the hotel, she had a sleepy expression. When he said that he wanted to stay in the hotel, she immediately perked up. "Okay, then I will stay for a day." Yang Ming took out 100 yuan and handed it to the middle-aged woman. "I will charge you 100 yuan first. I will give you the change when you check out." The lady boss said, "Okay, no problem." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Lady boss, I want to ask you something." "What is it? Just say it." The lady boss's attitude was very good this time. She was happy to pay the money. "This is the case. I have a friend who called me and said that he also lives here. He asked us to come and find him, but you just said that he didn't live here. Let me describe his appearance to you." Yang Ming said, "Okay, you say it. I have a lot of people who don't register here." The lady boss nodded. "For example, I didn't even register your name when you stayed in the hotel." Yang Ming broke into a sweat. She was the one who opened this hotel. She wasn't afraid of murderers staying here. However, this wasn't something that Yang Ming could worry about. So Yang Ming described Lin Chongqing's appearance. "This person," the lady boss fell into deep thought. "When you said this, I have a bit of an impression. It seems to be a man who lives on the second floor. He is in his 40s. I don't know the specific name. He didn't register. I don't know if he is the Lin Chongqing you're looking for. He just went out and hasn't come back yet." Lin Chongqing just came back from eating a bowl of noodles outside. Before he entered the door of the hotel, he faintly heard that someone seemed to be talking about him. Lin Chongqing was immediately shocked after hearing it. He quickly stopped and didn't dare to go in. He leaned on the door and looked inside carefully. When he saw that the people who came were Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming, he was relieved and pushed the door in. "Jiyun, Yang Ming, why are you here?" asked Lin Chongqing. "Hey, it's him. Is he the person you are looking for?" The lady boss knew that these two groups of people knew each other, but she didn't forget to do them a favor. "Uncle Lin, your room is upstairs, right? We also got a room. Let's go up and talk." Yang Ming knew that this wasn't a place to talk, so he said this. "Okay." Lin Chongqing nodded. "Let's go up and talk." Yang Ming thanked the lady boss and went upstairs with Lin Chongqing and Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming's room and Lin Chongqing's room were diagonally opposite each other, so they were quite close. Yang Ming first glanced at his room. The environment was okay. The outside of this hotel didn't look good, but the inside was clean and tidy. It was just that the TV was obviously an antique. Ho Jinhan and the others didn't care about it. It was the same wherever they stayed. They also got a few rooms together. The lady boss was so happy that she fainted. There were so many customers all of a sudden. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun came to Lin Chongqing's room. After closing the door, Yang Ming asked, "Uncle Lin, I heard from Ani Shun that you are in trouble. What happened?" AI. Lin Chongqing sighed and said, "This matter, I have to start from the beginning. It turned out that the hotel where Lin Chongqing originally worked was closed because of the fight between Bao Sanli and Yu Xiangda. Lin Chongqing was naturally laid off. Not long after, one of Lin Chongqing's original workmates found Lin Chongqing and said that there was a good job for him. This workmate was in Donghai, doing business with a boss. He heard that his monthly income was more than 10,000 yuan. Lin Chongqing was moved when he heard it. He quickly rushed to Donghai. Under the introduction of his workmate, he joined a company called Rini Trading and became a sales manager. Although there was no base salary and the commission was very low, only 5,000ths of the business volume, the company's trade volume was very large. It was a business worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Because of the absolute price advantage, Lin Chongqing, a newcomer, easily won 2 big business deals worth more than 100,000 yuan. He did well, and his commission was more than 1,000 yuan. Moreover, he also established a good cooperative relationship with these 2 trading companies. A few days ago, Lin Chongqing signed 2 deals worth more than 1 million yuan with these 2 companies. Because it was the second cooperation, everything went smoothly. The other party also paid a 20% deposit in accordance with the contract requirements. Lin Chongqing was very excited. If these 2 business deals were successful, then he could get a commission of more than 10,000 yuan. However, the good times didn't last long. When the 2 companies were rushing for goods, Lin Chongqing was shocked to find that his boss had disappeared. At that time, the 2 companies didn't care about this. They found Lin Chongqing and asked him for goods. If there was no goods, he would refund the money. Otherwise, they would sue him in court. Lin Chongqing was scared. He quickly found this small hotel to hide first. He didn't know what to do. "Uncle Lin, where is the contract you signed? Do you have a copy?" Yang Ming listened to Chun Chongqing's narrative, and his heart sank slightly. This was obviously a typical example of a shell company. They cheated once and left. They cheated the salespeople under them. "Contract? Yes, I have a copy of every contract here. Wait a moment. I will show it to you." Lin Chongqing listened to Yang Ming's words and quickly took out a stack of contracts from a briefcase on the bed and handed them to Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't look at anything else. He just glanced at the first party, and his heart sank. The first party didn't write the name of the Rini company, but his name, Lin Chongqing. Looking at the contract again, Yang Ming's mood was even heavier. Although Yang Ming wasn't a legal expert, he could roughly understand the terms written in the contract. None of them were against the Rini company. Instead, they were all against individuals. If an individual violated the contract, what would happen? Chapter 466. After reading the entire contract, Yang Ming broke into a cold sweat. "Uncle Lin, how can this contract be signed in your personal name? Not the company?" "No, our salesmen sign contracts in their own names." Lin Chongqing's expression didn't have the slightest problem. The boss said that this can effectively distinguish which order is made by who. It is also easy to calculate the commission. What is this reason? Which order is made by who? This can be recorded casually. There is no need for the salesman to sign the contract in his personal name. Yang Ming's current mood could be imagined. No wonder the 2 companies didn't look for the Rini Trading Company, but specifically looked for Lin Chongqing. "Uncle Lin, the current situation is not very good. This contract is obviously a trap for you. If the company's boss runs away, then the responsibility will be all on you." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "How can it be?" Lin Chongqing was stunned. "Didn't I sign the contract on behalf of the company?" Yang Ming was a little speechless. It seems that Uncle Lin's legal awareness is very low. He can't even see through such a simple fraud. "Uncle Lin, this contract doesn't mention the so-called Rini Trading Company from beginning to end." Lin Chanqing was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's words. Really? Then, wouldn't the two companies ask me for money? Isn't the current situation like this? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. But things shouldn't be that bad. You tell me about your boss, such as if you have a photo of him in your hand. There is no photo. I haven't seen what a boss looks like. When our company holds a meeting, it is in the form of a remote phone call. We sit in the office and listen to the boss instructions. Lin Chanqing said, "We only know that he is Mei. We all call him President Mei." President Mei? Yang Ming shook his head. It must be a fabricated name. Listening to this posture, how is it similar to a telephone pyramid scheme? Their other workmates said that the boss is called Mei Rini. Lin Chanqing nodded. Mei Rini? No benevolence? This name was too classic. It was comparable to Wu Qiren's name. One was heartless, and the other was shameless. The current situation is not good. Forget it. Where are your other co-workers? Is there anyone who knows more inside information? Yang Ming asked. I don't know. They are all hiding. Many of them are also victims. They don't dare to run out. Lin Chanqing shook his head. What should we do? Your contract is... Let me see. The amount is 4 million yuan. 20% should be 480,000 yuan. Don't be angry. We could just pay them 480,000 yuan. Yang Ming comforted him. How can that be? So much money. How can I let you pay? Lin Chanqing was taken aback and hurriedly refused. Yang Ming gave Lin Jiyun a look and asked her to speak. Lin Jiyun had no choice but to say, Dad, Yang Ming isn't an outsider. If it really doesn't work, I can pay for it, okay? Lin Chanqing sighed and thought that it was the same. It was the same as if it was given by his own daughter. Although he knew that Yang Ming would solve the problem for him, Lin Chanqing's interest wasn't very high. Lin Jiyun didn't have much worry. The relationship between Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun was normal now to live in the same room. Lin Chanqing didn't ask. However, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were somewhat not used to it. After all, this was the first time that two people went out and lived in the same room. Back in the room, Lin Jiyun sat on the bed. Are you hungry? Asked Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun was shocked and said unnaturally, I'm not hungry. I'm fine. Yang Ming shook his head. It could be seen that Lin Jiyun was a little reserved. Yang Ming smiled and turned on the TV. He said to Lin Jiyun, You watch TV first. I'll go out and find my friend to talk about something. Okay. Lin Jiyun nodded. She was relieved when she saw Yang Ming leave the room. After all, it was the first time for Lin Jiyun to be alone with Yang Ming in a hotel room. She was nervous. She was a little scared. There is only one big bed here. Do I really have to sleep in the same bed with Yang Ming at night? Would he do something about it? However, Lin Jiyun shook her head again. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't have the opportunity to be alone with her. Moreover, there was one time when she was sleeping. If Yang Ming had any intention to do something to her, he wouldn't have waited until now. Besides, even if something happened between Yang Ming and me, so what? Lin Jiyun gritted her teeth. Anyway, since it happened once, she didn't care about the second time. Yang Ming went out of the room and came to the room where Ho Jinhan was. Ho Jinhan lived in a single room. His men were arranged in other rooms. Although Ho Jinhan said that these people were his confidants, Yang Ming still had to be careful. His relationship with Ho Jinhan shouldn't be exposed too early. Brother Yang. Ho Jinhan was lying on the bed smoking. When he saw Yang Ming come in, he quickly sat up from the bed. You lie down and rest. Yang Ming waved his hand and sat on the bed. Then, he told Ho Jinhan about Lin Chanqing's experience. That's the situation. That's the situation. Do you have any good ideas? There should be no good way. Ho Jinhan shook his head. There is no clue at all. It is very difficult to do. Let's do this. I will take my brothers out to inquire about the situation. This Mei Rini is working in Donghai. It is impossible for him not to contact some local tyrants. Okay, you go ahead. Yang Ming nodded. Contact me at any time if there is any news. After Ho Jinhan left, Yang Ming stayed in Ho Jinhan's room for a while before returning to his room. He was afraid that Lin Jiyun would be embarrassed. so he deliberately left some time for Lin Ji-yoon to adjust her mentality. To be honest, the reason why Yang Ming chose a room when he got a room was also intentional. Yang Ming felt that he and Lin Ji-yoon could probably go further. The current time couldn't be said to be very ripe, but it was an opportunity after all. Yang Ming decided to take advantage of this opportunity to improve his relationship with Lin Ji-yoon. In this way, Yang Ming could take care of her more justifiably. Pushing open the door of the room, Yang Ming saw Lin Ji-yoon sitting on the bed watching TV at the moment. There was a smile on her mouth. Yang Ming glanced at the program on TV. It was an American cartoon, SpongeBob SquarePants. Yang Ming smiled slightly and sat next to Lin Ji-yoon. Is it good? It's so interesting. Lin Ji-yoon couldn't help but laugh. The little snail in it is so cute. Which one? Is it that little snail? Yang Ming pointed to the cartoon character on TV and asked. Yeah, it's him. SpongeBob SquarePants, little snail. Lin Ji-yoon nodded. Yang Ming accompanied Lin Ji-yoon to watch TV for a while. This cartoon was really funny. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh for a long time. After the cartoon was over, it was a lengthy advertisement. Do you want to change the channel? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know where the remote control is. Lin Ji-yoon smiled bitterly and shook her head. I was looking for it just now. I watched the advertisement for half an hour, and I finally found a fun cartoon. What? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly looked for the TV remote control. Fortunately, the space here was limited. Yang Ming rummaged through the desk and finally found a shabby remote control. Yang Ming pressed the volume button. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with it. Here, Yang Ming handed the remote control to Lin Ji-yoon. I'm going to the toilet. I drank too much water just now. Okay. Lin Ji-yoon took the remote control and changed the channel. This hotel should be equipped with a satellite TV. Lin Ji-yoon hadn't seen many of the channels. There were also some channels that spoke in English. Lin Ji-yoon couldn't even understand the subtitles. There was a sudden sound of ecstasy from the TV. Lin Ji-yoon was shocked. She almost threw the remote control on the ground. The sudden strange sound made Lin Ji-yoon's face turn red for no reason. Looking at the content on TV again, Lin Ji-yoon was so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. A foreign woman was sitting on the body of a foreign man, moving up and down, back and forth at high speed, and exaggeratedly moaning sounds came from her mouth at this moment. Lin Ji-yoon certainly understood what the two people on TV were doing. Lin Ji-yoon wasn't a kindergarten girl. She knew a little about the matters between men and women. However, Lin Ji-yoon was a little curious. The woman on TV seemed to be very comfortable. Was it so exaggerated? Lin Ji-yoon frowned and recalled her experience. Chapter 467. When Yang Ming came to the bathroom, it was actually because his cell phone vibrated in his pocket. Yang Ming took out his cell phone and glanced at it. It was a message from Chun Ming-yen. Yang Ming, where are you? Why don't I see you? Yang Ming quickly dialed Chun Ming-yen's cell phone. After 2 rings, Chun Ming-yen picked up. Yang Ming, where are you? Asked Chun Ming-yen. I'm outside. I have something to do. Yang Ming said, I'm now in Donghai. Oh, why did you go to Donghai? When will you come back? Chun Ming-yen was a bit puzzled. She saw Yang Ming in the cafeteria in the morning. Why did he go to Donghai in the afternoon? Something happened to a friend of mine. Yang Ming said, I may have to stay here for a few days. Don't worry. Okay, Chun Ming-yen said. Then you be careful. If you need anything, call my dad. I understand. Yang Ming felt sweet in his heart. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming washed his face and then went out of the bathroom. Lin Ji-yoon blushed as she watched the exaggerated performance on TV. This hotel is really unbearable. How can there be such a channel? Although Lin Ji-yoon was cursing in her heart, her eyes were staring at the TV screen without blinking. Curiosity can sometimes kill a cat or even an elephant. Lin Ji-yoon looked at the person on TV, but her heart couldn't help but association with herself. That time, other than pain, there was still pain. It wasn't as refreshing as the woman on TV. Lin Ji-yoon shook her head in doubt. She looked at the woman on TV and looked at herself. Could it be that Asians are different from Europeans and Americans? And the figure does seem to be different. The woman on TV is much more voluptuous than me. I can't say voluptuous. I should say that it's scary. Those breasts. Lin Jiyun sweated profusely. When Yang Ming came out of the bathroom, he was a little stunned. He listened to the sound from the TV, glanced at the image on it, and then glanced at Lin Jiyun, who was blushing but was watching the TV with great interest. Yang Ming almost couldn't stand still and sat directly on the ground. Wasn't this too much of a mystery? Lin Jiyun watched this kind of program. Yang Ming opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at Lin Jiyun. Just like that, Lin Jiyun watched the TV. Yang Ming watched Lin Jiyun and watched the TV. It was unknown who the TV was watching. After a long while, Lin Jiyun recovered from her dazed state. She suddenly thought that Yang Ming might have come out of the toilet without knowing why. She quickly looked back in the direction of the toilet, but she saw Yang Ming with his mouth wide open. Lin Jiyun was shocked. She quickly pressed the remote control with her hand to change the channel. She didn't expect that the next channel was even more intense. It was the United States before, but this time it was Japan. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the American blockbuster, it was more realistic. The sound of squeaking came from the TV, making Yang Ming stunned. Could it be that Lin Jiyun likes this kind of music? Yang Ming shook his head, baffled. Jiyun, do you like to watch this? Oh. Lin Jiyun quickly pressed the remote control again. This time, she accidentally pressed the wrong key and pressed the volume button. The sound on the TV increased by several decibels. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, the door was knocked. Yang Ming, Jiyun, are you asleep? It was Lin Chongqing's voice. As luck would have it, the man on the TV suddenly sped up, and the woman screamed madly, ugh. Lin Chongqing was immediately speechless. Apparently, he also heard the sound in the room. You guys play first. I will go back first. Lin Chongqing was very embarrassed. Seeing his daughter and son-in-law doing that kind of thing, he couldn't help but sweat. When he returned to the room, his face was still a little hot. Lin Jiyun saw that changing the channel didn't work, so she had to press the switch of the remote control to turn off the TV. Just now, my father. When Lin Jiyun thought of this, she was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. She pulled the quilt on the bed and covered her head. Jiyun, what are you doing? Yang Ming wasn't as embarrassed as Lin Jiyun. I don't want to live anymore. Lin Jiyun screamed. I can't see anyone. What's wrong? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Isn't it just watching an adult TV show? What's so great about it? I've seen it too. I know that you won't believe me no matter what I say. Lin Jiyun said in a hurry, but I really didn't watch it deliberately. I know. Yang Ming said in his heart. If you didn't do it deliberately, why did you watch it so intently? Do you believe me? Lin Jiyun asked curiously. I believe. You are definitely not a perverted woman. Yang Ming said. Lin Jiyun smiled bitterly in her heart. My performance just now seemed to be a perverted woman. Well, Jin, don't think so much. Just watch it. It's not a big deal. We are all adults. It's not wrong to know something about this. Yang Ming saw that Lin Jiyun was shy, so he persuaded her. But my father just now. Lin Jiyun felt helpless when she thought of this. My father must have thought that we were... That's nothing, right? Anyway, Uncle Lin also knows about our relationship. Even if it is us, it doesn't matter, right? Yang Ming said. But I just feel embarrassed. Yang Ming, you really won't make fun of me? Lin Jiyun asked with some concern. Why would I make fun of you? You have done a lot of embarrassing things in front of me. Yang Ming smiled and said, for example, going to the toilet without wearing clothes. You are so annoying. Lin Jiyun laughed and pulled down the quilt from her head. Do you really think it's nothing? What's nothing? Are you talking about your father's matter? Yang Ming asked. Of course it's nothing. Didn't your father already know that we did that? No, I'm talking about me just now. Watching TV. Lin Jiyun whispered. Do you think that I am very perverted? No, I think it's normal. Yang Ming smiled and said, "In fact, I occasionally watch it." "Really?" asked Lin Jiyun. "Really?" Yang Ming nodded and said, "Why don't we watch it together now?" "Go to hell," Lin Jiyun said shyly. "Who wants to watch it with you? Just now we watched it together, right?" Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. Lin Jiyun rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. The flush on her face hadn't faded yet. This look was unspeakably charming. It made Yang Ming feel a little intoxicated. "What are you looking at?" Lin Jiyun suddenly found that Yang Ming was looking at her, so she asked uncomfortably. "Nothing. I'm just looking at you." Yang Ming said, "You are much better looking than the woman on TV." "What?" Lin Jiyun was a little annoyed. "Are you comparing me to the woman on TV? Didn't I say that you are better looking than her?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "That won't do," Lin Jiyun said angrily. "I won't be like the woman on TV and decent." Yang Ming laughed twice. The awkwardness between the two was relieved. Let's go to Uncle Lin's room. He seemed to be looking for us for something." Go to my father's place." Lin Jiyun hesitated. "It's okay. Just pretend to be natural. Just act like nothing happened." Yang Ming said casually, "If we don't mention it, Uncle Lin will naturally be embarrassed to mention it." "And okay then." Lin Jiyun nodded. She got up and walked to Lin Chongqing's room with Yang Ming. After knocking on the door, Lin Chongqing opened the door and saw Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun appear at the door of his room neatly dressed. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. These two people are quite fast. In just a while, they're already dressed like Wu Zhengwang. "You too," Lin Chongqing said somewhat strangely. When Lin Jiyun saw her father's strange eyes, she couldn't help but feel hot. She was anxious and explained, "Dad, we were just watching TV. We didn't do anything else." "Watching TV?" Lin Chongqing was stunned. He had stayed in this hotel for 2 days. Naturally, he knew what was on TV. However, if two young people were hiding in the room to watch this kind of TV, then what would happen next was self-evident. Lin Chongqing thought that his daughter was embarrassed, so he nodded and said, "Oh, watching TV. It's nothing. I didn't hear anything." It was fine if Lin Chongqing didn't say anything. When he said this, Lin Jiyun was even more embarrassed. She said anxiously, "Dad, we really didn't do anything. We were just watching TV." Chapter 468. Lin Chongqing said with a smile, "What you two do has nothing to do with me. You don't have to report to me." But Lin Jiyun still wanted to argue, but she was interrupted by Lin Chongqing. "Well, Jiyun, don't be so childish. You're not young anymore. You're a big girl. It's not shameful to do this kind of thing." Lin Chongqing waved his hand. "Let's talk about business." Lin Jiyun had to shut her mouth, but it could be seen that she still wanted to say something, but there was no chance. "Uncle Lin, why are you looking for us?" asked Yang Ming. "This is the case. I suddenly remembered something. I want to talk to you about it. I don't know if it's useful." Lin Chongqing asked Yang Ming and the others to sit down and said, "What is it?" "Uncle Lin, you must tell me what you can think of so that we can find clues as soon as possible." Yang Ming nodded and said very solemnly, "Okay, I just remembered something important. I want to tell you quickly." Lin Chongqing said, "When I first entered the company, there was a salesman who didn't want to work anymore. Then he asked President May to calculate his salary. President May didn't give it to him. Instead, he found someone to teach him a lesson. In our meeting, he said that he and Brother Snake of the Four Snakes gang were good buddies. Whoever dared to make trouble would have their legs broken. For Snake's gang?" Yang Ming was surprised and slapped his thigh. "Is it related to the Four Snakes gang? I don't know about this. It may be that President May simply said it to scare us." Lin Chongqing shook his head. "But I heard from a few more senior workers that President May does seem to have a background in the underworld, so I got it." "Uncle Lin, the situation you thought of is very important," Yang Ming said. "If what Mei Rinnie said is true, then it's not difficult to find him." "Really? That's great." Lin Chongqing was very happy when he heard Yang Ming say that the clue he thought of was useful. "Uncle Lin, I will call my friend. You talk to Jiyun for a while. If you think of anything else, tell me immediately," said Yang Ming. "Okay, you go ahead." Lin Chanqing said. Yang Ming went to the door and called Ho Jinhan. Some things were better not to be heard by Lin Chanqing and Lin Jiyun. Brother Yang, what's the matter? Ho Jinhan picked up the phone. How's it over there? Asked Yang Ming. The situation is not very good. We can't get in touch with the powerful people in Donghai for a while. The people we're in contact with now are some small punks. Through their introduction, the biggest cannon that we know is just a barkeeper. Ho Jinhan said with some regret. I'm afraid that things will have to wait for a few more days to. Ho Jinhan was stunned. What a coincidence. Now the guy who is eating with us is from the Four Snakes gang. If that's the case, then I will start with him. Really? How is this possible? Yang Ming smiled. That's fine. You keep an eye on him. Try to get this guy as soon as possible. If you can't do it, you can buy him with money. Don't worry, Brother Yang. I know what to do. Ho Jinhan said. In the room, Lin Chanqing looked at his daughter and asked, Jiyun, you and Yang Ming have to take precautions. You can't just do whatever you want. You are still students. Lin Jiyun lowered her head shyly. When she heard her father's words, she was shocked. We didn't do it. Lin Jiyun meant to explain that she and Yang Ming didn't do it, but in Lin Chanqing's ears, the meaning became we didn't take precautions. This can't be Jiyun. Lin Chanqing said quickly. You are still young. Don't become an unmarried mother. Lin Jiyun was so shy that she stamped her feet. She staggered up and ran to the door. I'm going back to my room. AI. You don't want to listen to what Dad said, but it's for your own good. Lin Chanqing shook his head. Bang. Yang Ming hung up the phone and turned to go back to the room. Lin Jiyun was leaving the room. As a result, they bumped into each other. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was like Lin Jiyun was acting coquettishly in Yang Ming's arms. Lin Jiyun subconsciously wanted to break away, but Yang Ming reached out and hugged her. Don't move. Aren't you afraid that your dad will be suspicious? Yang Ming said calmly. We are a couple. There's nothing wrong with hugging, right? Oh. Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words and had to let him hug her. Uncle Lin, we will go back to the room first. Call us if you need anything. Yang Ming said very naturally. Go ahead. The relationship between the young couple is quite good. Lin Chanqing smiled. Out of the room, Yang Ming did not put down his hand that was around Lin Jiyun's shoulder. It was not until they entered the room that Lin Jiyun realized that something was wrong. What are you doing? Now we are all going back to the room. I forgot. Yang Ming explained casually and put down his hand. Lin Jiyun couldn't help it. She could only believe Yang Ming's words. Donghai, the headquarters of the Four Snakes gang. Brother Snake, you have to help me this time. The police have monitored the train station and the airport. They have also set up checkpoints on the highway out of the city. A fat man said with sweat on his forehead. Brother Wu. Brother Snake sighed. It's not that I don't want to help you, but the situation is not good. Brother Snake, what do you mean? You just look at your brother in trouble and don't care? The fat man called Brother Wu said with a gloomy face. If I go to the police station, you won't have a good time either. This Rennie company is planned by both of us together. The money earned is also split in half. Don't worry, brother. Brother Snake patted Big Fatty Wu's shoulder and smiled. How can I not care about you? Aren't you safe now? But I have been stuck here for a few days. I can't stand it. Big Fatty Wu said with a bitter face. Isn't this going to kill me? It's only been a few days, and you can't bear it? Brother Snake said with a glare. Count how much money we have earned during this time. 10 million per person. This money is enough for you to live a carefree life. It is enough even to go abroad. But what is the use of having money? Is there no place to spend it? Big Fatty Wu said. Why are you in such a hurry? Brother Snake said with a smile. Do you think the police have nothing else to do all day long? Just to wait for you at the station and the airport for a long time? After this period of time passes, I will send you to the south. At that time, you will be able to live a carefree life. Okay. Big Fatty Wu nodded. I will listen to you. Is this the right way? How can a person who does great things not learn to endure? Brother Snake said with a laugh. You can only be a superior person after experiencing hardships. If you don't endure hardships, how can you enjoy life after suffering? That's right. Big Fatty Wu clenched his teeth. I will endure. Out of Big Fatty Wu's room, Brother Snake whispered to the confidant at the door, "Watch him closely. Don't let him run away. If this guy falls into the hands of the police, then we are finished." "Don't worry, Brother Snake. I will watch him." The confidant nodded and said, "And if he dares to escape, you can kill him if necessary." Brother Snake said fiercely, Brother Snake, kill him? That's not very good, right?" The confidant hesitated. Big Fatty Wu is not very honest. He is a bit too mercenary. I am afraid that this time I will fall into his hands. Brother Snake sighed. I blame myself for being greedy. That's why I got together with him. I forget it. Don't mention it. I understand, Brother Snake. The confidant nodded very seriously. I know what to do. Good. Brother Snake patted the confidant's shoulder and said, I am relieved when you do things. Brother Snake sighed as he walked. Although he was in the underworld, wasn't there a saying that a gentleman should get his money in a proper way? Not only was this the case for a gentleman, but there were also rules in the underworld. Fraud was despised by people. If you were in the underworld, you could watch the scene and collect protection fees, but if you were in the underworld, then it was a bit unethical. If Brother Snake didn't want to carry forward the Four Snakes gang, he wouldn't cooperate with Big Fatty Wu to do this kind of thing. At that time, his brother also spoke against it, but Brother Snake was hot-headed. Chapter 469. Do you still want to watch TV? Yang Ming picked up the TV remote control and turned on the TV. There was a deafening howl from the TV. Lin Jiyun's small face that had just returned to normal suddenly turned red again. She stared at Yang Ming. You did it deliberately, right? I didn't. Yang Ming quickly shook his head and denied it. In fact, Yang Ming really didn't mean it. Yang Ming was afraid that Lin Jiyun would be embarrassed, so he wanted to adjust the atmosphere. Didn't she like to watch the cartoon called SpongeBob SquarePants? Then, let's watch it for a while. It was just that Yang Ming ignored the channel that was locked on the TV. It was his program. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. Turn it off quickly. You still want to watch it, right? Lin Jiyun saw that Yang Ming was holding the remote control in a daze. He didn't mean to turn it off, so she yelled at him. Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's words and laughed twice. He began to change the channel. It was difficult to find a normal channel. It was broadcasting a popular TV series, Country Love. It was at the point where Li Dagua was pretending to be a ghost to scare people. The voice scared Lin Jiyun. I say, Yang Ming, you did it deliberately, didn't you? How did you get such a channel? Lin Jiyun was scared by the ferocious Li Dagua on the TV. What does this have to do with me? Yang Ming was helpless. I don't have the ability to predict. As Yang Ming said this, he wanted to continue to change the channel. Don't change it. Just watch this. It's quite interesting. Lin Jiyun stopped him. Yang Ming shook his head. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Why did she change her mind in such a short time? Yang Ming sat next to Lin Jiyun and watched TV with her. The time quickly froze at 9 o'clock in the evening. It was time to sleep. Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun was a little sleepy. She didn't know what to say. It was just a bed. If two people slept together, it was really a bit. Although Lin Jiyun felt nothing in her heart, she still couldn't put it on the surface. Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun, who yawned. He couldn't help but be amused. He knew what she wanted to say. Are you sleepy? Rest early. You sleep first. I'll sleep on the sofa. Yang Ming pointed to a shabby single sofa in the room. Although Lin Jiyun also felt that this was the best solution, she couldn't bear it when she saw the narrow and shabby sofa. Yang Ming was helping her father, but she let him sleep on the sofa. It was a bit unreasonable, but to let him sleep on the bed, she really couldn't say it. So she had to say, why don't I sleep on the sofa? Girlfriend? When Lin Jiyun heard such a sensitive word, she couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. If I have a girlfriend, then I don't have to sleep on the sofa. Lin Jiyun shook her head. Sun Jie didn't answer and asked directly, "How is it?" "It's not very smooth. We will talk about this later. Why are you looking for me?" If it wasn't a last resort, Yang Ming still didn't want to trouble Sun Jie. Although the relationship between the two was very special, it was precisely because of this special relationship that made Yang Ming feel like he was living off a woman. "One of my men said that he found some news about the person you were looking for." Sun Jie said, "When are you going to see him?" "What? You found him? So fast." Yang Ming was surprised and immediately rejoiced. Wu Qiren's news was too important for him. "The person doesn't seem to have been found yet, but I got some news. I don't know the specifics. I will give you the person's phone number. You can contact him," said Sun Jie. "Okay, you say it." Yang Ming felt that his hands were trembling. He was really excited. His phone number is 1330x times x times x. Sun Jie said, "You can call him Uncle Sun or Third Uncle. Just say that you are my friend." "Uncle Sun? Is he a relative of your family?" Yang Ming was stunned. "He is my family's old butler. He is very good to me." "It's okay." Sun Jie smiled. "He is almost 50 years old. You will definitely not lose out if you call him uncle." "Okay, I understand." Yang Ming said, "Thank you, Sun Jie. Didn't you say it? Why do you still need to thank me for our relationship?" Sun Jie didn't forget to make fun of Yang Ming. Is it? Well, when will we go to the bathroom of the Nightless Club next time?" Yang Ming smiled. "Next time? There won't be a next time. Even if there is, we won't go to that kind of place." Sun Jie smiled and hung up the phone. It made Yang Ming feel a little overwhelmed. What does Sun Jie mean? Is she hinting at me? But this chick... Yang Ming shook his head. Sun Jie's character is so weird. She doesn't even know how to joke with me. Doesn't she know that it is easy for people to misunderstand? In fact, Yang Ming misunderstood. Sun Jie was just joking with him. For others, let alone joking, it was difficult to even laugh. Yang Ming dialed Uncle Sun's phone number according to the number given by Sun Jie. After 2 rings, the phone was connected. "Hello, who are you looking for?" There was a low voice on the other side. He asked directly, "Is it Uncle Sun?" asked Yang Ming. "I am. May I ask who you are?" Sun San was stunned. Over the years, there were not many people who called him Uncle Sunday. Except for Sun Jie, it was Sun Jiwei. There were 2 brothers in the Sun family. One was Sun Jie's father, Sun Hongjun, and the other was Sun Jiwei's father, Sun Qingjun. Sun San wasn't originally called Sun San, but because he was the Sun family's butler, he changed his name to Sun San, which meant that he was the 3rd brother. Although Sun San was a butler, Sun Hongjun valued him very much. Sun San was never married in his life. He was busy with the Sun family's affairs, so Sun Jie and Sun Jiwei respected him very much. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.